The situation was going from bad to worse. Everyone was chilled to their bones, for they realized that this teenager had arrived at their doorstep to keep anyone from leaking out the news. With the possible consequence in mind, the crowd all felt their bodies become ice cold. This was going to become an absolute slaughter. Everyone here was probably going to die. Fight him to the death. One of them roared and activated his treasured artifacts. As they charged forward, multicolored flashes filled the sky and beautiful symbols glistened, covering the entire courtyard. With a loud pa sound, precious artifacts were shattered. At the same time, miserable shrieks filled the air. One of them was directly trampled on by Xianxia from above. "Old Nine, you!" The rest of them were shocked as well as infuriated. The one who got trampled down was one of their most important members, but was the first one that had thoughts of fleeing. He told the others to rush forward and attack, yet he himself was going to flee. It was a crucial moment of life and death, and with such a great calamity at hand, they thought that all their efforts were focused in the same direction. However, the grieving and indignant group was now bitterly disappointed by the turn of events. By now, they were more vexed than ever. Seeing the teenager in front of them whose figure resembled that of a fiend, they could only furrow their brows and use their most powerful attacks. Meanwhile, someone raised his voice and tried to send a message out. They were also calling out to the people outside the tavern, asking them to come to their aid. However, everything they did was futile, for the courtyard was tightly sealed off. Various symbols interwove in the air, and a curtain of light had wrapped up around this entire place. They were completely cut off from the outside world. Several formation flags were illuminating the courtyard, which had been confined and had locked down this little world. It was clear that this was a battlefield plan that had gone perfectly as planned. Xianxia fused with the black figurine to form the imperishable golden body, pushing his fighting ability to the mighty level of noble kings. More people arrived outside the Tiger Gate Tavern, and these were mighty experts of the martial imperial manner. They had come as reinforcements after hearing that a battle had started here. "Is everything all right?" Xianxia, a cousin of Xianxia, asked, for he knew very well that the young man was no common person. Seeing that the cavalry of the Rain clan was standing around outside without entering, he became worried and said, "Follow me in. I am going to take a look inside." The martial imperial manor and the Rain clan were on very friendly terms. The two clans were allied, and the family of Xianxia was also related to the Rain clan through marriage. Those present were all acquaintances, and thus everyone followed Xianxia in immediately. As soon as they stepped into the interior of the tavern, they realized something was not right. The smell of blood filled the air, and they all shuddered when approaching the courtyard. A great formation was illuminated there. "Let's move in together and break the formation patterns," Xianxia commanded. The crowd shouted in agreement and acted accordingly. Multicolored lights instantaneously erupted, and the entire courtyard was battered by the surging divine power. In fact, as soon as they started, the formation flags were retrieved and the formation opened up on its own, revealing the scene within. Several leading members of the reinforcements looked into the courtyard, and they were all greatly shaken. The soil was soaking wet with blood, and mighty experts of the Rain King's manor laid lifeless on the ground. Pools of blood surrounded their motionless bodies. They had all been killed. "You moo!" someone cried out in surprise. In the courtyard, a single person remained in the battle with the teenager. He was surrounded by a black glow, and this person was Yumu, a famous general of the Rain clan. He was a veteran from the 100 Clans battlefield and had managed to survive that battle. Those trained by him were among the best soldiers, and the cavalry surrounding the Tiger Gate Tavern was also under his command. Yet now, he looked disheveled and drained of strength. He had summoned all the precious techniques he could think of, but his opponent single-handedly forced him to bend down and pressed him into the ground up until his waist. "He is..." Yumu turned to look at the crowd and tried to shout out something. "Pooh!" In the end, blood gushed out from Yumu's mouth as the hand pressed further down. Many bones were shattered, and his entire body was smashed into the ground. He was killed instantly. The crowd was petrified. Who was Yumu? He was a ridiculously powerful man who had survived the battle of 100 clans. Regardless of their victories and defeats inside, Those who could return were all heroes. Yet now he died such a miserable death under such suppression. A palm nailed him into the ground and turned him into a lifeless body. Such a scene was so unsettling that the crowd felt the hairs at the back of their necks standing up. You've done it now, young man. Your heart is truly fierce, taking all these lives. You really are a demon king, Xianxia shouted. Do you even care about your dignity anymore? Xianxia asked in a calm voice, which also had an awe-inspiring quality to it, unsettling all those listening to him. His tone turned cold as he went on. You came here to kill me first, but died at my hand instead. Yet you are accusing me of being ruthless? This is simply the peak of shamelessness. Is this just how you guys always are? Or are you trying to make a joke? His question was sharp and humiliating. It not only made the group of furious people's faces become thoroughly red, but also incredibly resentful. Rain Clan, you all are truly outstanding. You haven't made any progress. What kind of people did you send? It's completely not enough to kill. Xianxia shook his head. The Rain Clansman's eyes were completely red. Yumu's group of experts took the lead to enter first, and they were supposed to provide support at any time. However, they never expected that in just a short period of time, their experts had all withered. Currently, none of them could see Xianxia's expression, because once he merged with the imperishable golden body, unless he took the initiative to show himself, everyone else could only see dark light and killing intent circulating around a humanoid individual. However, they could feel that he was ridiculing them with absolute contempt. Who exactly are you? Xianxia shouted, because it seemed like Yumu was doing everything he could to shout out this person's identity before death. However, he only managed to spit out two meaningless words. In reality, everyone here felt their hearts beating like crazy to a point where they wanted to run immediately. Even Yumu was killed, so they definitely weren't this individual's opponent. It didn't matter how much they outnumbered him. You all should go down to hell and have a reunion. Xianxia's voice became cold. He rushed up and directly went for Xianxia. In terms of bloodline, this could be said to be one of his distant cousins. However, as of this moment, how could there be any affection between them? Even if the other party knew who he was, if he had the power to kill Xianxia, he definitely would not show mercy. He soared high into the sky like a cold and expressionless black metal. He swept out with a banner, and with a hong sound, the world seemed to be distorted as wind and lightning danced chaotically. With a pu sound, Xianxia was shaken so hard that he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. This result greatly affected the minds of everyone here. They had just met face to face, yet one of the martial imperial manners experts was already injured. Noble king? Only these two words could describe this power. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful and frightening? Xianxia did not say anything as he looked at these people. He took action again because he did not want to turn into an Azura and murder these individuals clean, but he also was not willing to let the leaders of this group go. Charge together, Xianxia shouted. The opponent's strength definitely couldn't be underestimated, as one person wasn't enough to defeat him. He called for those from his clan and Rain Clan's cavalry to charge together. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not want to give him that opportunity. He forcefully took action because he did not want to tarry here for too long. 10 heavenly passages were opened and the space was warped with brilliant symbols. They swamped over like a great tide, completely freezing the space here. Xianxia's and those other leaders' movements were sealed. This was an absolute imprisonment. There was absolutely no suspense involved as they couldn't break free at all. It exhausted quite a bit of essence energy, but Xianxia did not hold back. He wanted to end this battle quickly. He rushed over and Xianxia was beheaded. His headless corpse fell onto the ground. At what seemed like the same time, several others were beheaded and killed here. There wasn't any chance for them to escape. The remaining troops were in an uproar. This battle had just started. Yet the result left everyone trembling in fear. Even though they had all experienced bloody battles, they were still absolutely terrified. Kill! There were several people who shouted loudly. They could truly be called warriors, as they did not fear the Demon King like youth. In the end, a streak of light flew past, and these people were cut apart at the waist. Their corpses dropped to the ground, making this place reek with the smell of blood. My Rain clan won't let you go. No matter where you flee to, you will still die. Someone shouted, but he was clearly appearing fierce while being cowardly at heart. Xianxia pointed his finger at the space between that individual's brows, causing blood to bloom from that location. He collapsed with his head still facing the sky. There's no need for your Rain clan to search for me. I will go pay your sect a visit right now. Xianxia left this place with large steps. The events at the Tiger Gate Tavern were quickly spread out, triggering an enormous uproar. Those nearby were all stirred up and quickly rushed to the scene. All of them were shocked. What kind of youngster was this? He was actually so unrestrained and unbridled. He killed those of the martial Imperial Manor and challenged the Rain clan. This was just too forceful and dominating. In reality, while the Rain clan's experts were being killed, there were already armored horses frantically rushing towards the clan to report the situation. However, how could they be faster than Xianxia? He did not utilize the true Kuan-Peng technique and only used the damaged technique, but he still traveled as fast as lightning. Behind him were a pair of golden wings as he traveled through the capital and hurried to the Rain clan's mansion. This was an enormous manor with a tall and lofty gate. The main entrance was grand and imposing with two powerful stone beasts at the sides. It gave this place a spectacular and vast appearance. Not long ago, the great demonic god had completely destroyed this place, but through the Rain clan's renovation and reconstruction, the mansion became even more massive. Ashy red courtyard walls and faint gold tiles stretched out in front like a city. The Rain clan arranged everything meticulously, with many symbols and great formations carved on them to protect the sect. As Xianxia stood there, he immediately thought of many things. The Rain clan did not leave him with a single good feeling. Without mentioning Xianxia's mother, just their attitude back then already left him an extremely nasty impression. When Xianxia brought him out from the capital and traveled to the western border, the Rain clan sent out large groups of experts to hunt them down, making his family experience misfortune again and again. Back then, the clan used the divine decree to kill their family and eliminate them completely. In the end, Xianxia suffered a serious injury and his body became extremely weak. After many years passed, the Rain clan still was not willing to give up. They had continued to look for information about his family and even found the second ancestral land. Even though they knew that Qi Feng was a substitute, they still injured him heartlessly. The Rain clan's cold-hearted and unrelenting attitude, as well as their domineering style, would always make Xianxia clench his fists. They truly bullied others intolerably. Without mentioning the grudges from the 100 Shattered Mountains and the Void God Realm, just the way you wanted to deal with my grandpa alone needs to be settled. This was not the first time Xianxia came into contact with them. Malice between them had long been brewing, so there wasn't a single bit of hesitation in making the decision to come here. There was a raging battle intent within him. What kind of person are you? Leave. Don't block our Rain King Manor's gate. We are speaking to you. Are you deaf? Did you hear what we said? This is not a place where someone like you can stand on. It was quite obvious that those guarding the manor were not welcoming. As soon as they saw Xianxia temporarily stand there while looking at this manor, they immediately began to berate and chase him away. Hong. Xianxia directly took action, ignoring these people. He created an enormous black hand, and with a honglong sound, the majestic hand slammed towards the majestic gate. Even though this place was guarded by great formations and symbols, under Xianxia's full force, it was still shattered under a single strike. With the destruction of the majestic construct came an enormous noise. The sound spread far into the streets, and the nearby people were all astonished. Who was this person? The great demonic god had come before to create a huge disturbance, yet someone else now directly collapsed the Rain King Manor's great gates. The expert guarding the Rain Clan Manor was stunned. He was completely stupefied. They were berating him in a loud voice to make this young man leave just now, and their voices were extremely rude. They never thought that the other party would be even more disrespectful. With a single palm, he directly destroyed the Rain Clan's gate and threw everything into disorder. There was rubble everywhere, and the doors were completely ruined. How forceful was this? You have to understand that this was the manor of an illustrious ancient family. Who dared to come and disturb this place? Everyone was stupefied and in disbelief. Just how daring would you have to be to behave so atrociously in front of the Rain Clan? It was merely a 10-year-old or so youngster, so was he tired of living? The entire street was silent at first, and then a huge uproar was created. Who are you? Are you looking for death? The Rain Clan Manor's people were so angry that they began to stutter. This was going too far. What kind of place did he think the Rain King Manor was? They had felt extremely suffocated these days because a single great demonic god had brought humiliation to their clan's people. They were suppressed until they felt like they couldn't breathe, leaving them extremely dejected. Yet now, an immature brat even dared to come and do such a thing. This was simply too unreasonable. Did the Rain clan truly not decline? At this minute, these people couldn't help but think this way. Otherwise, how would even a youngster dare to bully them? We are talking about you. Did you hear us? Do you want to die? The individual guarding the gate used this kind of roar to vent his anger. If you don't want to die, then scram. Xianxia replied coldly. He once again raised his hand, and it possessed a similarly powerful force. That black palm was incomparably vast, and with a honglong sound, a wall was collapsed. Millstone-sized stones flew everywhere as smoke and dust rushed into the air. The Rain clan's people became foolish. Was this real? They felt a hot stream engulf their entire body. They were irritated badly. Soon after, every one of them shouted loudly before rushing up murderously. This was too unbridled and arrogant. Did this person think the Rain clan was full of pushovers, a place someone could bully as they pleased? Was this a place that they could tear down just because they wanted to? This was a place known as an ancient family that has been passed on from the ancient years. They all felt that this brat had gone crazy. Otherwise, why would he dare to act so arrogant? This really was unreasonable. Ear-splitting wong-wong sounds could be heard as precious techniques danced about. All types of symboled light flickered, lighting up this place brightly. However, Xianxia merely made a swiping motion with his hand and the sky full of symbols was completely obliterated. They turned into strands of essence energy before disappearing. So powerful! These people felt a restraining fear, but they still did not stop. 10 or so people pounced over like vicious beasts, and every single one of them was incomparably valiant. They were angered badly, and if they did not get rid of that youngster in front of them, then they would go crazy from the flame burning within them. Xianxia did not pay too much attention to them and did not directly take action against them. Instead, he forcefully stomped down on the ground in a forceful and domineering manner. With a honglong sound, rubble flew everywhere, and the steps by the Rain King Manor completely collapsed. Moreover, there were enormous cracks that appeared on the ground one after another. They extended outwards, leaving behind dark and deep crevices. Those 10 or so people immediately stumbled about, and then they were all blasted outwards. They collided into the broken courtyard walls and gate, raising up a large amount of smoke and dust. The group of people were shocked and furious at the same time. This youngster was extremely terrifying, collapsing the ground with a single step and unleashing an enormous wave of power. Even they were affected and sent flying outwards. Such a powerful youngster. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly. These people were frightened. At the same time, they immediately left to report to their superiors because after they experienced the first alarm and anger, they realized that this matter was not simple. Even though it was a single youngster, there was still a chance that he might bring about a huge problem. Who dares to create noise in my Rain King Manor? The gate was destroyed, and the courtyard walls collapsed, startling the people inside. There were some experts that just happened to be overseeing this place, so they quickly appeared. Hong! Xianxia did not say anything and merely released another palm, shattering the remaining courtyard wall to pieces. The area that was facing the street was completely collapsed into ruin. This scene made those that rushed over so angry that their faces paled. Among them, one of the individuals directly brought out a precious artifact and rushed forward murderously. This youngster was acting too aggressively. However, what made him shocked was that with a single one of that youngster's fists, a sharp and clear sound rang through the air. His precious artifact cracked apart and was destroyed. What? So hard to deal with. Whatever, this problem still needs to be quickly taken care of. Make him suffer, or else we will be strictly punished by the clan, someone said. After experiencing the great demonic gods battle, the Rain clan's precautions became even more strict. These people oversaw the front courtyard, and they were all rarely seen experts. They were in charge of keeping the manor's peace, and since a great slip-up happened today, they had to take responsibility. They brought out a stone box with serious expressions as if they were taking out a divine artifact. They were incomparably solemn, and then with a fierce slam, the case opened. Sparkling precious light burst from within and murderous energy seeped out. Several people began to chant incantations, and the stone box began to ring with sound. In just a split second, a sword formation appeared and covered this place. It surrounded the space around them, and 8 flying swords flew out. They were all only the length of a palm, but they were sparkling and transparent. Waves of killing energy were released. They quickly hacked over with a speed that exceeded lightning. Sure how dodged and avoided them. The 8 swords actually flew past the long street, and the tough limestone was like tofu before them. It was directly struck into many pieces. Sure how was given a good scare. These people could all be considered to be experts, but the ancestral treasure bestowed upon them was even more exceptional. It was definitely a great killing artifact that far surpassed these people's level. A blue sword sliced over. It was only about half a foot in length, but it was incredibly sharp. It was like a streak of divine light from the blue seas, full of killing intent. Dang sure how flicked his finger, striking down on this blue sparkling bone sword. A sharp and clear sound rang out, and it was sent flying. However, it was not broken, giving him quite a surprise. What a powerful flying sword! The material used to create it was sturdy, most likely refined from the bones of a terrifying descendant. There were a few patterns carved on top, which was most likely why it could take his attack. At the same time, the other 7 flying swords also hacked over from every direction. The sword energy was surprisingly like raging waves as they poured over. The terrifying waves of energy became larger and larger. What? Sure how was shocked. This sword formation was quite formidable. After the first sword flew out, a second one would rush in with an even more powerful sword light. The third one would fly over after that, and the sword light from it would once again increase in power. In a similar fashion, the next sword would always be more powerful than the last. This was truly one sword wave after another. The radiance was dazzling as it pierced into everyone's souls. Their energy layered on top of each other, continuously growing in power. By the time the 8th sword hacked over, it was as if an ocean of sword energy was descending. It was terrifying to the extreme. What an impressive sword formation. This is definitely a great killing weapon passed down from the ancient times. Sure how was shocked. It was clear that the Rain King Manor became much more prudent after experiencing such a tragedy the last time. A terrifying sword formation was laid out here, and it could definitely be considered an incredible killing arrangement. A rare sight. Sure how's eyes began to burn with passion. He didn't expect to see such a rare treasure the moment he entered the Rain Manor. In the end, he only carefully thought about it, but did not meet it head-on. When the 8 flying swords once again flew over, he directly released his 10 heavenly passages. Within the splendid sword radiance, the flying swords in the air were completely trapped. They then disappeared and no longer came back out. It wasn't the sword formation that was that powerful, but rather that the force it produced was too great. Sure how did not want to fight it head-on, and so he used the most powerful and effective method to put these precious artifacts away. These people were all shocked. This was one of their clan's most powerful killing formations that was reputed to be extraordinary and a rare treasure. They were polished from 8 types of descendants' symbol bones. Every single sword was incomparably sharp, and their symbols complicated and mysterious. In the end, however, they were seized just like that. Sure how definitely obtained treasures this time. The purpose of placing such a rare sword formation in the outer part of their sect was to give those that invaded a good scare, yet in the end, he stole them just like that. They weren't even given the chance to display their might. 10 heavenly passages, These people's faces turned white. It was as if they recalled something, and every one of them couldn't help but take steps back. Sure how released a cold snort and spat out a streak of purple lightning. He did not want to bicker with these people. This place was immediately surrounded by streak after streak of purple multicolored light, creating miserable shrieks. Lightning rumbled and rang through the long streets. Everyone was shocked, because the manor was going to be greatly disturbed again. The battle was decided extremely swiftly. Everything here was broken and in disorder with scorched bodies lying everywhere. From time to time, streaks of lightning would spill out. Everyone was twitching. These people would find it difficult to get up again. Even though they weren't dead, they definitely couldn't fight back anymore. I don't want to massacre everyone here, but if I am forced to, then so be it. Sure, how calmly said. This place was in absolutely chaos. When the letter was delivered inside the Rain Manor, a group of people rushed out. They were absolutely furious. Was he purposely slapping them in the face? Everyone knew how the great demonic god tormented them not long ago, truly humiliating them. Yet now, a youngster was acting in such a similar manner. Was he trying to imitate the great demonic god? Who is the impudent person causing ruckus at my clan manor? Following a loud shout, 10 people appeared and quickly surrounded the manor. At this moment, the streets were increasingly noisy as well. The string of events that had just happened startled them so greatly that they couldn't react properly. This youngster was extremely daring, making everyone tremble. Hurry up and go look. Another huge problem is occurring in the Rain clan. Woo, there is quite some activity today. The Rain family's gate was torn up again by someone. A youngster forcefully took action and knocked down a group of people. It seems like the Rain King Manor will be providing another great show for us to see today. The main street was full of clamoring and noise. Information was quickly spread outwards. The Rain clansmen's faces fell. After today's events, they were without a doubt a laughingstock. Everyone from the capital watched them with amusement. This was truly an example of one thing going wrong resulting in everything else going wrong. At this moment, Xianxia brought out the 8 flying swords and carefully looked at them. He couldn't help but be startled because these were truly good items. They were grinded from the bones of descendants, and every single sword was a different color. They shone with luster and gloss. As expected, this was an unordinary precious artifact. If he had not opened up the 10 heavenly passages to quickly collect them, they really would not have been easy to destroy. It would have been quite problematic to deal with, and he definitely would have wasted quite a bit of effort. The 8 vicious swords have fallen into your hands. The Rain clan's people revealed even uglier expressions. This was one of the clan's great killing artifacts, and somehow, without even displaying their full power, they were stolen by the other party. Everyone's faces became overcast. The true 8 vicious swords were known for their formidable reputation in the ancient years. They were refined from the primordial symbol bones of 8 different divine birds and pure-blooded vicious beasts. Then, they were matched with sword arts and enchantments into a sword formation. It was known to kill saints and eliminate demons. Only any archaic vicious beast's primordial symbol bones are incredibly precious, so how could it all fall into the hands of another? The enchantments and sword arts were passed down. But how could the materials used to refine the 8 vicious swords be easy to gather? They could only be substituted. In the modern age, who could slaughter 8 mature divine birds or pure-blooded vicious beasts? Xianxia was shocked to find enchantments on the stone box. This was a pleasant surprise for him, as it was an ancient object equivalent to a diagram. Could be used to create the true 8 vicious sword formation. Woo, I truly never thought that I would be able to obtain such a good item. Who knows, one day, I might be able to obtain 8 pieces of archaic vicious beast or divine bird symbol bone and create the real 8 vicious sword formation, he said to himself. He quickly refined them a bit. Who knows, he might have to try the swords out later. Who on earth are you? Shouted the people of the Rain clan. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered around, and they did not want to be a laughingstock. By then, the streets were packed with people who began to contemplate on what was happening. The Rain clan truly had lousy luck, having their gate smashed twice. It really was an unlucky year. Save your words. No matter where you come from, the things you've done are too sinful to let go. You will die here. The yell almost sounded hysterical. The Rain clan had never suffered so much loss, and yet the provocations just kept on coming today. A sneer emerged from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The Rain clan had always acted in a dominating manner during the past few years, but the problems they faced in succession lately must have put them on edge. The burning anger did not bother him in the slightest, for he was here to fight in the first place. The crazier his enemies acted, the calmer he reacted, as if none of these actions affected him. I'm the one who sent you the gift, Xianxia said in a low voice. What? You were the one who sent that head back. One of them erupted into fury. It was nothing but undisguised provocation. Sending the head back first before bringing the battle to their doorstep. This was an intolerable insult. Others were bewildered as well as surprised, for they sensed that the situation was going south. The teenager seemed extremely confident in himself, so he was definitely not simple. Just then, turmoil broke out in the streets as the sound of thundering hoofs rumbled near. Those sent out by the Rain clan to besiege the Tiger Gate Tavern had come back and were rushing across the crowded streets. "Where is Yumu?" some mighty experts shouted from the ravaged gatehouse. "Lord Yumu was killed in action," someone in the cavalry answered in a weeping voice. None of their commanders had survived and were all killed in the battle. They had come back to report the situation. "Morons!" scolded some of the Rain clan's mighty experts. They had sent out so many people to subdue just one person, yet they were not only killed by the target but also led the enemy straight to their gate. In reality, the cavalry had moved into action in advance and was about to send a message back to the clan. However, the messenger was caught by Shi Hao and taken out on the way back. They could not even beat Shi Hao in heading back to the Rain clan, which made the clan members pale with anger. They deemed these people to be utterly useless. Cultivators of some great clans who had gathered on the streets all broke into laughter at the news, and a clamor of comments spread out through the crowd. Is the Rain clan really in the decline? Being suppressed by the great demonic god was one thing, but for a mere teenager to mess them up so badly, is there any dignity left in this clan? Wu, you have a point. Even if they manage to kill this boy in the end, they'll still be thrown into disgrace. Being chased to their home by their enemy like this. If it were for me, I would rather not have such a stylish gatehouse. The countenances of the Rain clan members grew darker with the comments from the crowd. Some of them were trying to stir up trouble, while others were taking pleasure in their misfortune. However, both were mockeries to the Rain clan. Kill him. No matter who he is or where he comes from, kill him now and show no mercy. An elderly man showed up and ordered the crowd to move into action with a wave of his hand. Words were futile now. The only way out now was to get rid of the teenager as soon as possible, or they would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. This would be an unthinkable humiliation, for people walked out of the crowd. These were all Rain clan warriors that had trained for a long time away from home and had only returned to the clan recently. They blocked off all four sides of the courtyard, trapping Shi Hao in the middle. One of them brought out a sack and shouted, "Go to hell!" A fierce gale sprang up, and with a swooshing sound, sands and stones were carried into the air. The whole street was shaken by the gust, and the tiles on some distant rooftops were even blown high into the sky. The scene was terrifying. Needless to say, the pressure on Shi Hao, who was a lot closer to the source of the wind, was much greater. He was somewhat startled. What sort of sack was that? The hurricane started as soon as it was open. Blades consisting of light flew around in the wind as well, creating metallic sounds. Dang Shi Hao struck out with his palm and smashed some of the light blades that were flickering with symbols into pieces. The wind, however, was becoming stronger, which made it difficult to stand still. Another man brought out a drum and began to beat it. With dong-dong sounds, flashes of lightning suddenly struck down at Shi Hao in an incredibly ferocious manner. The remaining two roared at the top of their voices and summoned rolling black clouds. Heavy rain started to pour down, wrapping Shi Hao inside. The four of them together had managed to bring about such abnormal weather to this little world. The wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled during this heavy downpour. They indeed deserved the name Rain Clan, as they were able to control the weather and create a thunderstorm. It forced Shi Hao into an incredibly passive situation, for both the rain and the wind consisted of symbols. They were all pervasive and kept attacking him from every direction. The lightning and thunder were all real atmospheric phenomenons and not illusions. Raindrops transformed from symbols descended fiercely, blowing directly into his face. Shi Hao's entire body lit up. He believed that if anyone else was in his place, their physical bodies would have long been destroyed by the rain. He not only withstood the attack, but also made an aggressive move. As a heavenly passage opened up, a golden-striped purple swan and eye leapt out with a roar. It was the size of a small mountain. Against the windy storm, the swan and I roared loudly. Countless spheres of lightning were created, looking extremely fierce. The scene was almost apocalyptic. Taking advantage of the rain, the spheres of lightning spread out swiftly with peepa sounds. Added to the shocking thunderclaps were scorching flashes that made those watching tremble inwardly. The one holding the wind sack was the first one to suffer. An enormous bolt of lightning struck him and he was shaking violently. With no one to activate the sack, the wind weakened immediately. Auho, the swan and I roared again, and the lightning it spat out became even more frightening. Purple lightning surged like tidal waves, sweeping out in an unstoppable manner. This area was filled with scorching heat and purple steam. None of the four mighty experts managed to escape, and they were all struck by the lightning. They all shook uncontrollably, as if they were being electrocuted. The one beating the divine drum and summoning lightning was worse off and immediately exploded, turning into a mist of blood and bone fragments. It was a scene too miserable to witness. The four mighty experts were all taken out in the blink of an eye, making the Rain clan suffer another crushing defeat. It was such a shocking result, for a single teenage boy had brought four major experts to their knees in almost no time. It was as if he was only sweeping up dead leaves. The purple swan and I, you are at the back. Several Rain clan members felt their eyes twitch. They were a bit suspicious and immediately thought of that devilish brat. Could it be him? They felt blood rushing into their heads at once. After the swan and I disappeared into the heavenly passage, peace and quiet returned to this place. There was no more lightning or watery mist, and the sky above looked crystal clear. The Rain clan is so weak, said Xianxia. After suffering from one failure after another, what the Rain clan hated the most was this sort of ridicule and contempt. The incessant defeats had filled their hearts with resentment. "Kill!" shouted someone, who charged forward fiercely and summoned a giant net made from the tendons of a flood dragon. He moved swiftly and landed like a flash. Xianxia was taken by surprise and dodged at once. However, the web was a peculiar one and followed him closely. It soon caught up to him and wrapped around his body. Immortal restraining net. Someone recognized it and cried out in surprise. A clamor of discussion erupted from the crowd in the street, for they did not know that the Rain clan could make such magical artifacts. It could follow its target and would not stop until its prey was caught. Xianxia struggled violently, making the net flare with great light. Countless symbols illuminated, and it almost seemed to dig into his flesh as it began to refine him. "Kill him now!" The people of the Rain clan shouted as they dashed forward, striking at Xianxia all at once. "Open!" roared Xianxia. Burning flames emerged from all over his body. With a loud bang, the entire net was ripped apart. Meanwhile, he summoned his treasured artifacts and brandished his fists unceasingly. With a series of pumping sounds, several people were knocked away one after another. "Don't just stand there, kill him now," a sect elder of the Rain clan ordered loudly. The next moment, the whole cavalry and the rest of the mighty experts all charged together. Various symbols flew in midair towards Xianxia. With a wong sound, Xianxia summoned the sword formation he obtained just then. In an instant, 8 flying swords stirred up 1,000 tidal waves as a biting coldness pressed towards the crowd. The dreadful cold was giving them goosebumps. The knight closest to the front was immediately cleft in half by one of the flying sword along with the vicious beast he was riding. Their blood splattered everywhere. Chi! A second flying sword swept by, beheading a mighty expert. The headless body crumpled into a pool of blood. By charging all at once, they had actually enabled the sword formation to exert its maximum power. Almost all of the swords managed to hit a target, and the 8 flying swords were growing more powerful with each strike. With the accumulation of their power, their divine abilities were able to shake heaven and earth. Poo-poo sounds rang out incessantly as the number of heads rolling on the ground grew quickly. Before long, the whining of vicious beasts filled the air and bodies piled up outside the gate of the Rain King's manor. Blood soon spilled all over the ground. Dozens of human heads and mighty experts' corpses were scattered everywhere. Such a scene shocked everyone on the street and made their skin prickle with apprehension. He was merely just a teenager, yet the experts of the Rain clan could not withstand his attack. The way he defeated them was as easy as harvesting crops. Sure Hao marched inside in large strides, making the Rain clan's people faces ashen in fear. They kept stumbling back as if they were seeing a fiend. They were utterly horrified. "Move into formation," commanded an elder. An array of formation flags emerged and flapped in the wind. Sure Hao did not dare to treat this attack carelessly, and had already unified with the imperishable golden body a while ago. A black glow flickered around him that was extremely bright and resplendent. Symbols appeared in batches, and the giant flags rumbled. The flags kept expanding, as if they were going to reach into the clouds. Mist shrouded the sky, filling it with flashing lightning and roaring thunder. Unfortunately, these were not enough to stop Sure Hao. As he struck out with one open hand, the black illumination expanded abruptly and blew up large areas of symbols into pieces. More than a dozen of the giant flags were snapped in half. Sure Hao blasted the great formation open before bursting into the manor. "You are not going anywhere. Get in here." Several elderly men showed up, one of whom was holding a pagoda in his hand. He threw it high into the air. The pagoda enlarged on its own to suck Sure Hao inside. A blurry, multicolored glow was flowing around the pagoda. "Great! Now melt him down," yelled the elderly men. The entire pagoda was illuminated as beams of divine light hung down from it like a curtain of burning flames. The pagoda was shaking from head to toe, trying to boil Sure Hao to death. However, this only went on for a short while before the pagoda shuddered violently. Its size increased abruptly, and in the end, the pagoda exploded with a loud bang, resulting in a series of screams from the crowd. For the debris pierced through many cultivators and badly injured them. While thoroughly covered in the black glow, Sure Hao dashed out like a demonic god. He was fearless as he marched straight ahead. A group of people tried to block his path, but they were no match for Sure Hao. Blood gushed out from their mouths from the impact, and some were even blasted away. Hong! Sure Hao struck out again, and a spacious courtyard in front of him collapsed. None of the palaces or halls survived the strike. The courtyard was now in complete ruins, covered by rubbles and debris. "I knew it. The Rain King's manor is getting taken apart again." The Rain King's manor had always remained domineering, but now the fight has been brought to their doorstep. Moreover, this is the second time now. Even their manor is being destroyed. This is an utter humiliation, and their reputation will be permanently damaged. Countless people were watching outside. Some sneered, while others sighed emotionally. All these reactions made people of the Rain clan feel frightened and infuriated. Standing on a pile of rubble, Sure Hao looked around in a commanding manner before continuing his march forward. His open hands swept sideways as he moved, grinding grand palaces and courtyards to the ground. He might as well have been slapping the Rain clan members' faces. "Who the hell are you?" shouted someone. "Who am I?" Sure Hao stopped and watched the Rain clan group with an indifferent face. He removed his disguise. "What? It's you!" cried the Rain clan crowd. Many people's eyes turned bloodshot when they recognized Sure Hao. Their breathing became heavy and their muscles tightened. Even their hair seemed to stand up due to their unparalleled rage. How could they be not familiar with that face? That devilish brat was exactly the person that they all abhorred the most. After their numerous unpleasant encounters, they wanted to kill him more than anything. They had had a fierce clash back in the 100 Shattered Mountains where nearly all the talented members sent by the Rain clan were taken out. Even the restricted individuals were wiped clean. After that, they clashed again in the Void God realm. Their losses were heavy, with their entire Pure Land razed to the ground and pulled up from the roots. The chaos was extremely large-scale, drawing the attention of everyone. No one knew just how many great powers watched the chaos from the Void God realm. It was an absolute crisis. They were severely defeated and their Pure Land was flattened. With the person they hated the most in front of them, the Rain clansmen all went mad. "I want to tear apart your skin and pull out your bones." Many people panted heavily. Their chests moved up and down violently as they prepared to take their revenge. They truly hated this teenager bitterly. "Have you all ever wondered what kind of things you have done while hating me? It was clearly you guys who tried to get rid of me first." Similarly, Sure Hao's eyes became red. He did not have a single good feeling towards this clan. He believed in his own reasoning. The dark memory of Sure Yi's mother gouging out his supreme being bone within the Rain clan appeared in his mind often. Every time he recalled it, his body would immediately stiffen. There was even less of a need to talk about how the clan pursued Xianxia all the way to the western border, as well as how the martial imperial manor treated Grandpa 15 and the other clan members. Their actions were simply notorious. At the same time, the grudge for the Heaven-Mending Pavilion War was even more unforgivable. The Rain clan's disciples cultivated within the ancient Pure Land, but didn't know how to show gratitude. At the crucial time, they struck the Heaven-Mending Pavilion while it was down, cutting down their ancestors as well as their senior brothers and sisters. It was all to obtain things like secret precious techniques. When Xianxia thought of these things, his eyes immediately became red. He helplessly watched as the elders died in battle and Senior Linmu was killed. He could not calm his mind at this moment. No wonder. Turns out that it is you. Today we will definitely kill you. The Rain clan's people shouted. The group of people was already mentally prepared. They all brought out their various precious techniques and merged them together. Rain Dao's 9 heavens. These people released a great howl. Their bodies all illuminated, and endless symbols emerged. Water bloomed like flowers one after another, covering heaven and earth in a rainy mist. This place became incomparably sparkling, and heavy rain poured down. Likewise, I don't have any good feelings towards you guys either. All of you will be suppressed and killed. Xianxia shouted. He was now already cool-headed and not in his previous disquiet mental state. On the streets, everyone began to voice their suspicions because the words from both sides were quite shocking. However, the Rain clansmen were so angry that they still hadn't revealed who Xianxia really was. Moreover, Xianxia revealed his real appearance when his back was facing the street. After that, his entire body was once again shrouded within the black light, so none of the spectators could see him. As a result, everyone felt extremely frustrated and wanted to know just who he really was. With loud honglong quaking sounds, waves soared into the heavens, turning this place into a world of water. They surrounded the ruins and the collapsed palaces submerged. The rubble could no longer be seen. Rain Dao's 9 heavens was a large-scale divine ability. It was difficult for a single person to utilize it, and so many people had to work together to activate it. Its power was abnormally great, making everyone gasp. There was even a saying that the Rain Dao's 9 heavens final strike was a forbidden divine ability that touched upon the realm of deities. Following a dazzling canopy of light, an enormous lotus flower blossomed. It served as both a form of defense as well as offense while it surrounded the Rain clan's members. When the petals extended outwards, a wave of rejuvenating life force would collapse the skies and attack Xianxia. This was the power of water. It was extremely great. The devilish child's expression changed. So many people were activating this powerful precious technique, exceeding his expectations. He couldn't avoid it and could only meet it head-on because all routes of escape were sealed off by this technique. He released a roar. Light covered his body and symbols appeared in dense numbers. A layer of golden spirals appeared. This was the Kuan Peng's precious technique. It was secretly activated by him. This technique was far more powerful than the golden spiral rippling technique he used in the past. On his body, it was as if golden gates appeared one after another. Stored within them were various divine beings, and it was so dazzling that others couldn't look directly at him. Since he couldn't dodge this attack, then he was going to completely dispel and refine it clean. He possessed an utmost powerful precious technique that was ranked within the archaic vicious 10. With this kind of power backing him up, with his body at the consummate level of spirit transformation realm as well as his flesh becoming spirit, he could directly dissolve their essence energy and use it for himself. Their overlapping power and teamwork did not make him feel fear. Instead, he circulated the Kuan Peng symbols in a chaotic manner and used the grand precious technique to attack. At this moment, the black imperishable golden body that had merged with his body appeared to have developed another faint golden splendor from far away. Soon after, his entire body was like a blazing sun that could not be directly looked at. Hong long long. The sky trembled and the canopy of rain began to broaden. Lotus flowers blossomed as the force of the water became incomparably more powerful. It brought with it an aura of life as it ferociously attacked. Hong. Xianxia's hands began to move about, bringing forth an expanse of dazzling radiance that pierced through those humongous lotus flowers one after another. However, the divine might that rushed over continued to attack at every opening. At this time, his body underwent a transformation. The Kuan Peng technique began to shine, devouring and absorbing everything in a crazy manner. It made him seem just like a true supreme deity. On his body, innumerable symbols appeared within the spirals. They seemed to take form, becoming small, golden supreme beings one after another that sat within. This type of scene was absolutely astonishing. Even Sure Hao himself was a bit shaken. The Kuan Peng's precious technique was too powerful, far exceeding that of the damage technique. He didn't receive the slightest injury, and moreover, his body now had an abundant amount of divine force stored as a result. The first part of the Rain Dao's 9 heavens was dissipated just like that. "Show me what you got." Sure Hao roared. A broken sword appeared in his hands, and after divine force was infused within, Wang Wang sounds erupted. A streak of shocking divine lightning shot out and hacked over. Right at this moment, the second form of the curtain of rain was activated. An even larger lotus flower blossomed, and its divine might was increased by a large amount. The two sides collided, causing heaven and earth to rumble. Everything shook with wenglong-glong sounds, and it was as if the entire place was thrown into chaos. Dazzling light covered this entire place. Sure Hao's body began to sway a bit as he backed up. Terrifying imprints were left in the ground one after another, causing countless large black cracks to form. It was clear just how shocking this attack was. On the other side, someone from the Rain clan shrieked miserably. The sword's might hacked apart a lotus, and as a result, several individuals there exploded on the spot. They turned into a bloody mist and left behind a paste of flesh. What was terrifying was that the lotus flower reassembled and released a third attack. All of those that protected the Rain clan as well as other experts all added in their strength, making it even more bright and resplendent. Sure Hao's expression became serious. He now understood the true meaning of the Rain Dao's 9 heavens. The lotus flower was going to blossom 9 times, and its might would rise tremendously each time, becoming stronger. No wonder 9 heavens was in its name. Sure enough, after the lotus flower blossomed a third time and covered the world with its power, a wave of boundless divine might smashed over like an ocean, crashed down from above and shook all directions. Sure Hao used the broken sword to slash apart a large portion of the curtain of light. However, he was still submerged in the end. At this time, the Kuan Peng precious technique displayed its divine might again. Golden symbols interweaved, and those spirals began to frantically devour one after another. The vivid and lifelike small golden figures took form again within the spirals. So powerful! Sure Hao was not admiring the opponent's lotus, but rather the Kuan Peng's precious technique. It really was a heaven-defying divine ability. It was almost omnipotent, giving him an extremely pleasant surprise. The Rain clansmen were all stupefied. When the screen of light dissipated, they saw that the opposing party was completely uninjured. It was completely unbearable for them. Just how many experts had joined together to create this attack? Could it be that not even such a boundless divine ability could injure him? Was this the little western sky's impenetrable Vajra divine ability? The fourth form attacked. Sure Hao did not use any of the divine might he absorbed to deal with it, but instead continued to devour and let it assimilate into his own body. The divine force in his body was vast and boundless as it circulated in accordance with the Kuan Peng technique. The Rain clan's people were stunned and could not believe what was happening. The fifth lotus flower blossomed, and the divine might was even more astonishing, making many of the great powers from the capital exclaim with astonishment. After the golden spirals on the surface of Sure Hao's body swallowed all of the spiritual essence, the small golden figures within them became larger. They situated themselves behind his body. The divine light was dazzling even when watching from the distance. The entire world seemed to have been drowned out in the chants of deities. It was dignified and majestic, sacred and auspicious. What is going on? Materialization of deities. One person called out. When there was a great divine ability user who stood apart from the masses and displayed their divine abilities, there was a chance that this kind of strange sight would appear. However, within an era there would only be a few capable of this in the world. In reality, none of them made the mental association of this being the Kuan Peng precious technique. because this world-shockingly great divine ability was extremely mysterious. It varied from individual to individual, and so it was impossible to perfectly describe it. The Rain clansmen's faces all paled. Right at this moment, Xianxia brandished his sword and finally unleashed a strike. It collided into those 6 canopies of light, making the heaven and earth shake violently. Hong! 5 of the Rain clan's courtyards were shattered. Not even the great formation that protected the inner parts of the clan was enough. The palace, halls, buildings, and even the wide courtyards were completely destroyed. Xianxia staggered and continuously stepped backwards. The Rain clansmen were in an even worse state, coughing out copious amounts of blood and swaying unsteadily from side to side. The only thing that reassured them was that there were still 3 powerful strikes remaining. What happened? Everyone was shaken. When the 7th canopy of light was released, the symbols beneath Xianxia's feet flickered, forming a golden cloud. It was formed out of symbols, directly allowing him to soar into the sky and stand in the air. Heavens! Materialization of a magic cloud. That's an auspicious cloud bestowed by heaven that could allow one to fly tens of thousands of li. For someone as young as him to obtain a precious cloud like this, it's just too inconceivable. One person cried out, "How could an auspicious cloud have descended?" It really is a strange sight. Many people were dumbstruck because even those that have been lords for 10 years found it difficult to summon one. Only Xianxia himself knew that this wasn't a true magic cloud, but rather a phenomenon created by the Kuan Peng's precious technique. He had accumulated so much divine might that he couldn't contain the sea of spiritual essence within his body. As a result, it came out from under his feet and constructed an auspicious cloud. He gave it a try and found that this cloud could also allow him to travel quickly. It was as if he was supported by a pair of Kuan Peng wings. "I refuse to believe that you can continue to take it all," one of the Rain clan's elders shouted. He led his people to activate the precious technique together again. When the 8th lotus flower blossomed, heaven and earth began to resonate. A wave of terrifying energy erupted within this region, drawing the attention of every noble king. They all took to the air and looked in this direction. Hong! A boundless waterfall crashed. The lotus flower blossomed, and enormous dazzling petals flew over. As they interweaved murderously, the force of water was everywhere. Xianxia felt a great pressure, but he still continued to devour essence energy. Strand after strand of symbols swirled around outside his body, constructing weapons one after another. They were displayed all around him. Clock, pagoda, sword, cauldron, and others began to rumble and ring with resounding sounds. Moreover, there were still numerous images surrounding him. There were actually devils and gods moving about. At this moment, Xianxia's body became incomparably powerful. With a raise of his hand, it was as if he could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The magic cloud supported him from below, allowing him to quickly move through the sky. He felt that there was too much spiritual essence within his body to the point where it felt like it was going to burst. He turned into a blazing streak of divine light and rushed towards that enormous lotus flower. At the same time, his eyes were focused on the Rain clan's people. While standing atop the golden clouds, Xianxia seemed to have various deities chanting behind him, and demons and gods danced together to the sound. It was the most terrifying scene. The auspicious clouds shone resplendently and enabled him to move extremely quickly. This kind of feeling was unlike anything he had experienced before. In a split second, he arrived in front of the giant lotus. Treasured artifacts of all sorts surrounded him, all of which were constructed from symbols. It was a world-shocking scene. Sounds of bells, pagodas, swords, and cauldrons rumbled with ear-splitting metallic sounds. As he lifted his hand, a great bell with a golden surface flew out. The bell was inscribed with symbols, whose long peals could be heard from countless miles away. It smashed right into the heart of the lotus to destroy the flower. Bow petals shot out, and a curtain of light surged. It was extremely terrifying, as if a river of stars was erupting. Everyone could see the sun, moon, and stars flickering and displaying their power. The great bell collided with the lotus, creating a deafening rumbling sound that seemed to never end. In the distance, the crowd could do nothing but stare with aghast expressions. What kind of ridiculous scene was this? Dong the great bell seemed to have existed for ages. The sound traveled far and wide. Many stellar bodies began to smash downwards, making people's hearts and souls tremble. Eventually, the great bell was dismantled and scattered across the empty air. A formidable illuminating haze that resembled the sea of stars was also forced back into the flower, leaving behind an extremely shocking scene. It was as if stars were falling from the sky. It was the 8th flower, which by now had not bloomed completely. Even though quite a large amount of its essence energy had been devoured, the flower was still able to assemble its last attack. Xiaohao's body was on the edge of bursting. He could no longer take in and refine any more spiritual essence. As a result, he released another attack. It was filled with majestic divine might. Qi. Beside him, a divine sword rang with metallic sounds. He took it into his hands, and the golden blade began to illuminate with radiance. It was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. He struck out with the sword, sending out densely packed symbols accompanied by countless streaks of lightning. The divine sword cut the lotus open, and as a result, the petals withered and exploded into pieces mid-air. What a fierce strike! The crowd couldn't help but cry out and gasp in horror. However, after the strike, the golden divine sword disappeared as well. It was not a long-term existence. 1. The lotus trembled and more petals bloomed. Moreover, the 8th one contained much more power than the previous 7. Xiaohao grabbed a pagoda, and this one was also constructed from symbols. He activated it with full force, piercing through multiple layers of petals to arrive where the Rain Clan's people were. He wanted to get rid of them first to weaken this precious technique. Hong! At that moment, something bizarre took place. The 8th layer of the rain curtain, or rather, the 8th lotus, seemed to become alive. The size expanded abruptly and tried to block Xiaohao. Moreover, mist was diffusing from the core of the flower again. It looked like wisps of smoke formed from streams of stars and possessed an extraordinary offensive power. That's the essence of the rain force, murmured someone. The onlookers were now all watching nervously. Break! Xiaohao yelled and gathered all the cauldrons and spears around him before charging with them all at once. Although each piece was only capable of making a single attack, the assembled force was still formidable. Hong! A terrifying sphere of light exploded, not only blasting the 8th flower into pieces, but smashing Xiaohao away as well. Blood trickled down from his mouth. Xiaohao himself was also injured from this attack. However, his physique was special. His flesh possessed unparalleled strength, allowing him to recover after a brief adjustment of his breath. He charged at the Rain Clansman again, leaving only an afterimage behind him. Pu with a sweep of the broken sword. More than a dozen men at the scene were cut in half from their waists down. However, to his surprise, despite the damage he inflicted on the crowd, a 9th lotus still managed to emerge. How did that happen when no one was operating it? He immediately backed off. Does the spirit of the rain deity still exist? Legend has it that the precious technique of the Rain Clan could summon 8 lotuses. The 9th one is an image presented by the rain deity when he senses the calling of his descendants. Someone whispered in the distance. This was obviously a king-level expert who was keeping a close eye on the battle. The crowd nearby also cried out with amazement, for they had also heard the rumors about this last forbidden form. The 9th lotus would not show itself under normal circumstances and would only activate under specific conditions. Only a handful of people knew that it was a representation of the rain deity that could send a streak of the deity's power from endless time and space away to bring calamity onto this world. Xiaohao activated his precious techniques in a frenzied manner and continued to draw in spiritual essence ceaselessly. The fading cloud beneath him made its appearance again. He faced the attacks of the flower head-on and refined the divine might. Moreover, metallic sounds rang out around him as all sorts of weapons reappeared. Meanwhile, the images of various deities became more vivid as they resonated and arranged themselves around him. Those images had emerged from the golden spirals. They covered the skies, making everyone gasp in surprise. It was no different from the reappearance of a demonic god who had materialized in this world. This was a demonstration of the Kuan Peng precious technique's power. Only now, the crowd had mistaken it for an abnormal phenomenon. Hong! Unfortunately, The 9th flower failed to reach its full bloom, withering after it was only half open. However, the power it exerted was still awe-inspiring enough to everyone. Xianxia felt the hair on his back stand up. He was immediately blasted away by the impact. This time, he was unable to refine all the spiritual essence. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood and was shaking violently. Although the flower was half-withered and had turned into streaks of misty rain, the fog that was spurted out from its core was more terrifying than ever. Was the thin smoke really made from a rivers of stars? Stars swirled about, with suns and moons flickering about. The scene looked extremely bizarre. To Xianxia's astonishment, a half-transparent figure appeared and sat there in a cross-legged position. The mist and the stars surrounded it. At this moment, not only was Xianxia shocked, even the crowd was dumbstruck. The precious technique was a cohesion of the force of water and a combination of rain symbols, so where did this unusual figure come from? Heaven pitied us. The rain deity is not dead, he is still alive, shouted the rain clansman. Ha, he really is still alive. Our ancestor, the rain deity, is still there. There might be endless time and space separating us, but he is still in this world. The rain clansmen went crazy. They were crying and shouting at the same time, making others feel rather scared. All of the clans that had gathered were feeling this way. The rain deity was still alive. Such a claim not only made Xianxia uneasy, but other cultivators watching the fight began to shudder inwardly as well. Could it be true? At the moment, though, that was not the most pressing problem for Xianxia. Gathering all of his effort, he charged with all the weapons around him. They were all transformed from symbols. The bells, pagodas, swords, cauldrons, and other weapons resonated before falling down at once, pressing against that figure in an attempt to scatter that haze. Hong! Most of the mist was blown away, revealing the majestic figure that was sitting with his legs crossed and his eyes closed behind it. The person had such a solemn and sacred feeling that those who saw him felt an urge to kneel down and bow towards him. Up in the sky, some noble kings whispered, Can it be that the rain deity really is still alive and is confined in some place endless time and space away? He can't be in this region, or he wouldn't have projected his image here. The weapons constructed by symbols had been destroyed, but the auspicious cloud still remained under Xianxia's feet. The broken sword remained in his hand as he stood there, confronting that figure. In particular, in his surroundings, there were still the images of deities. They were all sacred and brilliant while they seemed to chant incantations. A terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. Even though Xianxia could clearly feel the pressure, he still smiled. Was that the rain deity? But beside his own body, there were still many images of divine beings. The crowd also watched them with their mouths opened. This kind of scene was truly unique, and they were both powerful enough to oppose each other with equal harshness. Wang! The cross-legged figure seemed to be ready to make a move. He tried to open his eyes several times but failed to do so. Even so, with a movement of his body, a frightening power was exerted, shaking the entire place. Xianxia was among the first to take a hit. Despite trying all he could to defend himself, he was still wounded and spat out mouthfuls of blood. So what if you are a deity? Xianxia refused to give in and continued to charge forward, for he noticed that the figure was slowly lifting his hands. This was a terrifying sign. An incredibly powerful aura forced Xianxia to illuminate his body and unify with the imperishable golden body. Blinding multicolored lights were released from Xianxia. He was going to exhaust everything he had in this fight. That was not the real deity, but only a shadow projected by someone from an endless time and space away. He would defeat it. Where is the rain deity trapped now? If he is still alive, is he being tormented? After so many years of silence, he has once again demonstrated his spiritual energy. His mightiness is truly unfathomable. Someone whispered within the royal palace. After combining with the imperishable golden body, the fighting capability of Xianxia improved abruptly and reached the level of noble kings. Black light shone resplendently all over his body. Even the images of deities became more solid around him. At the same time, he secretly activated the Kuan Peng technique in preparation of releasing a great blow. One had to admire the devilish brat's utter fearlessness. His daredevil manner remained the same even when facing the rain deity, and he was bold enough to try to defeat the deity. He was surging with fighting spirit. Hong! Countless golden raindrops fluttered in the air as Xianxia activated the Kunpeng's precious technique. His first movement was to lure his enemy in instead of an offensive move. An endless curtain of golden rain descended on this place. However, the real power of Kunpeng had already taken effect on the broken sword, which turned into a black beam before chopping down rapidly. He did all of these in secret, for he did not want others to realize that he had obtained a divine ability from the archaic Vicious 10. He believed that unless the dual-pupiled person was here, other people would never see through his plans. It was a strike that could shake the heaven and earth. Accompanied by the spells of numerous deities, Xianxia strengthened his body to become even more terrifying. His fighting ability had reached an unprecedented level. Peng! The lifted hand of the indistinct figure collided with the black light, and the two devoured each other without a sound. A violent explosion was then set off, creating an ear-splitting sound. The scale of the explosion was enormous. Xianxia did everything he could to release all the spiritual essence and divine energy he absorbed earlier in this one strike. He was blown away by the blast, and blood was continuously coughed out from his mouth. The Rain clansmen were about to cheer for the victory when they noticed that the arm of the sitting figure cracked up and exploded. "What? Rain deity!" cried out the crowd in astonishment. The group of people fell into chaos. How could this happen? The rain deity had lost an arm in the attack. How could it be? This had to be an illusion. Don't panic. The rain deity was not harmed. It is only a projection of him, which means that he is too far away from the wastelands to control the image he projected to this world. Hence, the power of it has been significantly weakened. A sect elder showed up and explained in a loud voice, which calmed the crowd down. Many people were watching the battle from the distance, while others were whispering. All of them were noble kings. It seems that the past rumors and news were not accurate at all. The rain deity was said to be dead, but from what we are seeing now, he is obviously somewhere extremely far away and very much alive. Nevertheless, he should be in a very bad state right now, or his projection wouldn't have been so weak. Xianxia steadied himself and climbed back to his feet. Wiping the blood off of his mouth, he took out some spiritual medicines and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed them like eating carrots. His body illuminated, and streaks of symbols flowed around him. The golden cloud under his feet had disappeared, and the shadows of various deities had faded away. As for the bells, pagodas, swords, and cauldrons, they had long been scattered. Xianxia remained fearless, however. He pointed into the distance in front of him. The imperishable golden body was glistening coldly, and the broken sword in his hand seemed to be recovering on its own as light undulated around it. Xianxia pointed the sword directly at the projection of the rain deity. Chi! This was the final strike. Xianxia approached the figure with one charge and used all of his strength to chop at his front. The shadow of the rain deity was actually shaking and becoming unsteady. His eyelids were quivering, as if they were about to open. An exceptionally awe-inspiring aura was spreading out from him. The broken sword shook and rang out with wong-wing sounds. It almost seemed like it was thirsting for the blood of a divine creature. Magnificent patterns appeared on the black sword bit by bit, and a deep profoundness was contained within them. Xianxia spared no effort in this final strike. Meanwhile, the rain deity's projection did not open his eyes this entire time. He only raised a hand and slapped towards Xianxia. It was simply impossible to dodge because this was the void projection of a deity. The palm covered everything as it collapsed heaven and earth. Xianxia was going to be grabbed. Finally, the broken sword lit up. It was like a black sun as it hacked against that large hand. Moreover, it separated from Xianxia on its own, and just like a black dragon, its cry shook the 9 heavens as it engaged the large hand. Bo! A soft sound rang out. The half-withered lotus flower was completely destroyed with nothing remaining. Meanwhile, the projection of the rain deity sitting within the air finally began to crack apart as well. It was difficult for it to remain stable. In particular, the large hand that was struck by the black dragon slowly dispersed like a rain of light. In the end, it broke apart. This was originally supposed to be a large-scale final collision between these two powers, but in the end, the rain deity's projection became unstable. It disintegrated on its own and did not erupt with divine might like everyone was expecting. Strand after strand of symbol light dispersed outwards, and the rain of light became dim. There was nothing left in the end. It had completely disappeared from this place. Hao's body stumbled about. He drank a large gulp of little devil wine because the fine liquid was equivalent to holy medicine and was the best type of healing tonic. His body rang out with pipa sounds and all of his bones began to make sounds. They released a sparkling luster and his flesh began to move about. He quickly recovered. The streets were in absolute silence. Everyone was in shock as they looked in that direction. The Rain clansmen were the first one to become stupid. They were stunned, and none of them could believe what had happened. Soon after, they became furious. Rain deity, how could it end like this? They cried out loudly. They could not accept their current reality. Rain deity, where are you? Why can't you return? Everyone from the Rain clan could not understand why there was no news at all of the Rain deity after all these years. A figure appeared here temporarily, but it then disappeared quickly. They didn't even have a chance to communicate with him. In the next moment, the Rain clansmen all shouted loudly. Kill him. They couldn't give Hao the chance to heal his injuries, so they were going to take advantage of the situation to attack him together. This was what everyone was thinking as they rushed up together. Precious light danced about, and the sound of weapons echoed through the air. The broken sword covered the sky, and with a slash, roughly 10 individuals nearby were swept by the black sword radiance. They were all sliced in half at the waist. Their top halves continued to rush forward, but their bottom halves had already collapsed. Blood splashed everywhere. Hao did not move from his location. His gaze was deep and cold as it swept through them. With a gudong sound, he once again downed another gulp of the little devil wine. His body erupted with precious splendor to quickly heal. Only now did the people on the streets erupt into commotion. The Rain deity's projection disappeared without even releasing a final strike of lightning. It made everyone shocked and feel a bit regretful. It was just a single young man, yet he was so valiant. He dared to rush forward in such a heaven-defying manner to fight against that unfathomable void projection. The divine projection couldn't kill him, and it was actually that teenager that had the last laugh. Everyone's hearts were greatly shaken. This entire place began to clamor loudly, and the entire street was full of people. At that very moment, the experts that rushed out from the capital's great powers to watch all witnessed this result. He is the devilish brat from the Void God realm? Finally, someone shouted out this sentence, announcing his identity. A large amount of doubt was immediately dispersed as they all knew who he was. Correct, it's precisely him. That broken sword originated from the heaven-mending pavilion. In the past, he used it to unleash a great slaughter in the Void God realm. Now everything came to light. No wonder the Rain clan despised him so much and relentlessly attacked him after finding out who he was. Heavens, it's actually that vicious child. After several years had passed, he also grew up. This place was in chaos. Who didn't know about that 10 heavenly passage fellow from the Void God realm? He had caused a great sensation that year. This was because he created an enormous wave that engulfed the entire Void God realm. It was something that no one could forget. When the news spread, the entire capital was shaken. Many people wanted to meet this fellow, but they all had their own reasons for doing so. In the past, it was extremely difficult to find him in the real world. Right now, his real body had actually arrived within Stone Country capital. The great families couldn't help but feel shocked. You have to understand that many people searched for him back then, but none of them succeeded. Was he trying to arouse a gargantuan wave? The devilish child from back then would definitely not show himself to die. He had to have some kind of backing, or else how would he have dared to fight? The Rain clansmen's eyes became red. Even though they were afraid of Hao's might, their murderous thoughts did not diminish. The Rain deity was who they entrusted their faith in, as well as their unrivaled imprint for their foundation. How could he be blasphemed? Even though it had something to do with the Rain deity himself, creating a weak projection as a result and ultimately scattering, they still felt it unbearable. It was just a teenager, yet he unleashed the most powerful attack with the sword at the crucial moment. Do not disrespect the deity. Within the depths of the Rain clan, a loud sound rang out from an ancient palace hall. Those previously in isolation were startled. They were woken up from their states of cultivation, and as a result they came out. Xianxia remained indifferent and cold as his eyes gazed forward. He acknowledged that the Rain clan was truly rather powerful. Just now, the forbidden technique was activated by the group of people, and even the Rain deity's void projection was summoned. It was not only outrageous but incredibly terrifying and astonishing as well. A slight mishap might have resulted in his death. Cannot disrespect? Only you guys can disrespect others, Xianxia said in a cold tone. He put away the broken sword and raised his pitch-black palm. He slapped over fiercely, and with a hong sound, the palace crumbled, the halls shattered, and the elegant garden cracked apart. The large courtyard was in complete ruins. Light surged and symbols flickered in that area. However, it still couldn't prevent this result. The Great Formation couldn't protect these palaces and ancient constructs from being destroyed. It was as if the same things were happening again. Wasn't the great demonic god also like this when he came? Yet today a teenager was doing the same things. He demolished the Rain clan's ancient palaces and broke the courtyards apart layer by layer. There wasn't anything that made them more angry than this. This was like tearing open an old wound and making a new one. They all felt great pain. At this time, a group of old people walked out from the depths of the structures. There were sect elders and old ancestors. This was the Rain clan's most powerful group of individuals. They had finally shown themselves. Meanwhile, at this time, Xianxia restrained the light around his body and revealed his real appearance. However, he didn't release that black imperishable golden body. He looked at them with a calm expression. No wonder. It really is him. Not only the Rain clan, but even those on the street and in the air could see Xianxia's real appearance. It really was that savage child from back then. Everything was now truly confirmed. The Rain clan's people weren't the only ones who felt as if they couldn't calm down. Even the other people's moods were complex. This was a 10 heavenly passages expert. He showed himself just like this and stood alone here. They were the people from the 4 great families, ancient Tuoba family's cultivators, and other powers that had been slaughtered by Xianxia in the Void God realm. Their heads all began to surge with anger. However, no one acted blindly without thinking. Just now, Xianxia's performance was truly terrifying. That was the strength of a noble king. Many people stared at that black armor. They all felt that it had something to do with his strength. Without using the precious technique to devour the spiritual essence of the Rain Dao's 9 heavens, Xianxia lost the incredible fighting aura from before. Now he seemed extremely calm and regained some of his natural aura. In reality, the Rain clan's sect elders had already seen a bit through the doorway. When the lotus flower blossomed, it seemed to complete this young individual. The precious technique was completely restrained. Youngster, you truly angered us intolerably. In the Void God realm, you killed our clansmen, and now you came to my manor to cause chaos. Do you think there is no one in my clan? An elder shouted. Too unbridled. Block him. The Rain clan's experts obeyed the order. Many of them personally experienced the Void God realm event, having their heads sliced off by that youngster. They had to spend a long time recovering in the real world. It was not something easily forgotten. That type of suffering and death was not much different from the real world. It really isn't me that is angering you guys intolerably, but rather because you all are too forgetful. Are you starting to forget about what you did in the past? I did not only come here to rebel. You all have done too many evil things. It seems like you all will only remember the things that others do to you and never think about the wrongs committed by yourselves. Xianxia replied. Who are you really? Right at that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Light began to flicker within his eyes as he stared at Xianxia. He wanted to find some clues from his expression. This was because there were a few people that were suspicious. This child could possibly be the disaster that should have died back then, or Xianxia's child. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed loudly as he faced those individuals. He didn't claim to be that person, but he didn't say he wasn't either. His ridiculing laughter was particularly ear-piercing towards the Rain clan's people. However, those that were familiar with what happened back then all trembled. Fetch the transparent bone mirror, an elder said in a low voice while staring at Xianxia. His mind was unsettled, and his expression became more and more serious. He had a really bad feeling. What do you all think? Another important individual spoke up and asked the people there. He began to feel as if the tips of his brows was more and more like Xianxia's, and he also possessed a bit of the great demonic god's characteristics. This made the group of important figures' faces turn ugly. Their hearts began to pound unceasingly. That child. Could it be that he really survived? At first, they were merely making guesses and only made a connection on a whim. They never thought that it could really be the case. However, after encountering each other so many times, it made their doubts become stronger and stronger. The transparent bone mirror is here, someone said in a low voice. An ash-colored stone box appeared, as if it had been buried under dust this entire time. It was dull and without luster, giving off an ancient feeling. What are the Rain clansmen doing? It seems like they brought out an incredible ancient treasure. Outside the manor, there were people who muttered as they looked towards the ruins. The stone box was opened. The interior was cushioned by a piece of beast skin. A middle-aged individual quickly opened it to take out a bone mirror. It was polished from a primordial symbol bone, sparkling and full of luster. With a chi sound, the bone mirror seemed to have resuscitated. Multicolored lights curled up about it, and symbols shot out one after another. A wave of mysterious energy began to flood outwards. Could that be the legendary transparent bone mirror? It could bring out the soul of a deity when projected on flesh and bone. From the distance, there was a noble king who cried out, "The Rain clan is indeed formidable and worthy of being a family that has produced a deity before. They even have ancient sacred objects. Truly unordinary." Someone sighed in admiration. The multicolored light arranged into unique symbols. The entire surface of the mirror seemed like an eye as it shot out a strange beam of light. This shocked the individuals at the noble king level because they recognized the object. The transparent bone mirror could be used to trace back the source of a bloodline, similar in use to the demonic reflection mirror. It could even see the history of a person. A strand of strange light was released and aimed at Xianxia's location. He had heard of the transparent bone mirror before. This kind of object did not possess any battle strength, and could only see through some truths. It was far from being as powerful as the demonic reflection mirror. As a result, he was not scared at all. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of his lips as he confidently swept his eyes over the Rain clan's people. "What? It's him. It really is him." The middle-aged individual controlling the transparent bone mirror cried out loudly. His hands were trembling, and he almost lost his grip on the precious mirror. His face was full of shock as well as a bit of fear. Xianxia. For most people, this name was definitely unfamiliar. They had never heard of it before. However, when the important figures within the Rain clan heard this, it was definitely not strange, and it was a name they were extremely familiar with. That year, Xianxia's mother pleaded with the clan, and as a result, an old senior was sent out from within. He assisted her in extracting the supreme being bone from young Xianxia's body. These things were all kept secret, but it still led to a string of disputes from Xianxia to the great demonic god and all the way to today. It truly gave them headache after headache. None of this was a big deal because as long as some time passed, the situation would no longer be the same. After all, Xianxia was going to grow up, and by then, he would be unrivaled under the heavens. When that time came, even if they were exposed, so what could Xianxia do? They wouldn't even be scared of the great demonic god. It wouldn't even matter if other people opposed them, because they would just be silenced through death. The only thing they were scared of was the child from back then. It was because they discovered some rumors from ancient texts and learned a shocking truth. If that child did not die and survived, he would become even more powerful and surpass everyone. At this moment, one of the Rain clan's important individuals used the transparent bone mirror to reveal Xianxia's soul. He definitely possessed the same bloodline as the great demonic god and Xianxia. Moreover, a terrifying aura was released from his chest. This was an omen of the supreme being bone's rebirth, giving them enough proof. It was because they had also seen Xianxia's bone before, and it was precisely this type of aura. It released a pressure that was absolute and incomparable. It's him, the child from back then. He actually didn't die. The middle-aged individual quickly spoke to the elders around him, and every one of their expressions changed. Several elders in particular felt their expressions become cold, and their gaze became incredibly gloomy. This was definitely news of the worst sort. How could it have ended up like this? It was worth noting that once one lost their supreme being bone, their blood essence would also decline. Based on their speculations, that child was doomed to die in 2 years and cease to exist in this world. We've truly made a mistake back then. We shouldn't have let him live, and it would have been better if we got rid of him regardless of the damage to our reputation. After digging out the supreme being bone, we should have directly executed him. An elder spoke in a low voice. His gaze was malicious, and it seemed like he felt greatly remorseful. How could that child still be alive after losing the supreme being bone? In the end, a huge disaster occurred. I knew it. Who else can open 10 heavenly passages? Other than this kind of rebirth from the ashes to once again undergo rebirth into a heavenly supreme being, who else could do such a thing? These important characters from the Rain clan were shocked. They regretted not taking action earlier, and truly wanted to go back in time to directly cut down this child after stealing the supreme being bone. Everything is clear. He is trying to imitate the great demonic god by coming here. He is purposely trying to humiliate my Rain clan, one person spoke hatefully. There are always people who never search within themselves for the reason and instead look outside as if everyone under the heavens were created to serve them. Hurry up and kill him. We can't let this disaster continue. If that youngster is allowed to grow up, then it will definitely bring about an absolute calamity. Yes, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, Ear might not necessarily be able to suppress him in the future. This is a reborn heavenly supreme being, and his potential is endless. Without much hesitation, the Rain clansmen came to a decision. They were going to kill him as soon as possible. However, when they thought about killing him, they all felt a huge headache. When the other side wore those black golden battle clothes, his strength immediately reached the noble king level, making him difficult to deal with. Use all of our clan's ancestral formations. Hurry up and arrange them. At the crucial point, the clan-suppressing divine relic must move as well. The corners of Xianxia's lips revealed a cold grin. He silently adjusted his breathing to help his body reach its optimum state. All of the consequences of fighting the battle against the Rain deity's projection completely disappeared. Several Rain clan sect elders suddenly took action and the ruins in front of them exploded. The gate and houses were completely razed to the ground and a single artifact was revealed. It was a bronze board with characters inscribed on top, which was originally hung on top of the gate. That's a formation diagram. Everyone was astonished because they noticed that the sect elders were reciting incantations. It rushed into the skies and released a hazy earthen light from midair. At the same time, from within the collapsed walls and courtyards, several bone lamps came out. They flickered with brilliant radiance. These lamps emerged from underground. They were artifacts buried under the ruins, and at this time they formed a great formation to trap Xianxia. The Rain clan had made many preparations. It seemed like they had already foreseen this kind of situation. The courtyard that seemed to have been destroyed still possessed other hidden murderous factors. There was a total of 4 bone lamps and 36 spears. The bronze-inscribed board trembled, and these artifacts began to attack Xianxia forcefully. The 36 battle spears flew out and sliced in and out like beams of light. They were extremely dazzling, and they turned into shocking rainbows that streaked across the sky gorgeously. Meanwhile, the 4 bone lamps shone with wisps of light. Green flames were scattered down from them to burn Xianxia. They had sealed up this entire place, and they were going to eradicate him at the center. This was one of the Rain clan's ancient formations. Under normal situations, it wouldn't be used, but today its power was borrowed to restrict Xianxia. The others quickly rushed up and prepared to add support. Xianxia brought out the broken sword and fiercely stabbed it into the ground. He was going to use this precious artifact to destroy the formation patterns hidden beneath the ground. At the same time, he lifted his hand, causing light to erupt. A bowl appeared. It seemed like it could refine the high heavens as it stopped many attacks. Following that, he brought out a stone box, and from within flew out the 8 vicious swords. They hacked in all directions and collided with the battle spears. causing Kangxiang sounds to ring out. Soon after, with a shake of his hand, the stone box was activated. It floated in the sky and caused the 8 vicious sword formation to arrange. The killing formation was used to break the opposing great formation, and both sides opposed each other with equal harshness. 8 vicious swords with the formation diagram. The faces of the Rain clan's important characters were extremely ugly to look at. This was one of their clan's rare treasures and was originally used to guard the gate, but in the end, it was stolen while still in perfect condition. It was now used against them, making them choke from resentment. Chong's sparks flew everywhere. One vicious sword hacked apart 2 battle lances as a string of sparks flew outwards. It was extremely sharp. The Rain clan's people released a sigh. These 8 vicious swords were truly great objects. They were invaluable. Being formed from the primordial symbol bones of archaic descendants, they were near indestructible. Kacha finally. One of the bone lamps suffered a strike and was hacked into by a vicious sword. A corner was lost, and the flame inside flickered, almost going out. The formation was broken. Sure Hao leapt up, and the heaven-transforming bowl in his hands shone, swallowing the spiritual essence from all directions. The battle spears and one of the bone lamps were collected inside. They were directly refined into a pile of powder. The base of the bowl shone, and a type of divine material was forged. This bowl could be used to refine many magical artifacts. The Rain clan really is unlucky. Before, there was the great demonic god, and now there's such a heaven-defying savage child. They will definitely lose a lot of face after today's incident. Who exactly is that youngster? Did you guys hear what was said just now? It seems like the Rain clan understood something through the unique ability of the bone mirror to see through the souls and bloodlines of an individual. What kind of background does he have? There were people discussing in low voices from the streets and in the air. The devilish child's life was a complete mystery, and not many people knew about his past. They didn't know where he came from, but the Rain clan seemed to have found out about his roots. However, regardless of whether it was the devilish brat or the Rain clan, none of them revealed anything. Everyone found it rather strange, almost as if a huge uproar would be created if the devilish child's name was announced. Let's just wait and see. I feel like his identity will be revealed publicly soon. His great display of power here must be for a certain purpose. His identity will be exposed soon. Someone speculated. Within the clan, a middle-aged male ran over from the garden in the back with a horrible expression. The guardian spirit. It left. It's no longer in the manor. What is going on? Where did it go and when did it depart? One of the Rain clan's sect elders shouted as he grabbed this individual's collar. After experiencing the great demonic god's rampage, the Rain clan had a deep feeling that their footing in the capital was no longer stable. They went to the ancestral land to invite over a guardian spirit, asking it to oversee this area. Even though this was only a descendant of the ancient supreme guardian spirit, it was still powerful and could guard a region. It left to visit a friend and should have left for several days already. It only left behind a brief note. The middle-aged individual replied. The Rain clan's people's faces all fell ashen. How could such a careless slip-up happen? They haven't even noticed this before because the guardian spirit did not like to be disturbed by others. Normally, no one could enter the garden. There's no other choice. He is currently a noble king with great strength. Even if we wanted to lead him into an ancestral formation to suppress him, he probably won't fall for it. If we want to kill him, then using the Rain deity's decree is probably our only choice, said one of the elders. They felt extremely regretful. The guardian spirit wasn't here right now. If he was, then they probably wouldn't have to make use of the divine decree. That was a true deity's magical artifact, and would not be used indiscriminately under normal situations. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will bring about an enormous disaster in only a few years. He dares to create such chaos in my clan's land now. So when he become a true noble king in the future, would we even be able to deal with him then? Someone said in a cold voice. Kill Sure Hao. This was what was in every one of their minds. They couldn't allow themselves to delay it any longer, because it would definitely become a disaster in the future. Sure Hao felt that there was something suspicious. The Rain clan's strange movements startled him. He had been on guard this entire time. He muttered to himself, that big spider really is rather calm. Why hasn't he taken action yet? It's not worth it to waste a use of the little pagoda here. He began to take steps backwards, preparing himself just in case. He had already caused enough of a disturbance today and already completely humiliated the Rain clan and made them lose all face. This had also allowed him to vent quite a bit, and everything else could be left to the future. There is something I need here, the spiritual imprint left behind by a deity. The small pagoda suddenly spoke. When Sure Hao heard this, he became stupefied. He immediately knew what it was talking about. Wasn't it the divine decree? He stated clearly that he wouldn't waste one of the opportunities of the small pagoda to defeat the rain deity's imprint. This time won't count. Through my strength and your hands, collect the decree fragment, the small pagoda said. He clearly possessed great strength, but it still spoke in a mysterious manner, stating how the world was one of balance. It continued to say that to obtain something, something must be lost. Sure Hao was always skeptical whether this small pagoda was transferring some of its karma onto his body, because it had always exchanged for what it needed through him. However, there wasn't much he could do about that right now. He truly needed its overwhelming power. In fact, your imperishable golden body could also recover a bit through this divine decree, the small pagoda said. Sure Hao gasped. This golden body was indeed formidable. Once it reached a complete and undamaged state, just how powerful would it be? Evil brat, do you think you've grown up and could harass my Rain clan? Today, I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget. It might even be your final lesson, because you will not live to see tomorrow. A middle-aged individual from the Rain clan shouted. He hated that teenager bitterly because his son never returned. He was killed by Sure Hao in the 100 Shattered Mountains. Hong. In the depths of the Rain clan, a holy radiance was released. There was an ancient temple over there, and within the palace hall was a small altar. Once it opened, the decree of a divine being appeared. A golden rain of light that was both beautiful and dazzling covered the sky. A wave of majestic energy was released from within, intimidating everyone. Not to mention the long streets, even the rest of the capital was completely shaken. Fear emerged within everyone's minds as they watched this battle. Their knees became weak as they felt an urge to kneel down. However, Sure Hao did not seem to be scared at all. He actually felt rather relaxed because the small pagoda was going to take action. Within the depths of the Rain clan, it was as if a river of stars were surging outwards and a volcano was erupting. A rain of light filled the skies, and the aura that was released became more and more shocking. Youngster, you came to the wrong place. The Rain clan is not a place that just anyone can disgrace. You can now go die. An elder coldly and emotionlessly said. Suddenly in front of that temple, the rain of light suddenly grew much dimmer. It was almost as if a divine flame had gone out. In the next moment, Sure Hao felt as if there was wind blowing through his ear. There was something entering the small pagoda as if it was feeding on something. Meanwhile, he noticed that there was also a golden parchment that stuck to its body, merging with the imperishable golden body. At first, the radiance from the parchment was dazzling, but it soon began to fade. The devilish child's mind was immediately thrown into disorder. He felt as if these two fellows both benefited, yet he was the only one that didn't. He took that piece of dim parchment and placed it into his mouth. Gotcha! He began to bite down fiercely. In the distance, a group of important individuals rubbed their eyes forcefully. They felt as if their eyes were cracking apart as they all shouted in alarm. You dare! What were they seeing? That fellow looked like he was gnawing on a carrot, and what he was really eating was a piece of the divine decree. Something similar was actually happening in the real world. It's so hard and tastes gross. Sure Hao frowned as he chewed on the divine decree with kachi. However, he was able to chew through it after using a lot of strength. It was impossible to swallow it whole. He grinded his teeth forcefully and chewed with all of his strength. There was an unsatisfied look on his face, because he felt that the taste really wasn't all that great. Everyone from the Rain clan was driven mad. This wasn't the first time such a thing happened. Back then, the devilish child was just like this in the Void God realm. He chewed on the divine decree just like a bear and ate a piece of it. It was also because of the disaster last time that the decree became so badly damaged. As a result, During the last confrontation against Grandpa 15, it couldn't display its full power. The divine might that it displayed then was limited, leading to the humiliation of the Rain clan. Ultimately, the reason that such a disaster happened was completely because the savage child ate a corner of the decree. It damaged the divine decree, causing its power to be greatly weakened. Now that they saw this repeated tragedy, how could the Rain clansmen not go crazy? Every single one of them erupted with fury, especially the elders. They were beyond angry. Was there still reasoning left in this world? Why did he grab another piece and nibble on it like a rabbit on cabbage? He was chewing it with vigor. A group of people moved simultaneously and released a storm of attacks. Precious artifacts covered the sky and blossomed with power. It was an extremely beautiful sight. While still chewing on the divine decree, Xianxia activated the bowl. The bowl released auspicious multicolored light, and as the radiance swirled about, more than 10 precious artifacts were drawn in and refined. Their essence was sucked out and used to repair itself. This thing really is quite good. What kind of material is the base of the bowl made out of? Xianxia was rather shocked. After purchasing it, only after he used the broken sword to break apart the seal at the base of the bowl did he notice how powerful it was. At the same time, there were several people who were pulled into the air and sucked into the small bowl. Multicolored light swirled about the opening of the bowl, and soon those individuals were turned into a bloody paste before being poured out. "Return our divine decree," many people shouted loudly. On the streets outside the Rain clan manor, a group of people stared with dumbstruck faces. Everyone who watched the battle felt as if what they were looking at wasn't real. That was the imprint of a deity, and contained within it was the divine might of the rain deity. In the end, it was eaten. Everyone felt that this clan was too unlucky. If it was just once, then that was that, but it happened a second time today. It was as if the divine decree was used to feed the devilish child. Xianxia chewed with all his strength and finally found that he chewed enough. He swallowed and said, "It's not that bad. The flavor is a bit stronger than last time." "You, go die," someone shouted. A formation was activated, but it was still useless. Xianxia backed up and did not walk into their trap. How could it be like this? What happened? Why did the divine decree mysteriously fall into his hands? "Get to the bottom of this," an elder shouted loudly. They had just opened the temple and released the altar. They didn't even truly use the divine decree to kill their opponent yet. Chi golden light flickered, and from the depths of the Rain clan's restricted area, a large portion of the golden rain of light disappeared. It then flew out from the rear court towards Xiao's location. Of course, the small pagoda was swallowing another large piece, but it was so fast that no one could see it clearly. There were still two pieces, and they were stripped of the blazing, murderous golden light. One piece entered the imperishable golden body, and the other appeared in Xiao's hands. This seems more appropriate. Everyone should have a portion. This made the devilish child's heart calm down. Otherwise, he would have a feeling that he was left out. He seemed like he was gnawing on a carrot as he stuffed it into his mouth. Ka sounded, and it was an extremely crisp sound. There were even sounds of grinding because the object was too tough and durable. The Rain clan was going crazy. This really was like seeing hell while still alive. Another two pieces were seized by that brat. One of them entered the black battle clothes Xiao was wearing and turned into strands of light before disappearing. There was still a piece that became his food. Even the clan's oldest and unflustered people were now hopping in anger. They were going mad. "Quick, stop him. Hurry up and get our decree back." They were flustered and exasperated. Beards were blown about and their eyes were glaring at Xiao. They truly wanted to skin that youngster alive because they were being angered to death. How could something like this happen? In the distance, all of the warriors watching the battle were stupefied. They felt speechless because they didn't know what to say about this situation. It was originally a life and death battlefield that was incomparably ferocious. In particular, objects like the rain deity decree indicated that there would inevitably be a bloody outcome. But now, why did it seem to have become a bit gleeful? Everyone felt as if the situation was quite the opposite of desperate, and the previous depressed mood was completely swept away. The Rain clan was too generous. Were they giving out the divine decree as food? "Hey, Rain clan brothers, give me a piece as well. I want to see what it tastes like." Someone jeered, making many people roar with laughter. "Little brother, does the decree taste good?" There was even someone who asked Sure how to ridicule the Rain King manner. "Not that great. It's like leather, hard and doesn't taste that good." Sure how gave out his evaluation. Haha. The streets were full of laughter. When the Rain Clan's people heard what was said, all of their faces ashened. This was the definition of being unrestrained and unbridled. This youngster made them feel more miserable than even when they faced the great demonic god. With this kind of taunting and ridiculing, how was the Rain Clan supposed to stand in the capital in the future? For their ancient family, this was the worst event they had ever faced. Their reputation and fame were extremely important to them, yet in the end, they were completely trampled on by him. Report to Ancestor. Several pieces of the divine decree parchment flew out for some reason. They were not activated by us. Someone spoke in a low voice to report the current situation. "Activate the fucking decree," an elder roared. He couldn't take this humiliation anymore and hollered at those individuals. He wanted them to use the divine decree to kill the devilish child. Even though there were doubts in everyone's hearts and they had a bad feeling, they still did not hesitate. How could they not follow the orders of an ancestor? The Rain King had half of his body shot through by the great demonic god last time and was crippled. As a result, he had long left the capital to recover in the ancestral land. Currently, there were several old ancestors that were in charge of the matters here, and their orders were absolute. The splendid divine decree sword. Those were all pieces, not an entire sheet. However, they were pieced together into a whole, and at this moment they released a blazing radiance like that of a sun. The golden multicolored light flourished and flew out in streaks. The peaceful and holy light scattered down in all directions, and at the same time, there was an incredibly imposing aura that felt undefiable. They could only acknowledge its power. This was a medium that carried the will of a deity, a divine artifact. After being passed down through countless years, it had long since developed intelligence. It could be seen how many characters were packed on that decree parchment. Every single symbol was a type of Tao, and it was an embodiment of divine chains of order. If it fell onto a person, they would immediately be killed. The reason why Sure How was able to chew on the decree was because the small pagoda had already stripped off the parchment's symbol light, making it so that it couldn't cause any harm. The decree was activated. It merged in the air before descending. It possessed boundless divine might, and multicolored light was roiling in waves. It threw everyone's minds into chaos and made them tremble. The people on the streets all shut their mouths, because they were enduring too much pressure. Those that had weaker wills immediately collapsed onto the ground, and there were even more people who were backing up with their entire bodies shaking. This decree is missing a few corners. Could one of them be the one that I ate? Sure How said to himself quietly. However, many people still heard him. When the Rain Clan heard what he said, their faces became green and pale. Meanwhile, the people in the distance almost burst into laughter. In the end, the Rain Clan's decree seemed to really have suffered under this teenager's hands. Only under this kind of divine might no one could laugh. Only a few people's mouths twitched as they backed up. "Kill!" the Rain Clan's old ancestor shouted. He wanted to see with his own eyes the force that was seizing the decree fragments. However, that great killing artifact didn't descend. Its flourishing radiance dimmed as if it was being stopped by a mysterious energy. Then 3 fragments suddenly disappeared. "It's here again. This thing really is gross. I don't really want to eat it." Sure Hao's voice sounded, and sure enough, another piece appeared in his hands. It was currently stuffed into his mouth. Another piece fused together with the black golden battle clothes and disappeared. As for the third piece, the Rain Clan didn't even see where it went. After continuously chewing on 2 pieces, Sure Hao's body began to light up. There were some indescribable symbols that appeared from within his body, making him feel as if he was an inflating balloon. The radiance was incredibly shocking. This really is good stuff. The divine might is astonishing. I'll save it for now and use it after I enter the engravement realm. Sure Hao said to himself before stuffing the third piece into his heaven and earth pouch. "Give it back to us." The Rain Clan's people roared. "No way." Sure Hao shot them a sidelong glance. "Return my clan's divine decree." Those people's eyes were turning red. "All mine." Sure Hao looked at them with his large and lively eyes. It made those people stomp in anger, but there was nothing they could do about it. With things reaching such a state, the Rain Clan's ancestor's face fell ashen. His mood was beyond terrible. He ordered his people to retrieve the decree and to never bring it out like this again. At the final moment, the decree pieces disappeared one after another for a total of 6 pieces. When the now dimmed golden decree merged together, only half remained. At this moment, there were even thoughts of suicide among the Rain clansmen. Many people had sullen expressions because this was just too shameful and humiliating. It's time to leave, the small pagoda reminded. Why didn't we take all of it? Xianxia was confused. I am already walking on a thin rope. If this continues, then the balance really will be disturbed, said the small pagoda. A wave of cold air rose from within Xianxia's body. He didn't know why, but every time he heard it speak the word balance, he would always feel as if a wave of frozen killing intent had swept through this world. Xianxia turned around and walked away. Where are you going? One of the Rain clansmen stepped on a great formation and pursued into the distance. Xianxia turned around. The broken sword swept out and sword radiance surged. Several people were hacked at the waist, and one of them was actually a sect elder. He was one of the Rain clan's important individuals. In front of the strength of a noble king, not even a sect elder was enough. Even an ancestor wouldn't suffice and would still fall a bit short. Rain clan, it's better if you know your place a bit. You all can still live for a few more years, understand? Xianxia turned around. These were the last words he left behind, and they were an undisguised threat. The little pagoda no longer took action, so he had no way of defeating the divine decree. He couldn't continue his offense, so he left with large steps. As for the true great slaughter, he was saving it for an existence like that archaic demonic spider and not here. He felt that using the small pagoda's chance here was truly a bit wasteful. Everyone was astonished. This really was unbelievable. It was just a single youngster, yet he berated and threatened a great clan. It was just too domineering. When he turned around to leave, there wasn't even anyone who could stop him. Xianxia disappeared from the Rain King Manor with a few flashes. With the Kuan Peng's precious technique, his speed was just too fast. He knew that his identity had been exposed. The Rain clan knew who he was and was definitely going to tell Zeding's bloodline. Rather than it ending up like that, I would rather pay them a visit and tell them myself. Xianxia decided that in the future he would be Xianxia. There was no need to cover anything up anymore. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had to meet someone. This person had left behind a wonderful impression on him. There was a tender spot within Xianxia's heart. He always remembered that lively, adorable, and incredibly kind little servant girl. When he was suffering to the point where he couldn't move his body and even his memory became hazy, many of the martial imperial manor's people abandoned him. No one paid him any attention, and no one wanted to be with him. There was only that ice-cold bed. At that time, only a little girl named Amon would stay next to him with tears flowing from her eyes. She would continuously remind him to never forget that he was a supreme being, a natural-born supreme being. Amon was originally the descendant of a servant, but she was naturally bright, so she was able to enter the rear residence to take care of Xianxia. He was sick, and his life couldn't even be saved. The enthusiastic cousins of his, as well as the clan members that predicted that he would become great one day, all began to drift away after learning about his ill condition. They no longer approached him, and only Amon took care of him. Through the willow deity, Xianxia was able to clearly see his memories from childhood. The affection shown to him were all temporary. Once he lost his supreme being bone and became a terminally ill person, he saw it all. After so many years passed, he wondered how Amon was now. Was she living a good life? He remembered that when his memory was becoming hazy and his mind was on the decline, she wanted him to never forget her name. Amon, I've returned. This time, I've come to see you and bring you out from the martial imperial manor, Xianxia quietly said. His face was a bit emotional as he reminisced, and there was also a sense of intimacy and joy. The capital was full of noise. After the battle in the Rain King Manor, the entire capital city was shaken. Everyone was so shocked that they were completely stupefied. When the news spread, there was an enormous uproar. Not everyone was able to hurry over to witness the battle. There were still many who had just received the news. They were all dumbstruck. This was just too unbelievable. Following the great demonic god, the Rain King Manor was torn apart once again. Large portions of its courtyard was ruined and several pieces of the rain deity's decree was even eaten by someone. This seemed a bit too unreal. At first, many people didn't believe that a child that was a bit older than 10 could stage such a great play. It was simply inconceivable. Everyone was shocked. The Rain clan has suffered too heavy of a blow. Their manor was attacked twice. They had such a great reputation too, what a waste. They were the ones that brought trouble to themselves. First, they personally called out the great demonic god and said that they were cleaning up the martial king's clan in his place. Then, they provoked this ridiculous devilish brat, so in the end, judgment was brought onto them. After all was said and done, everyone was still amazed at the devilish child. Even though they knew that his heavenly talents were shocking, never would they have thought that he himself would visit the Rain King Manor and create such a shocking event. As a result, many powers began their search for him. This was a savage child that opened up 10 heavenly passages. He was known as a supreme youth. This heaven-warping talent that came from the Void God realm was worth roping in for many powers. Now that they knew that he didn't die, they knew that his future accomplishments were limitless. Of course, there were also those with ill intent. They investigated in secret to see if there were any opportunities to get rid of him. These included people from the Tuoba ancient family and the 4 great clans. While the capital was in an uproar, Xianxia arrived in front of a grand and majestic manor. He looked around in a daze. Was this really where he was born? The flight of stairs were made from white marble, and enormous auspicious beasts were crouching on both sides. Vermilion gates stood in front of the imposing manor. The mansion seemed more intimidating than the Rain King Manor. It was more vast, but the only thing it gave him was a feeling of illness and pain. He hadn't even lived here for a year before leaving. That year, many people from the clan fought against Xianxia, and his father fought out a bloody path all by himself while protecting him. Even now, it still gave him a grim feeling. At that time, his grandfather's old brothers and his father's friends were almost all moved out of the mansion. This place was truly cold during that period. Xianxia's emotional state was all over the place. Back then, only Amon made him feel extremely warm. Hey youngster, you've stood there for a long time already. If you aren't here for any reason, then it's better if you leave. Outside the manor gates, there was a guard that spoke. Xianxia was surprised. When he came here, he didn't feel any overbearing arrogance. The other party's words were still somewhat peaceful, different from what he was expecting. I thought that you guys were here to chase me out. He laughed in a self-mocking way. If it was in the past, then you definitely would have been chased away by someone. Last time when Grandpa 15 returned, there was a guard who dared to treat him coldly. As a result, they were completely disposed of. Several of the guards laughed. That's what I'm saying, Xianxia said quietly to himself. Are you really here to visit home? One of them was doubtful as they looked at him. Correct. I am here to enter the martial imperial manor, Xianxia calmly said. You are. They were all astonished. He was just a teenager, so who was he looking for here? Just at this time, the streets were thrown into chaos. Some people quickly rushed over to enter the martial imperial manor. They seemed like they were all disciples of the manor. What is all the ruckus about? A war general walked out of the manor gates and shouted at them. Something big happened. The Rain King Manor was taken apart by someone, and even the divine decree was eaten by that person. We've returned to give this report. Those that returned in a hurry began to speak one after another. Suddenly, one of them stared at Xianxia and said, why are you here? He seemed incomparably shocked. All the great clans were already informed that something major happened at the Rain King Manor. However, as for the fine details, they still needed their clansmen to report back, such as the details of the battle. Heavens! The savage child came to our manor. The group that returned all shouted. The guards were all shocked, and even that war general couldn't help but take a few steps back. They sized up Xianxia and revealed shocked expressions. You are here to pay your respects to the manor? A group of people cried out strangely. This was a murderous monster. Did he come here to take apart the martial imperial manor too? It made every single one of them anxious and frightened. Xianxia seemed rather calm as he faced everyone. He didn't look like he was here to start a fight. The war general nodded and magnanimously invited him into a hall to wait while a report was made to the superiors. This was an incredibly great matter, and everyone was scared that some kind of problem would happen. None of them dared to treat him lightly, because they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. This situation was extremely strange for them. It was clearly just a youngster a bit over 10 years old, yet they felt such a great pressure. Xianxia waited for some time. He seemed to be in deep thought, but then he suddenly disappeared from his location and directly entered the manor. It was because of the Rain King Manor sending news to Xianxia that he was sure how. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to bring Amon away from this place. He disappeared like a wisp of smoke and made his way through the manor based on what he remembered. Surprisingly, he didn't make any wrong turns and directly headed for the area he resided in the past. Where does Amon live? He asked a servant. She lives over there, but before the servant even finished, Xianxia had already disappeared, startling him. This speed was just too shocking. Amon, I am Xianxia. I returned to bring you with me. Xianxia rushed into a courtyard that was extremely peaceful. One of the girls raised her head and looked at him with shock. You aren't Amon? Where is she? Xianxia had a feeling that this was not Sister Amon from back then. Amon was brought away by Grandpa 15. She had long left the martial imperial manor and never returned since. The young girl eloquently spoke these words. Why is your face so pale, as if you are extremely shocked? Xianxia asked her. Even though the other party quickly informed him about the situation, she still looked at him like he was a ghost. Are you really young Master Xianxia? The girl asked in a soft voice. You know who I am? Sister Amon always said over and over that you wouldn't die. She believed that you would return one day and that you would remember her. The girl spoke. A feeling of warmth immediately surged within his heart. Xianxia sat on top of a stone block and looked at this quiet and secluded courtyard. He felt a type of tenderness as well as a bit of sorrow. Amon actually had such faith in him. Everyone in the martial imperial manor all thought that he was terminally ill, and only Amon carefully tended to him. Tears flowed from her eyes as she told him that he had to remember who he was, and that he had to keep living. After so many years had passed, she still hadn't forgotten. She said that he would return, and that he wouldn't forget her. Amon, Xianxia softly called out. He still remembered her large eyes and how pretty she was. Only, after so many years passed, she probably changed quite a bit. When he saw that Amon wasn't here when he first rushed in, he became terrified. He was scared that something unexpected might have happened, but never thought that his grandfather would have brought her away. Why? Xianxia asked. It was clear that this girl was extremely intelligent. She knew what he wanted to know about and quickly told him everything. Grandpa 15 learned about what happened back then in the manor and knew that Amon took care of you before. In addition, Sister Amon was the most intelligent, and her natural talents were extraordinary, so he brought her away. Was Amon really that great? Xianxia smiled. Extremely great. She's a natural genius. The clan purposefully concealed the fact and did not let the outside world know about her. This was kept as an inside secret. In addition, when Grandpa 15 fought intensely against that spider, Sister Amon even gave him advice. At that time, she drew Grandpa 15's attention. The young lady chattered continuously and talked about many things. It was clear that her relationship with Amon was quite good. Amon. When Xianxia thought about the events of his childhood, he felt extremely warm. At that time, Amon really was intelligent and extremely bright. Even though he didn't see her today, he heard extremely good news. Are you really the one that Amon always spoke about, young Master Xianxia? The girl mustered her courage and asked. I am. Xianxia nodded. Heavens! You are a natural-born divine being. The young lady felt as if her brain was overloaded. Did the individual who many people thought was dead really return? Where did my grandfather bring Amon? I don't know. The girl shook her head. Right at this time, the martial imperial manor was in chaos. There was noise everywhere, and the areas outside the mansion were stirred up. Many people were looking around with looks of shock. What happened? That savage teenager entered the martial imperial manor, but later on, he mysteriously vanished. The manor seems to have encountered a great enemy. As a matter of fact, the manor was truly in a state of chaos. The murderous brat came to their doors and suddenly disappeared, making many people incomparably nervous. You have to understand that this brat had just dealt with the Rain clan, but now he was here. Who here wasn't completely terrified? Sure Hao heard the noise and hurried to the main hall with large steps. As soon as he appeared, with a hula sound, he was surrounded by a large group of people. The atmosphere was tense to the limit. From the distance, Shi Ziding walked over with large strides. A group of people followed behind him. From another direction, a group of elders rushed over. It was clear that they did not get along with Shi Ziding as they confronted each other. This is precisely the child from the Void God realm who created countless disturbances. He just made a mess in the Rain King Manor and tore apart many of their palace halls. Someone said in a soft voice. Many people looked over at the same time as if they were facing a great enemy. Rumor has it that he opened 10 heavenly passages and is known as a supreme youth. Moreover, didn't he break Shi Yi's records? Someone asked. Correct. Those that heard these words in the martial imperial manor felt completely different. Shi Ziding and his people had cold light flashing through their eyes, while those old individuals were shocked and regretful. Originally, the martial imperial manor was going to have another supreme youth, only he had passed away. You truly are incredible. After causing chaos in the Rain King Manor, are you going to behave atrociously in my martial imperial manor as well? Someone next to Shi Ziding shouted coldly. Who are you really? Another person shouted. My name is Shi Hao. Shi Hao declared his name frankly. There wasn't a single bit of concealment, and his voice was like thunder as it shook the martial imperial manor. His voice even rang outside the manor. My name is Shi Hao. It was just 4 words, but it was like a bolt of lightning that came crashing down. It made the expression of everyone here change as they took several steps back. Their eyes rapidly contracted as they rigidly stared at him. There were a few people who were at a loss, such as the younger generations that were born later and the servants that had been accepted in recently. They did not know about the situation from back then. Those outside also heard him, and many people became bewildered. They all had a feeling that something major was going to happen in the martial imperial manor. Otherwise, why would the voice be so loud, shaking all directions? You are saying, your name is Shi Hao, an elder said with a trembling voice. Even his white beard was shaking as he looked at the youngster in front of him in a daze. As for the people from Shi Yi's bloodline, they all revealed shocked expressions one after another as if they were looking at a ghost. They stared at the valiant and mighty youngster with disbelief. They couldn't help but tremble, and a wave of coldness rose from their stomachs. The effect this name had was too great. They all felt as if a storm had arrived. His name is Shi Hao. Is it that special? A 10-year-old or so youngster asked the people around him in a soft voice. He seemed a bit confused. You speak a bit softer. Beside him, there was a youngster who reprimanded him in a strict tone. Only after looking left and right did he say in a soft voice, have you forgotten about the Hauer that Grandpa 15 constantly hollered about? It is precisely this name. The great battle that happened not too long ago is precisely because of him. What? How is him? Those of the younger generation and the ones that did not know about the situation at that time all became stupefied upon hearing these words. They all felt that it was inconceivable. The disaster that happened in the martial imperial manor was something that the inner members of the clan knew well, and those that did not know would never know. It was a type of taboo that was sealed off and not spread out. Therefore, the children that were a bit over 10 and those even younger only vaguely heard tidbits. Their parents were not willing to go into depth. His name is Shi Hao, the same name as the great demonic god's descendant, someone said in a low voice, and it quickly began to spread throughout the mansion. Who was Shi Hao? This was a forbidden topic and something that people weren't allowed to discuss in the manor. His identity and background made those younger disciples all shocked. Everyone finally understood why the elders and middle-aged individuals were so serious. It was clearly reflected on their faces. Very quickly, even the younger generation and new servants of the manor understood the situation. They began to gasp one after another. How could this be? 10 years have already passed. How could the child still be alive? The elder's voice was shaky because he didn't dare believe this. I am Shi Hao. Hao's expression was calm as he declared it clearly. The sound was like the cry of a dragon as it echoed through the air. Old 15th's descendant? I am not dreaming, right? I can see that child again in this lifetime. On the side, an elder felt as if hot blood was surging within him. He was so moved that he almost screamed out. As for Zeding's side, that group of people's expressions were extremely ugly. There were even some whose faces fell ashen and deathly white. Their minds were all in a disquieted state, and they felt as if a great disaster was coming their way. Even Zeding's expression was changing again and again, losing the calm and collected appearance he usually had. His two eyes were like lightning as they continuously scanned this young man. Impossible, that person has died a long time ago. Who are you really? Why did you, an imposter, come to my martial imperial manor? Are you purposely trying to cause chaos? From Yi's bloodline, there was an elder that spoke. Cold light continuously flickered within his eyes. When others heard his words, there were immediately others who parroted. These really are troubled times. All types of people are showing up. There is even someone who dares to come and deceive my martial imperial manor. Are you tired of living? What are you guys staring around for? Hurry up and capture him. People in this bloodline all had similar thoughts. Right now, they absolutely could not acknowledge his identity and they had to immediately take action to kill him. This would completely solve all of their problems. What are you all trying to do? The other side. Several elders roared in fury, looking like old lions. Their hair and beards were all long, but their appearances were bold and powerful as they berated loudly. He claims to be one of my manor's dead disciples and came here to cause trouble. It's clear that he is here with treacherous intent. We want to arrest him. So is there something wrong with that? On the other side, there was a middle-aged man who opposed with equal harshness. I haven't even stated my purpose for coming. Yet you all have already convicted me of a crime? Hao asked. You came while posing under a false name. Is that not enough? It goes without saying that you harbor evil intentions. However, if you want to cause chaos in my martial imperial manor, then you can forget about it. Someone beside Zeding said. You asked for my name, and I answered you truthfully, yet you immediately accused me of causing chaos. Could it be because of a guilty conscience? Hao was calm the entire time. He spoke in a manner that was not too fast or too slow. Within the manor, everyone held their breath as they watched. Many of them experienced the events back then, and they stared at Hao while trying to recall the image of that weak child from back then. They were trying to see if it was the same person. We've already been informed that you came to the capital with a hidden goal. You wish to disturb every great noble king's manor. You've come with malicious intent. A person spoke. One of Grandpa 15's old brothers cleared his throat and roared, I think it is you who has malicious intents. Why are you in such a rush to splash around dirty water? Can it be that you don't even want to let him speak? Hao smiled and looked forward. You said that I am here to destroy every great noble king's manor. Can you give me an example? The person beside Zeding became tongue-tied for words, because he knew that he would humiliate himself even more if he answered that question. It was because the place that the other party ruined was the Rain King Manor and had a great connection to the past events. Let me tell you then, not long ago, I tore apart the Rain King Manor. Hao's expression became cold as he shouted. I think that you all should know the reason. When that individual made eye contact with Hao, he couldn't help but feel weak. He couldn't even look at Hao face to face. What you've all done, what they've done, I'm sure you are clear about both. I've only went to demand an explanation. The Rain clan owes me too much. Hao's voice was extremely loud, and it was as sharp as a blade. It shook people to their souls. You are lying. You aren't that child from back then. Beside Zeding, someone cried out. When one of Grandpa 15's old brothers heard this, he did not get angry but instead seemed to have calmed down. He faced everyone and said, open your eyes and carefully take a look. The corners of his eyes and the tip of his brows, isn't it quite similar to Xianxia's? Is there or isn't there some resemblance to the great demonic god? These words made many people tremble. After carefully looking, he really did seem similar. In just a split second, everyone was convinced. It seems like the great demonic god's descendant really did return. I believe that it's him. Hauer is alive and he has returned. An elder shouted. He's right, it's Hauer.
Heavens, it's the child from back then. You finally brought some justice to this matter. There was another person who was emotionally moved. At this moment, there was a great disturbance in the martial imperial manor.
All of the important members hurried over, and even those that were cultivating in isolation were alerted. They all rushed towards this palace hall. Everyone from Zeding's bloodline had ugly expressions on their faces. The events that happened today were just too sudden.
This was like a bolt of lightning, and they were so shaken that they didn't know what to say. Open your eyes and look. This is definitely Xianxia's child. Sure how, he is the devilish child that opened 10 heavenly passages.
He is a supreme youth. When this sentence was spoken, the entire martial imperial manor surged with commotion. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the young ones or the middle generation, they were all shaken. Right, they seemed to have overlooked the origins of the devilish child. He was a supreme youth. Sure, Yuan. Is there anything else you have to say? Are you going to continue questioning this child's origins? Would a supreme youth need to come here to announce his name? When Zeding's people heard what was said, their expressions all changed. They no longer said anything. It was clear that the martial imperial manor was divided into two factions. Neither side seemed to be overwhelmed by the other, and there was a feeling of confrontation. A child that was thought to be dead for many years returned. The manor immediately began to clamor with noise. Let's verify the child's identity in a bit. This can be considered a happy event, so just let him pay his respects and return to the sect. An elder defected from Zeding and spoke in an unhurried manner. His expression was extremely calm. From your tone, it seems like you think that you are doing me a favor? Hao asked.
On the other side, the elder's expression was calm as he said, Child, what do you still want?
This is a happy occasion. Paying your respects, and having us celebrate for you. Does it not make you happy? Are you trying to curry favor from me? Do you think that I should be deeply grateful to you?
It looks almost like you were trying to chase away a beggar. Hao said with a cold expression. Then what do you want? The elder spoke. His face carried a bit of chilliness. Do you all really think of yourselves that highly?
Who is Yuan? I heard that my grandfather crippled you. How are you now? Hao asked. His lips carried a hint of disdain. Yuan was Zeding's grandfather, as well as one of their bloodline's important individuals.
Crippling this kind of lord made their bloodline extremely furious and unable to lift their heads. Currently, Hao's pejorative attitude made many people clench their fists. Zhanghe, do you know what you are doing? One of the great demonic god's old brothers shouted.
Shut your repulsive mouth. Don't forget how much we've let down this child. Right now, do you still dare to speak with this kind of tone? Uncle 18, there is no need to be angry. Hauer's return is a joyous occasion. We wanted to help him celebrate. Zeding finally spoke. His expression was quite calm. Did you guys really think that I returned to pay my respects to the sect? Hao said. What are you trying to do? Zhanghe asked. His face turned cold. Regardless of whether I decide to return or not, I don't need your acknowledgement. Hao's expression turned cold as well as he shot them a look of contempt. Your so-called family's glory and honor has nothing to do with me. I couldn't care less. This sentence was extremely disrespectful, making everyone from Zeding's bloodline change their expressions. Even a few of the great demonic god's old brothers frowned because they didn't want to hear words like these. Do you know what you are saying? By what authority can you say such things? Zhanghe shouted. Why can't I say such a thing?
I have never decided to join you.
Ever since my father was forced to leave by you all more than 10 years ago, there was already no connection left between me and the martial imperial manor. Hao's tone was extremely severe. These words made many people speechless.
The martial imperial manor truly let down Xianxia's bloodline through those events. Moreover, now this child was known as a supreme youth in the outside world. Did he really need someone else's so-called kindness?
Did he really need the title of being a disciple of the martial imperial manor? He absolutely didn't.
As long as he nodded his head, countless great powers, even those from the archaic divine mountains, would lower their heads and would courteously invite him to join them. As for how high he would reach in the future, Nu knew. This was a true supreme youth that had the qualifications to seize the Stone Country's title of emperor. To him, the martial imperial manor was just too small. At this moment, the outside world was completely silent. When they heard what was shouted from within, all of them trembled inwardly. The great demonic god's Hua has appeared? There was no wall that could completely block the wind. The outside world was informed as well. The great demonic god's grandson was a heavenly supreme being, and he was backstabbed secretly. This was the reason for the great battle last time. Right now, a young man named Hua returned. So how could this not make everyone tremble? An incredible storm was brewing. If you aren't willing to enter the martial imperial manor and aren't willing to pay your respects to the clan, then why did you return? Besides Ziding, Xianxia asked. My name is Hua and was originally a natural-born supreme being. However, my supreme being bone was gouged out by you all and added into Yi's body. Today, I've returned to demand an explanation. Hua's voice shook the heaven and earth, spreading into every street and alley in the city. These words traveled extremely far, as if a dragon roared or a tiger cried. He did not try to conceal it at all and used an extremely simple sentence to directly uncover the tragedy from back then. Everything was exposed to the world. What? At this moment, every single area in the capital was greatly shaken. This kind of news was just like a hurricane as it swept through the entire city. There wasn't a single great power that wasn't shaken. Even though they had heard of such rumors a long time ago, it was still rather concealed and unclear. No one knew exactly what happened. Even when Grandpa 15 threw the entire capital into chaos, he did not explain anything to the outside world, so no one knew the situation. Yet today, the child personally revealed everything after paying a visit to the martial imperial manor. This was equivalent to raising shockingly great waves. He is that devilish brat? He actually experienced such a tragedy? He, after so many years wandering around alone, where did he learn his abilities from? Heavens, that's the savage kid from the Void God realm. His name is Hua, and he was a member of the martial imperial manor. This is truly unexpected. He actually experienced such bitter events. The capital erupted into a commotion, and everyone was dumbstruck. The news disturbed the entire city. It was as if a meteorite had dropped into the middle of an ocean and whipped up heaven-reaching tidal waves. What are you randomly spouting? Are you trying to humiliate the martial imperial manor? Zhanghe shouted at Hua and refused to acknowledge the truth. If such news were confirmed, then it would become an unprecedented scandal. His high-pitched voice reverberated in the empty air and spread far into all directions. The past event involved too many people, and it should have been sealed off as a taboo topic. Now that it was exposed here, the damage it could cause would be immeasurable. The deed is already done, so at least have the guts to admit it. I feel nothing but contempt for you, Hua said in a scornful tone. Young man, don't speak without thinking. Old 15's grandson or not, you can't say such nonsense without any thought. Another man spoke, his eyes flickering, realizing that the situation did not look good for them. The news was too astonishing to accept lightly, so who was telling the truth? At this very moment, even those in seclusion within noble king manors were disturbed, let alone those on the main streets. The news was incredibly terrifying. A natural-born supreme being was such a remarkable title, and those who heard it could not help but tremble with fear when they recalled the records in the ancient texts. If it were real, the martial imperial manor would have been such a blessed place. They already had a dual-pupiled youth, and now they were endowed again with a natural-born supreme being. Such news would blow people's minds. The capital fell into a clamor and could no longer quiet down. A teenager had broken the long-kept silence and revealed such a secret. The impact that resulted was like a meteorite smashing onto the earth. Every force in this place was utterly shaken. You have no sense of shame whatsoever. Hua commented in a low voice, but the people in the group felt like they had been slapped on their faces and color drained from their faces. Did they actually think they could keep it hidden forever? Hua sneered. In fact, he was hoping they could speak more,
so that the secret could be exposed to the fullest extent. Zeding sighed and was utterly agonized by the situation.
He had completely lost the calmness and easiness he usually showed to the outside world, for he had never expected himself to be forced into such a passive state. One word from this nephew of his was enough to raise an earthquake.
He asked himself if it was possible to cover it up, and the answer was obviously no. Aside from the outsiders, even the martial imperial manor itself was divided into two camps. Once those supporting Hao stood up for him and helped him reveal the truth, everything would be out in the open. The place he was forced into was nothing but a dead end. Zeding watched the scene with a chilly look on his face. They were in such a wretched state right now, and there was no way they could talk themselves out of it. Go on. Tell everyone how I slandered you. Tell them all. Hao remained composed and watched them with a calm face. At this moment, Zhanghe and his people were full of anxiety as well. Nothing they did could conceal the truth. What other options did they have but to keep it down? They sighed to themselves in silence. They were too eager to justify themselves just then, so they had put themselves in an inferior state. The odds were stacked against them. Nothing they said sounded right, but their silence would be considered a tacit agreement. It felt as if they were being roasted over a fire, suffocating and unbearable. You are very vicious for your age, commented a middle-aged man. He obviously said this in a whisper without letting the outsiders hear it. I see. You are not ashamed of yourselves at all. What happened back then meant nothing to you, and I am the one to be blamed. Ah, what exemplary conduct. Hao said in a sarcastic tone. We are all members of the martial imperial manor, and you are a descendant of the Stone clan yourself. Even if the clansmen had wronged you, they do not deserve to be treated so ruthlessly. Have you ever considered how the clan will keep its foothold in the capital after what you have done today? Asked an old man. What we did back then was wrong. But it has already happened, and lingering in the past cannot solve the problem. What we should do now is work together and make this bloodline more prosperous. A middle-aged man standing beside Zeding also tried to persuade Hao with such words. These speeches were only audible to those inside the manor. They could not afford to speak aloud. They had no choice but to calm Hao down. They were trying to persuade him to let go and to stop mentioning what happened in the past. In that way, there was still a chance that they could still keep some dignity in the capital. Weren't you all acting overbearing just now, denying everything I said? Moreover, you even said that I didn't have any conscience when I spoke and that I am humiliating the martial imperial manor. How could your attitudes change so fast? Hao asked. The group of people were shocked and angry at the same time. Their faces all became thoroughly red. This slap to their faces made them feel incomparably awful, and the anger they felt inside was burning their hearts. At this time, an elder walked over. He had white hair and beard, and his steps were unsteady. He was precisely the Yuan who was crippled by the great demonic god. While staring at Hao, his mind was extremely complicated. The child from back then actually survived. This was truly a miracle. He sighed softly and said, Your aunt has already been executed. The events back then are irrevocable, but you, Hao, are still the pride of my clan. If you return, you can inherit the title of Martial King. That year, I was not within the clan either. After obtaining the news, I was also furious. In the end, Zeding also spoke, no longer remaining silent. The things that happened back then are truly heartbreaking, but in the end, some people were dealt with. Child, the clan has let you down, but please do not let the hatred consume you. Everything was done to make my martial imperial manor more glorious. He was extremely straightforward. His voice wasn't loud, but it was still loud enough to transmit throughout the city. This shocked everyone. The death of Yi's mother back then had always remained a mystery. There were many guesses, but after hearing Zeding's words, they learned that she was actually executed. Was this placing righteousness before family? It moved everyone greatly. However, there are some within the clan who have truly crossed the line. Their tone truly isn't right, but they also want my clan to prosper and do not have any ill intent. I am not asking for your forgiveness, but I hope that you won't hate us too deeply. Come back to the clan, okay? Zeding seemed extremely down to earth as he spoke. Hao was astounded. This uncle of his was truly formidable. He didn't act out from beginning to end, and as soon as he spoke, it sounded like he was considering everything from a general perspective, as if it was all for the clan. That ant gouged out my supreme being bone. But at first, she wasn't punished at all within the clan. It was my father who personally killed her after returning to the clan. The clan wants me to return?
Back then, do you remember how you banished my father?
After that, you all even worked together with the Rain clan to pursue him into the western border. Meanwhile, when my grandfather returned to ask about what happened back then, why was he then blocked by you guys? Why did you all fight against him? Sherhao's voice was soft, but it still transmitted into the outside world. This created an uproar. Sure Zeding admitted to what happened back then. Yet this child began to expose even more secrets. No wonder he wanted to tear apart the Rain King Manor. He actually had so much anger pent up inside. The outside world could no longer calm down. With the scandal of the Martial Imperial Manor released, it made everyone tremble. A natural-born supreme child actually had his symbol bone seized. It truly was rather lamentable. However, everyone quickly realized that the one who took the leading role this time was the devilish child.
He was that savage youth, yet today he was a supreme youth. He opened 10 heavenly passages and swept through everyone in the void god realm. He emerged as unrivaled within his cultivation realm.
Heavens! We almost overlooked something. After losing his supreme being bone, not only did he survive, but he is still this powerful. It is just too heaven-defying. If he didn't lose that bone, then how powerful would he become? When everyone thought of this question, no one could calm down. Their minds were chaotic. This was all too ridiculous. At the same time, many people sighed with sorrow. This youngster really wasn't simple. He was originally on his deathbed, but he ended up growing up and reaching such a state. Howard, what are you trying to do in this manner? Sure Yuan couldn't help but ask. It was because the more they talked, the more the events from back then were revealed. They couldn't settle the problem at all, and the outside world now instead completely understood the truth about what happened. The reason I am here is to announce to the world that I am still alive. I hope that my father, grandfather, and others will no longer worry. Father, mother, where are you guys? I am still alive in this world. Grandfather, you don't need to feel dejected over the death of your Howard anymore. So what if I lost that bone? I will still move unrestrained under the heavens. Sherhao roared loudly, revealing everything to the world. He hoped that the events that shocked the capital today would spread everywhere and allow his mother, father, and grandfather to know that he was still alive and well.
He wanted to tell them that he was a supreme youth.
No matter what people said or thought, today, Sherhao's name was destined to become one that was focused on. He became a well-known figure in the capital. Now, they finally knew where the savage child came from. They now knew about his background, that he was a youth that rose despite losing his supreme being bone. It greatly astonished everyone. Howard, what are you really trying to do? In the end, Sher Zeding stated frankly. His face was no longer calm, but filled with a bit of cold intent instead. There was a wave of killing intent within him, but it was being carefully controlled. He had already wanted to take action for the demonic spider in the Greenwood Garden, and now that something like this happened, he found it really hard to hold himself back. However, he still did not allow himself to explode. He did not want to have a complete falling out with the people here. Sherhao laughed and said, "Uncle, I wonder if I can give some advice?" When these words were spoken, the Martial Imperial Manor's atmosphere completely changed. He said advice, but it could also be interpreted as a threat. Howard, we are one family. How could we take action? Sher Zeding calmly said. His face was full of conflicting emotions. However, when he saw Sherhao smile yet not a smile, his mind trembled. This youngster had completely seen through his thoughts. "Uncle, let's go for a round."
"Let's grant your wish and fight to the death," Sherhao said. "You child," Sher Zeding shook his head. He seemed to be sighing deeply. "Sherhao, you're crossing the line. No matter what, he is still your uncle. If you feel wronged, then you can speak to us."
"However, this isn't too good, right?" Sher Zhanghe said. "You want me to speak reason? Then fine. All of you guys should willingly be executed based on the family law." Are you all willing? Shi Hao was absolutely ruthless as he loudly berated. Shi Zhanghe's face immediately became gloomy.
Since it's like this, then I will accompany you first. He did not want Shi Ziding to take action first because he heard that this youngster was quite extraordinary. He wanted to test the waters.
However, when he saw that Shi Hao's body began to flicker with dark light after merging with the imperishable golden body, he immediately felt that something was wrong.
He immediately ordered activate the Great Formation. I want to see who dares. The great demonic god's old brothers spoke and cast their cold gazes over everyone. Shi Zhanghe gasped and did not say anything anymore. His hand shook and a formation was activated. It was formed from beast bones and the pieces densely covered the sky, trapping Shi Hao within. Shi Hao moved his sleeves and a stone box appeared. As metallic sounds rang out, 8 flying swords flew out in succession. They were only the length of a palm, but they were sparkling and transparent.
Their appearances were completely different, but they all hacked forward. 8 vicious swords formation? Everyone gasped. Chi sword chi weaved left and right, quickly hacking those beast bones into pieces. The sword formation destroyed the opposing great formation, and those symbol bones were completely shattered. Shi Zhanghe took action again and brought out other precious artifacts to attack Shi Hao. A great battle unfolded. Unfortunately, this wasn't an ordinary youngster. After merging with the imperishable golden body, he was equivalent to a noble king. After Shi Hao brought out the heaven-transforming bowl, auspicious light dispersed outwards. With a whoo sound, Shi Zhanghe was sucked inside. Should I feed you to the spider or just kill you? The little bowl appeared within Shi Hao's palm, and Shi Zhanghe was currently crying out inside. Strand after strand of multicolored lights were moving about the entrance of the bowl. Don't! There was fear within Shi Zhanghe's heart.
He didn't want to die. Then I'll just leave you with your life. Watch quietly how the people who gouged out the supreme bone fights against a heavenly deity, Shi Hao said. Multicolored light flickered about the entrance of the bowl and several streaks hacked down towards Shi Zhanghe.
Strands of green energy were being emitted from the top of his head. The symbols around his abdomen became dim, and his cultivation was ruined. The small bowl turned around and tossed him out onto the ground. In such a simple manner, one of Stone Clan's old ancestors was dealt with.
Uncle, why don't we fight? Shi Hao said. Since it's like this, then Uncle will exchange some pointers with you to see just how powerful you, the Supreme Youth Hour, really are. I want to see how you compare to your brother. Shi Ziding spoke before taking large steps forward.
Shi Ziding was a tall man. Black hair hung loosely from his back, and his porcelain white skin looked as smooth as jade. With his piercing eyes and handsome appearance, those who did not know his age would easily mistake him for a young man.
Even after his long years of cultivation, his appearance did not decline and remained the same as when he was young. It was evident how extraordinary his power and talent was. Come, Hao.
Show your uncle how extraordinary you are. Let the world know that our clan is thriving. Why don't you demonstrate your power to us? Shi Ziding had been studying under the demonic spirit lake for all these years. He had kept a low profile and was not well known to the outside world. However, those who knew him well knew how intimidating he could be. Once he made his move, someone would definitely die. Shi Hao was just over 13, but boys of this age were old enough to marry and have children in the Great Wastelands. His figure was tall and slim, not much shorter than a grown-up. He had dense black hair, big, bright eyes, and he walked with a majestic gait. The two entered the martial arena, which was protected by formation patterns to keep the battlefield from being destroyed. Otherwise, when people of their cultivation level began to fight, the place would fall into disaster. Shi Hao stood solemnly and steadily in the arena, almost appearing too graceful and calm to be a teenager. When he entered a state of battle, he acted more level-headed than those with decades of cultivation. Opposite of him, Shi Ziding's expression was neutral. His every act seemed to fit right in with his surroundings.
There was almost a rhythm to his movements as if he had descended from another world. Fight! The two seemed to have moved into action simultaneously at the shout, both charging forward. Shi Ziding waved his wide sleeves and a bellowing hurricane started, blanketing heaven and earth. Sand and stones were blown up high into the air, and many palaces were about to be blown into the skies. Fortunately, around the arena,
Rays of lights appeared one after another and sealed the place off, saving this place from any further damage. However, the situation within the arena was a completely different story. A sandstorm blew fiercely, making ear-splitting woo sounds. Zeding's wide sleeves expanded, and what seemed to resemble an endless stretch of clouds descended from the sky to cover the world. World Trapping Sleeve. All those watching were greatly surprised, for that was a mighty divine ability created by an extraordinary human deity in the past. It was not in the possession of the demonic spirit lake. Hence, it did not take them long to realize that Zeding must have seized some great fortune. As the enormous sleeve widened to cover up the entire sky, it also tried to wrap Xianxia inside. Once inside, it would be nearly impossible to escape. It was an entirely different world inside the sleeve, and Zeding could take lives as he pleased. Xianxia also took action, and a pair of golden flood dragon shears appeared in his hand. After being activated, they turned into two golden flood dragons that raised their heads and roared into the sky. The two flood dragons were joined at their tails. As their bodies slid past each other, a hurricane was stirred up, leading Xianxia out from that great sleeve. He was not trapped inside. The crowd was greatly disturbed. The battle had just begun, yet they were already seeing such remarkable divine abilities. It was truly a shocking sight. Zeding had cultivated well into the noble king's level. Yuan smiled. This was his own grandson, and he even produced a dual-pupil child. This fact made him incredibly satisfied. Xianxia was startled. This uncle of his was quite formidable, possessing a fighting strength that was exceptional within the noble king level. He was definitely among the top ranks, and Xianxia understood this just from that single exchange that they had. "Be careful, Howard. I won't go easy on you just because I'm your uncle," said Zeding. A streak of scarlet light flickered deep inside his eyes, and the aura around him erupted suddenly. His fair and translucent skin became even more jade-like. It was apparent that he was moving with killing intent. This child had shaken him greatly. This was a child that was barely over 10 years old, yet he was already this terrifying. What kind of level would he reach once he grew up? One dual-pupiled individual was stunning enough. They didn't need another supreme being here. "You talk too much, uncle. Hurry up and make your move," Xianxia said. He turned into a flash of light and charged forward. Behind him, a vast ocean undulated and caused a black tortoise to emerge. Its enormous black body gave off a striking pressure as it crushed down on Zeding. Zeding released a soft shout as his hair flapped in the wind. The sound of vibrating weapons sounded behind him, and an array of divine swords formed by symbols emerged. With ear-splitting metallic sounds, they flew forward while wrapped in resplendent lights. It was a collection of swords that were arranged in an orderly manner. There were exactly 36 swords, and they all stabbed down tightly packed together. A rumbling sound that was loud enough to overturn heaven and earth sounded. It seemed like a giant prehistoric beast was turning over as the ocean behind Xianxia undulated. The black tortoise dashed out of the water. Its enormous body blocked in front of Xianxia while releasing symbols, melting many of those divine swords. The black tortoise had such a gigantic body that its every movement was accompanied by rumbling sounds. It collided with numerous symbols and swords while ringing with metallic sounds. After that, the black tortoise spun and turned into a shield that was inscribed with turtle patterns. With a series of King Chong sounds, it shattered all the symbol-turned swords, demonstrating its stunning defensibility. "Good!" shouted Zeding. He dashed over with tremendous speed, and a ferocious struggle unfolded. He made an immediate downward strike with his open hand, and incessant flames immediately radiated in his palm as if lava was gushing out of his hand. A golden crow soared high into the air and spread its wings, ready to pounce. This was the embodiment of a precious technique that was cultivated to the point of perfection. Zeding was no longer limited by any paths, and any move of his would exert a divine ability to its full extent. This great divine ability was condensed into a single palm. This was the precious technique of the Golden Crow. Xianxia was fearless. His right fist smashed forward and purple lightning exploded. Endless symbols erupted into existence, as if the sky was ripped open. The force was terrifying. A swan and eye burst out from his fist. As it shook its head and waved its tail, Resplendent light surrounded it, making it seem vivid and alive. It then collided into the golden crow. What started as a confrontation between fists and palms had turned into a battle of precious techniques. It was what a battle between mighty experts should look like. Each movement contained the profound meaning of symbols, with the prowess behind them being almost unfathomable. Eventually, Xianxia and Xiao's fists collided together. A golden crow cried out, defeated in midair. Meanwhile, a blazing swan roared and also exploded on the spot. Xiao was shocked. His opponent was extremely resistant, possessing a protective artifact that emitted resplendent symbols. It continuously released waves of divine force to shatter his fist. A brilliant radiance erupted between the two, and they both flew in opposite directions. Xiao seemed completely unaffected by this clash. After combining with the imperishable golden body, there wasn't much difference between him and a noble king. He was shockingly powerful.
Xianxia's gaze was ice-cold. The protective artifact in his hand could make the power of his palm to rise exponentially to destroy his opponent almost instantly. However, he never expected his opponent's body to be so terrifying, reaching a level that shocked even him.
He wasn't able to accomplish his goal at all. Just like that, an incredibly intense battle broke out between the two. They continuously attacked each other, causing light to erupt again and again. The two figures flew about and moved with lightning speed. Dang Xiao dove down, like a kuan spreading its wings. His entire body was brilliant, and golden feathers that carried black streaks appeared one after another. He descended from above to kill Xianxia. Xianxia did not move, as if he was resting on the ground. However, at the crucial moment his two palms slammed upwards. Moreover, behind him, a terrifying hook appeared that was scarlet and glistening. He blossomed with dazzling light, and symbols circulated around him as he constructed a creature. It wrapped around his body just like a heavenly scorpion, making it seem as if his body was within the scorpion's body. The bright red tail was the embodiment of this precious technique. The strange stinger extended from the flesh during this fierce battle and pierced out with great precision. Dang! The heavenly scorpion and kuan collided together, and this collision was incredibly ferocious. The scorpion tail was just too sharp as it extended straight towards Xiao's forehead with an overwhelming force. Xiao used the pong wings to defend himself, and as a result, symbols erupted. It was as if the heaven was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Xianxia was sent flying. There was a look of surprise on his face, and there was even blood at the corner of his lips. During that attack, he suffered the kuan's pressure and was blasted away. He stared at Xiao, but didn't say anything. Xiao felt a shiver. Even though he didn't use the complete kuan's technique, he still comprehended quite a bit during this period of time. Its power was too shocking.
Could it be that Xianxia saw through something? Everyone was astonished. Xianxia was surprisingly the one that got injured. During the exchange just now, he seemed to have received some small damage. Outside, many people used the precious artifacts to soar into the sky and watch the fight from a distance. When they saw this scene, they were also frightened. The savage child who was known as the Supreme Youth was truly formidable. The battle continued, becoming even more fierce. This time, once the two sides separated, while they were rushing towards a different direction, a sparkling thread that was sharper than a divine spear soundlessly passed through the air and pierced towards the back of Xiao's head. Xiao felt ill at ease. The skin on the back of his head felt numb, and he quickly dodged. A transparent thread that was thinner than hair flew past and continued to go after his head. Some of his hair was sliced off and stuck to his face. The terrifying wind that it carried actually left a cut on his cheek, causing beads of blood trickled out. Spider Silk of Ascension. Xiao spoke softly. He wanted to defeat that archaic demonic spider, and as a result, he comprehended many of its divine abilities. This was definitely a type of assassination tool. It was noiseless and impossible to defend against effectively. Even though it was just a single thread, it was incredibly sturdy. It was incredibly powerful and could pierce through precious artifacts in a swift and agile manner. From the attack just now, if he had been just a bit slower, his brain would have been pierced. This sharp and terrifying thread was constructed from symbols. Blood had been drawn from both sides,
but neither of them were truly injured. Sure Hao, in particular, only had an external scratch.
After wiping away the blood and a flash of light, the wound closed up by itself. Uncle, those kinds of tricks won't be able to kill me. Nephew, why would you say such a thing?
Do you think that uncle isn't giving it his all? Then let me show you a bit, said Xianxia. The cold light in his eyes began to burn even brighter. Within Kangxiang sounds, multicolored light scattered everywhere and lit up this area. He brought out a set of scarlet plate armor that was divided into 10 pieces.
It quickly descended onto his body and combined together. It covered him completely. Everyone's gaze became a bit blurry because the scarlet armor shone like a multicolored sunrise. They were just like divine armor. Moreover, the shape was rather strange as there were several extra spider legs on both sides. At this moment, Xianxia looked just like a great humanoid spider. Moreover, there was a scarlet halberd in his hands, giving his heroic appearance a tint of malevolence.
Sure Hao brought out a precious artifact to test the waters. It was an unordinary dagger bought from the Greenwood Garden, and it was extremely sharp. Xianxia brandished the sky art halberd, and its scarlet blade sliced past. The dagger was immediately cleaved into two, and it exploded into pieces of the symbols soon after. Everyone was astonished, and they all focused their attention on that precious artifact. The sky art halberd was definitely not ordinary. It was just too sharp, and the power of its symbols was even more outrageous. Nephew must take care, Xianxia coldly said. Uncle, your halberd is not bad. Why don't you give it to me as a gift? Sure Hao said. His eyes flickered as he stared at that scarlet halberd. If you win, then I'll give it to you, Xianxia said. He held the halberd with a single arm and pointed it at Sure Hao. Wave after wave of killing intent immediately erupted, covering the sky and hiding the earth. At this moment, an extremely cold atmosphere filled the martial imperial manor. Many people were shivering in fear, and the experts that watched from the sky were also shocked. This precious artifact was formidable and definitely unordinary. Perfect, I just happened to be missing a heavy weapon.
I thank Uncle in advance. Sure Hao walked up and prepared to take action. Talk after you defeat me. Xianxia made his move. The great halberd descended like a streak of bloody lightning.
At the same time, it was like a boundless river of blood as it fell from the sky and released a heaven overflowing killing intent. Sure Hao dodged. The blood-red halberd moved swiftly and violently like lightning, immediately blowing up a gust of strong wind. The wind was so strong that everyone's faces began to hurt. With a wong sound, Xianxia struck again. Scarlet clouds filled the sky and blood-red lights erupted like tidal waves. The heavenly halberd had accumulated so much ferocity over the years that its aura alone was vicious enough to make some younger cultivators collapse. Sure Hao turned sideways to evade the shining halberd blade before charging forward fiercely. He summoned the Swan and Eye precious technique again, only this time, it was not a single Swan and Eye but a pride of them. They were the size of small mountains, and with wild and tyrannical appearances they dashed forward together. Flood of thunder beasts? Exclaimed someone. To be able to wield the precious techniques to such an extent was incredibly amazing, because the power was equivalent to 10 Swan and Eye precious techniques together. The lightning turned into a vast sea, and the Swan and Eye beasts moved in a pack to smash into their enemy like falling mountains. Xianxia was taken by surprise and did not reach for his halberd. He uttered a long roar and spurted out a silk-like substance endlessly. These were symbols that resembled rivers of stars, and they created the demonic spider's precious technique. Xianxia managed to block the Swan and Eye herd with this technique, but all the silk sashes collapsed with a rumbling sound, stamped to the ground by the enormous Swan and Eye. Lightning crisscrossed in the sky, filling the air with scorching heat and resplendent light. Xianxia summoned the precious technique again. Although his arms were wrapped inside the scarlet metal armor, a wide sleeve still miraculously emerged out from thin air. With a powerful sweep, all 10 beasts were surrounded by the sleeve. World-entrapping sleeve. This type of great divine ability was not exerted through an actual sleeve, but one that he created himself. Once it began to manipulate space, he was no longer connected to it. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as the 10 Swan NIS roared inside the giant sleeve. At last, with a loud bang, The entire sleeve made from symbols exploded and turned into a sparkling rain of light before disappearing into thin air. Zeding's body shook violently, but he soon steadied himself. He struck down again with that blood-red lightning like halberd with a schwa sound. Moreover, numerous symbols surged this time while being accompanied by the roaring sound of a dragon, startling everyone. Hao was taken by surprise. He evaded the blade and used his palm to forcefully block the great halberd. A great scarlet dragon rushed out of the halberd and threw itself at him. It was as vivid as a live dragon, and this was exactly why this treasured artifact was so terrifying. It did not look like a flood dragon, but rather a true dragon. It possessed a majestic appearance that was similar to how a king looked down upon his vassals. Hao's fingers and palms moved about continuously trying to complete the Kuan Peng imprint. He then smashed forward with all his efforts. The impact shook the place violently, and the great dragon was dissipated. Dragon blood precious weapon. The crowd was astonished because they finally realized why this great halberd was so exceptional as well as what the shocking aura around it was. It had been stained by dragon blood. That halberd is incredibly formidable, and I've heard about it before. With some great luck, it happened to be touched by a drop of dragon blood, and the entire halberd has since then become scarlet red. When the incident took place, the entire sky was filled with multicolored red clouds, and its great power was created then, explained an old man from the distant sky. What was most precious about this treasured artifact was the material it was made from, which had the drop of dragon blood mixed in. Hence the name, Dragon Blood Halberd. The two resumed their battle. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Hao take out a gray-colored pottery bowl and holding it in his palm. He then dashed outwards just like that. Zeding's brilliance and prowess was unparalleled. However, the teenager was taking a bowl into the battlefield. Such contrast baffled all those who watched the scene. The crowd was aware of the fact, though, that the power of a weapon had nothing to do with its shape and form. That bowl could very well be a rare precious artifact. Chong! The great halberd struck down, and the sky trembled with it. That blood-red true dragon rushed out again, its chanting sound disturbing the 9 heavens. Its enormous body looked especially frightening. Hao raised his hand, and the small bowl spun in a circle of auspicious multicolored light. The bowl then turned into a black hole and started to suck everything in violently. It was trying to drag the dragon in. Eventually, the symbols were blasted away and the dragon was broken into pieces, disappearing again. The outcome was unexpected, and that bowl was indeed no ordinary object. The divine power it possessed was unimaginable. Hao was pleasantly surprised as well. Ever since he broke the seal on the bottom of the bowl with the broken sword, it had been demonstrating its exceptional power. The base was cast from some type of divine material, which possessed an amazing secret symboled power. Dang! The great halberd lunged at Hao. The small bowl flew up and took in the tip of the blade, blocking this great attack. A series of ding-dang sounds sent sparks flying, and an incredibly fierce battle followed. That great halberd struck and attacked unceasingly, but the small bowl would always find a way to block it. The rim of the bowl was also glowing as it tried to devour the halberd and melt it down. It was an incredibly shocking scene. The pottery bowl was indeed remarkable. In the distant sky, the owner of the weapon shop was thumping his chest and stamping his feet with great regret. He was none other than the one who sold Hao the small bowl in the Greenwood Garden, but had failed to recognize the peculiarity of the bowl previously. He now knew how unusual the item was, but it was too late. Hao fought ferociously against Zeding, who was a mighty enemy. The two collided violently with each other. But suddenly, all the metallic spider legs on Zeding's armor flipped out, as if a human-sized spider was going mad. A resplendent light surrounded him. The situation was most critical, and Hao backed away at top speed. The spider legs brushed past his body and left behind afterimages. A few bloodstains were also left on Hao's body. "Nephew should be careful," said Zeding. Hao's 10 heavenly passages opened with a hong sound and surrounded him like a divine circle. His aura was immediately strengthened, and the entire place was almost locked down at once. Hao charged and swept out his leg, kicking at Zeding's head.
Shirziding's head would surely split open if he took the hit. Shirziding let out a ferocious shout and his entire body illuminated, enabling him to break loose through brute force. The dragon blood halberd even uttered the roar of a dragon, drawing him away backwards. However, his movement was affected after all, and Shihao's spatial lock worked. With a pung sound, Shihao's foot landed on his shoulder and sent him flying sideways into midair. "Be careful, my dear uncle," Shihao said from behind. However, he was actually secretly surprised inside, for his opponent managed to evade his confinement, which was a rather difficult task. Hearing this, Shirziding's face darkened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His shoulder felt like it was broken and a seething pain was coming from where he was kicked. He steadied himself and images emerged around him one after another. Beasts such as golden crows, flood dragons, lioness, and demonic spiders circled around him. They all gave off endless light, giving him the aura of a fiend. Shirziding was infuriated. He exerted all of his power to raise his fighting capability, and he also summoned all of his spiritual bodies. Shihao howled, and a black tortoise, Swan Ni, and Kuan Ping emerged beside him one after another. However, the Kuan Peng was concealed by him, for such unparalleled divine ability would bring him a world of enemies if exposed it in front of such a huge crowd. Apart from the beasts, there was still the humanoid being, bell, pagoda, sword, and cauldron that all materialized. He did not have enough precious techniques at the moment, so these items created from symbols were used as temporary replacements. "Kill!" Shirziding roared and struck down with the heavenly halberd in hand. It brought with it an incredibly vicious aura that seemed nearly unstoppable. Shihao snorted coldly and opened all 10 heavenly passages. They were as brilliant as a sun. All the bells, cauldrons, pagodas, and other objects around him also charged forward. The blood-red light surged abruptly with a wung sound, and the great halberd attacked in a shockingly aggressive manner. Flaming red clouds ignited all over Shirziding's body as he competed against the teenager. The two sides faced each other with incredible ferocity. At this point, Shihao started to use the symbols from the true primordial record. By performing it through the most common bone texts, a power began to emerge which could turn the foul and rotten into something miraculous. Now that he had comprehended more of the secret text, he realized how stunning they were. The images of the divine battles were being recreated inside his mind, enabling him to understand everything more thoroughly. Following that, as Shihao waved around his hands, he somehow entered a state of meditation unintentionally and harmonized with the rhythm of heaven and earth. It seemed as if he was comprehending something, but it was all extremely natural. Inside the true primordial record, images of a golden-winged Pang slaughtering the deities, and the true Ho shattering the moon with its roar continuously played through Shihao's mind. Without even realizing it, he unexpectedly began to display this kind of grandeur. Shirziding was taken aback. He could sense the aura of the teenager on the other side had changed to that of a savage wasteland beast. It almost seemed as if his opponent was wild enough to shatter mountains and rivers with his roar and powerful enough to grab the sun and the moon. As the 10 heavenly passages illuminated, their power of confinement reemerged. Shihao released a sudden, long roar and smashed forward with a fist. Shirziding was astonished and enraged at the same time, for he felt like he was trapped within a quagmire and unable to break away. Hong! In the end, his body shook violently as he let go of the heavenly halberd in his hand. He was swept sideways into the air as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Chi! Shihao turned into a ray of flashing light and pursued him. He picked up the great halberd and struck out fiercely. What? The crowd's expression changed drastically. They did not understand how the great halberd changed hands so fast. Aho, a swan and I roared and stepped forward to take the halberd head-on in its master's place. However, it fell under the blade with a chi sound and Shirziding lost one of his spiritual bodies. Shirziding bellowed angrily and steadied himself. He finally managed to stop his declining state and continued to fight. Thanks a lot, uncle, Shihao said with a smile as he held the dragon blood halberd in his hand. He wasted no time in refining the weapon and had already wiped away the imprint of its last owner. Shirziding's face was overcast. Seeing that his precious weapon had been seized,
He wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and snorted in contempt. The crowd erupted into a clamor at the turn of the events. Ziding was a mighty expert of the noble king level, yet he had now been robbed of his weapon by a teenager and was spitting out blood. Everything that had happened was simply mind-blowing. Let's just fight then. Ziding was maddened with rage, and his manner had changed completely. Circled by twirling scarlet clouds, he glared at Hao with his terrifying eyes. He now resembled a human-shaped giant spider. The spider legs on his armor waved together, turning into multiple halberds as they thrusted forward. Meanwhile, all his spiritual bodies acted simultaneously, as Ziding himself performed precious techniques like the world-entrapping sleeve. The scene was exceptionally stunning. He was going berserk. The human-sized spider was in a frenzy as various symbols flickered and treasured lights coiled up ceaselessly, making him look almost like a fiend. No wonder all of Ziding's old enemies were killed. When he goes berserk, he actually becomes this terrifying. Many people were whispering. Hao knew that he could not afford to be careless now, because he knew that he was facing off against a real enemy. This fight was intense, and it was going to become a bitter struggle. This uncle of his was a rare genius and an exceptional, mighty expert. They too expanded their battlefield from down in the ground to up in the air. They disappeared into the clouds and came back to the ground again. Every corner of this place was a part of their battlefield, and their figures were all over the place. Go to hell, Hao bellowed. He too had gone mad and was now waving the halberd wildly like a demonic god. After killing 2 spiritual bodies of Ziding in a row, his original form was also injured. Hao cut off one of the spider legs on Ziding's armor. Although the armor was of a similar color to the halberd and was also circled by scarlet clouds, the armor had never been touched by any dragon blood. In the end, after several hard blows from Hao, the halberd swept across the sky and almost cut Ziding in half. Ziding was covered in blood and his armor was shattered. Hao stamped on Ziding's chest and the armor was now completely broken into pieces. Although he managed to guard himself against the attack, Ziding was still kicked away. He slumped onto the dusty ground. However, he did not stay down, but raised himself back into the air immediately to fight back. Hong this time, Hao spread out his arms and a giant black hand emerged in the sky. It then smashed down hard, as if a stretch of dark clouds were pressing down. The hand then devoured Ziding completely. Pong the giant hand had now covered Ziding completely and slapped him onto the ground for good. Smoke and dust were stirred up and filled the air. Ziding has been defeated. The crowd sighed. The prodigy had lost to his nephew, the supreme youth. Hao raised the great halberd in preparation for the last strike. Just then, heaven and earth were disturbed as a terrifying magical power emerged. Energy overflowed in violent fluctuations, shaking the entire martial imperial manor. The archaic demonic spider had arrived. The great spider from the demonic spirit lake had arrived. As expected, it came over at the crucial time. The entire sky was covered by dark clouds, startling the entire capital. Its divine might was incredibly far-reaching. The great halberd in Hao's hand was raised, but it did not descend. Ferocious divine might undulated through the space around him, and he was under even greater pressure. Below, Ziding's face was completely pale. When he saw the heavenly disturbance, a flush of color returned to his face. He knew that this was the true body of the demonic spider. Once it took action, there would be no hope for those at the noble king realm. They would inevitably be crushed. The entire capital became quiet as all sound vanished. The pressure here was absolutely crushing. An enormous spider appeared in the sky that was even larger than a mountain. It was malevolent and intimidating. For the common people, this scene was just too horrifying. It was the same as seeing a demonic deity that descended from above. Who would even be able to oppose such a great archaic spider? Forget about when it went berserk, just its aura at the moment could crush through everything. It could smash all the palaces and buildings into powder. Its mountainous body towered above everyone as if an expert from the archaic era had revived. Its gaze was extremely cold as it swept through everything below. He looked at Hao with a shred of contempt. Supreme youth? You would only be able to act so arrogant while you are still young. If you die early, then you would become nothing. Everything would vanish into thin air. Those ice-cold words, that mountain-sized body, as well as those endless fluctuations made the people below shiver with fear. They all felt like they were going to collapse at any moment. The great demonic spider's words were overbearing. Those words were equivalent to pronouncing the death sentence of that youngster, not giving him the chance to mature. It made everyone's hearts tremble greatly and feel pity for Xianxia. This was originally a heaven-warping genius, but in the end he shone too brilliantly and brought about his own demise. Many people shook their heads in regret. Xianxia stood up. His expression returned to normal and he wiped away some blood from his lips. He knew that everything was going to end here because even if the great demonic god arrived, it would still be useless. This time, the true body of the archaic demonic spider had arrived. Demonic spider, have you forgotten that this is my capital? You've come to offer your birthday congratulations and develop friendly relations, which I welcome. However, I do not wish for you to cause a bloody disaster. A calm voice transmitted over that originated from the imperial capital. Everyone was shaken. Even the stone emperor was stirred up, speaking words to intervene. Everyone trembled inwardly. If these words sparked conflict, then it would be extremely terrifying. If those two experts fought, just how great would the external effects be? It was difficult to predict. However, there was something that everyone was sure of. Once the battle started, if the archaic demonic spider sucked in a breath, devouring thousands to tens of thousands of people wouldn't even be a problem. Stone Emperor, I am merely reprimanding a human lightly. A youngster like this even dares to offend my demonic spirit lake and imprison my people. So do I not have the authority to discipline him? The archaic demonic spider spoke. Within the capital, it still felt a bit of restraining fear. It knew that the Stone Clan had existed for a long time, and that once the Emperor Palace's killing formation was activated, even a supreme expert would suffer. Moreover, the human emperor himself was powerful enough. Sitting in a position like that, he had the entire country's resources at his disposal. Like a sacrificial spirit, he had the fortune to undergo baptism under divine fire, so his cultivation was deep and immeasurable. He is a member of my Stone Clan, so if he has wronged you in any way, please allow me to discipline him. Demonic spider, there is no need for you to say anything else. The voice from the Emperor Palace was imposing as it echoed through the skies. At this moment, the various powers were all surprised to see the human emperor speak up like this himself. This was an act to protect and assist Xianxia. The crowd was full of wonder and astonishment. Did the human emperor see through his natural talent? Xianxia was able to establish 10 heavenly passages and rise to such greatness even after having his supreme being bone gouged out, surpassing all expectations. It was likely that he would rise and join the ranks of the divine. The demonic spider did not say anything but instead descended. An enormous spider leg that was like a heaven-supporting pillar dropped down onto the martial imperial manor. Hong! Suddenly, a golden sun appeared. It filled the heaven and earth, shaking the capital to block in front of the demonic spider. It made it so that the spider leg couldn't help but retract. The human emperor displayed his might. Below, Xianxia cried out bitterly inside. In reality, he didn't want the human emperor to take action and wanted that demonic spider to come down. He was going to use one of the small pagoda's great power. Who would have expected the human emperor to descend at that time? Was it an act of cherishing talent? He actually blocked the demonic spider. However, he couldn't blurt these things out and could only express his gratitude. Otherwise, the demonic spider would definitely become vigilant. Even though he had the small pagoda in hand, he still wouldn't necessarily be able to completely eliminate the spider. I hope that you will not take action and refrain from drawing blood here. The human emperor's words were extremely calm, but it made the souls of others tremble. There was a type of overbearing pressure that could be felt. Since you are the master of Stone Country and have spoken these words, I will give you face, the demonic spider said. Everything will be settled with this. Sound was transmitted from the golden sun, making everyone from the martial imperial manor tremble. In the end, the great demonic spider and the human emperor left, and a fight did not unfold. The enormous pressure from the heavens disappeared, and everyone released a breath of relief. The pressure that a mature, pure-blooded creature like that gave off was just too terrifying. Everyone began to discuss one after another, feeling that Xianxia truly barely avoided a tragedy this time around. Xianxia himself was the only one that sighed and felt that it was a missed opportunity. Soon after, his brows loosened up. There was going to be an even greater opportunity since the human emperor's birthday was already coming up. At that time, there would be other creatures from the archaic divine mountains, and if they also made things difficult for him, then it would be the perfect time to clean them up in one go. The capital erupted with commotion, and there was discussion everywhere. Xianxia had created an extremely great disturbance. With his identity exposed, there were no longer any secrets about his background. Everyone finally knew about the savage child's past, and so this naturally became a hot topic. After Xianxia got to his feet, he left with his people. Xianxia did not pursue him, because he couldn't brush away the human emperor's act of kindness. He couldn't take action anymore. Regardless, the human emperor's words were spoken to help him. Worthy of being called a supreme youth, he could fight with a noble king, even defeating Xianxia. He is worthy of admiration. The difference between him and myself when I was his age is just too great. Just how did he cultivate? How did he become so powerful? Xianxia was defeated and lost the dragon blood halberd. This is definitely an incredible humiliation for him. This result is truly unexpected. It was just a youngster, yet he first tore apart the Rain King Manor and then fought a great battle against Xianxia. He won decisively both times, making the name Xianxia the focal point of the capital. Without a doubt, this was an upcoming star. His radiance would only become even greater and shine throughout this great earth. What will happen once the dual-pupiled individual returns? Everyone immediately thought of this problem. They all knew that Xianxia had a child that was known as an otherworldly deity. Once he returned, there would inevitably be a world-shaking confrontation with Xianxia. When they thought of Xianxia, all of the great powers' thoughts became complicated. That youth's natural gifts were shocking. Once he returned, he would definitely shake everything under the heavens. In the past, no one knew that there was a piece of supreme being bone within his body. In the past 10 or so years, it had never been exposed. He was always calm, and not even a single thread of the supreme being bone's power had ever leaked out. Only after Xianxia's great exposure did everyone become roused. No matter how you looked at it, even though the way in which the bone was acquired was not glorious, there was still one fact that couldn't be overlooked. Xianxia's greatness in the future would definitely reach an unpredictable level. A dual-pupil individual was already heaven-defying, but together with a supreme being bone, just what degree would such a person reach? When people thought of this question, their heads began to throb. Was it going to be Xianxia's own era in the future? Even though Xianxia lost his supreme being bone, he still reached such a level and became known as a supreme youth. I wonder if he still can bring about another miracle. At that time, he could fight against the dual-pupil individual. It would be incredibly difficult. Even though they saw Xianxia's endless potential, the majority of the people there still felt that this battle would be incredibly difficult. It was because the other party's innate characteristics were just near perfect. Xianxia was within the ancient sacred courtyard, and if he obtained the heaven-mending technique, then his body would be without any imperfections. He might even solve the problem of the supreme being bone not being part of his original body. Was he going to return? This was what everyone was wondering. Xianxia left the martial imperial manor, and no one was able to stop him from doing so. The second he stepped onto the main streets, countless eyes were focused on him. However, there wasn't a single person that took action, and even those that bore grudges against him watched from far away. The first reason was because Xianxia was strong enough himself to the point where even Xianxia was defeated. This made people second-guess themselves before coming up. As for the second reason, now that even the Stone Emperor was protecting him, who dared to act indiscriminately? While walking along the main street, Xianxia slowly calmed his mind down. He had already informed everyone that the child from back then was still alive. He wondered if his parents and grandfather would hear about today's events. He hoped that they would and wanted to meet them again. Laughter that sounded like silver bells spread over, and a small girl appeared from around a corner. "Our family's young miss invites you to come." It was the witch's maid. She was only a bit over 10 years old and extremely lively. Her large eyes moved about, making her seem extremely intelligent. Shihao smiled. A battle had just ended, and he didn't know where to go. Visiting the witch was not a bad idea. Moon Gazing House was an extremely well-known restaurant in the capital. Cultivators of all types visited this place because the owner was a master himself. Normally, not many commoners entered. In a private room, the Heavenly Fox Fairy was currently enjoying wine alone. Black hair was scattered across her tall and slender figure. Her pure white forehead and intelligent large eyes made her seem extraordinarily beautiful. This room wasn't all that luxurious. It faced the streets, and there was calligraphy and paintings hung on the wall. The table was carved out of sparkling jade. Shihao greeted her and sat down without asking for permission. He poured himself a cup of wine and drained it in one go.
He asked while smiling, "Is this your spiritual body or your real one? What do you think?" The Heavenly Fox Fairy's eyes wandered over. Her beautiful white jade-like face had a hint of redness from drinking. Her smile was absolutely gorgeous and was enough to move all living things.
"It should be a spiritual body," Shihao said. "Your answer is correct," the Heavenly Fox Fairy admitted in an extremely undisturbed manner. Shihao was shocked. It really was a spiritual body after all. Regardless of whether it was that free and unrestrained witch or this alluring Heavenly Fox Fairy, they were both weird and extremely crafty, truly worthy of being called outstanding, and it was extremely difficult to imagine what kind of a breathtaking beauty her real body had.
"Did you call me for something?" Shihao was entranced for a moment before he asked with a smile. The witch was extremely quick-witted and wouldn't find him for no reason. "No reason, just protecting you," the Heavenly Fox Fairy said smilingly.
"Why would I need your protection?" Shihao was astounded. "If I don't protect you, then that fatty might harm you." "That fatty?" Shihao was confused. "Of course I'm talking about the fatty Yuchan," the Heavenly Fox Fairy said while drinking. "That fatty wants to deal with me?" Shihao asked in a casual manner while sitting next to the jade table. He poured himself a cup of wine. While enjoying the wine, he was also watching the bustling of the capital. "Exactly, you need to be careful." The corners of the Heavenly Fox Fairy's lips were raised and her large eyes curved. Her smile was extremely sweet, yet crafty at the same time. "Why is that fatty making things difficult for me for no reason? It's not like I provoked her. If she comes looking for trouble, then I'll directly suppress and deal with her on the spot." Shihao spoke in a domineering manner. The reason he spoke like this was because he knew that the witch's words couldn't be trusted. He had just finished a great battle, and so his mood was rather relaxed right now. As a result, he spoke out in a teasing and joking manner. The witch giggled and asked, "What are you talking about? Suppress her on the spot. Didn't you say you'll sell her to me? I've been waiting this entire time. If she really does come looking for trouble, then I'll directly carry her back to the village to make her into a mother." Shihao moved his fist around in a rough manner. In reality, he wasn't some masculine man and was still a youngster. He was still delicate and pretty. So these words were spoken just to play along with the witch's style. The Heavenly Fox Spirit laughed until she was rocking back and forth, not matching her appearance at all.
Below her collar, a large amount of her snow-white skin was revealed, just like fine jade. Her lotus-like arms were sparkling, and her beautiful face was absolutely dazzling. Her eyes were extremely quick-witted as well. "If she really comes, do you dare take action?" "Why wouldn't I dare? Didn't you say that you'll find someone to be her spouse in her place?"
"Who is there better than me? Since it's my responsibility, I have to take her as my wife." Shihao spoke in a confident manner. "You were the one that said it."
"Suppress Fairy Yuchan on the spot." The witch's smile was extremely splendid and her eyes were shining. "Suppress that fatty on the spot." Shihao nodded as he parroted her words. Hee, the Heavenly Fox Fairy's laughter gave Shihao a bad feeling. He was a bit afraid because he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. When he suddenly turned around, he saw a wonderful figure standing at the entrance to the private room. "Fatty. I mean, Fairy Yuchan, when did you come?" Shihao scratched his head because he didn't know what to say. He had a silly expression on his face. "I've arrived quite a while ago." Fairy Yuchan spoke with an expressionless face. Her beauty made others feel suffocated. while clothes covered her entire body and there wasn't the slightest bit of anger from her. She was just like an otherworldly and cold fairy. Sure Hao was extremely embarrassed. It was clear that he had been set up by the witch. Why are you so quiet? Soon after, he noticed a problem. Waves of coldness ran down his back because this fairy was too terrifying. She avoided being detected by his spiritual awareness, startling him quite a bit. Fairy Yuchan was extremely calm and unflustered, as if she didn't hear what was said just now at all, or maybe all of those disrespectful words were filtered out. She walked into the private room, but did not sit down. She has a secret treasure on her that's impossible to deal with. It could conceal her existence, and is an extremely great assassination tool. The witch's laughter seemed to never end. Sure Hao didn't say anything. No wonder Fairy Yuchan didn't bring up the matters from just now. He naturally wouldn't dig his own grave, and so he pretended as if he never said those things. However, the witch didn't exactly think the same way. She would stir up trouble from nothing, so how could she let this situation go? Deity-like youth, your fairy sweetheart has personally arrived. Hurry up and carry her back to the village and make her into a mother. I look forward to it, and pray that nephew will hurry and get it on. The heavenly fox spirit's laughter was extremely sharp and clear, and not a single person wasn't moved. Sure Hao pretended as if he didn't hear anything. He looked at the bustling streets and said, "The capital is truly great. There are people everywhere. You really aren't good at shifting topics. What are you even talking about? Could it be that those on the street aren't people but grass?" The witch rolled her eyes and continued her question from just now and didn't let it go. "Older sis Yuchan has already arrived. So what about the bold words you spoke just now? You shouldn't give her the cold shoulder." Sure Hao realized that he couldn't let her continue speaking freely or else there would be even more trouble. He took the initiative and said, "Fairy Yuchan, do you need something from me? There are some matters." Fairy Yuchan replied. Sure Hao was startled. Did the other party really come looking for trouble? It was reasonable to assume that this wasn't the case since the situation in the capital was so complicated. It was better to quietly watch the situation so she shouldn't be the first one to jump out, right? Fairy Yuchan smiled sweetly, immediately making him feel as if he was bathed within spring winds. Today, she did not have a veil on, and her elegant and refined complexion didn't have the slightest flaw. Her hair was jet black, and her bright eyes appeared well-disposed. "Fairy, please don't smile at me like that anymore. Otherwise, the witch will urge me to bring you back to the village again," Sure Hao said. "You clearly wanted to do that yourself. Why are you dragging me down with you?" Fairy Yuchan was not affected at all and instead asked, "Are you a disciple of the Heaven Mending Pavilion?" Sure Hao was astonished and didn't know why she would suddenly ask this kind of question. He immediately nodded because there wasn't any reason to hide it. Many people already knew about this. Since that is the case, then we both originated from the same place. The two of us should become closer and not fall for this witch's corruption, said Fairy Yuchan. "Hey, did you hear? Older sis Yuchan wants to become more intimate with you. Your wooden brain truly can't get the point. Hurry up and express your true feelings." The witch heckled. "What? You want to come back to the village with me? No problem. Grandpa Chief and Uncle Lin Hu have always wanted me to bring back a wife, saying that I am already at an age where I should settle down and get married. Brother Dazhuang's child is already so big," Sure Hao said. "Ha," the witch laughed heartily. She knew that this fellow definitely caught on and was now purposely playing along and shifting the topic. Fairy Yuchan was extremely calm and did not act out like how other women might. She was extremely unperturbed as she said, "If you want, we can work together to capture the witch and make her your wife. Even something like this is okay?" Sure Hao's mouth formed an O shape. He never thought that the incomparably holy and otherworldly fairy would be able to speak such absurd words. The witch said, "Do you see? The holy and pure fairy is more two-faced than anyone else. In order to accomplish her goals, she dares to do anything. For the sake of that fairy, her sect even made themselves into demons. Later on, after a series of battles, they turned everything around and changed history. If you become powerful enough, you can become a demonic king and make Fairy Yuchan serve on you. We are of common origin and have inherited the same tradition." Fairy Yuchan didn't seem to be affected in the slightest, as if all of those foul words flew past her ears like wind, leaving behind nothing. "I asked the fairy for guidance. Why do you speak of such things?
Please help me dissolve my confusion. Sure Hao truly didn't understand. He had cultivated within the heaven-mending pavilion before, but what did that have to do with a great sect outside of this region? Fine, then I will tell you everything. I come from the heaven-mending sect. What does this name remind you of? Fairy Yuchan asked. She was at a distance where Sure Hao could almost touch her. Her eyes were extremely quick-witted, and her feminine fragrance was floating about like that of an orchid as she looked at him calmly. Sure Hao was shaken. The difference between the heaven-mending sect and heaven-mending pavilion was only a single word. There really seemed to be some connection between the two, and so he seemed to have suddenly realized something. The heaven-mending pavilion originated from outside the wastelands. It is a branch of my school, and so if you trace back to the roots, you are all disciples of the heaven-mending sect, Fairy Yuchan said, revealing an astonishing secret. Ayo, older sis, the skin on your beautiful face is thickening. When did the heaven-mending pavilion become your branch? You guys never even recognized them, yet you guys actually dare to take credit when it's convenient, the witch mocked. Sure Hao's heart was moved. He believed that there was definitely some connection and that some of what Fairy Yuchan said was trustworthy. Only there were too many ulterior motives being kept secret. It is true that some unpleasant things happened back then, but in the end we are still of the same origin. The heaven-mending pavilion's ancestor was a disciple of my heaven-mending sect. He had always wanted to return, and as a result he established a heaven-mending pavilion here in the wasteland region, said Fairy Yuchan. Sure Hao trembled. He immediately thought about Ghost Grandpa. At that time, his hair was completely disheveled, and there was an ancient sword stuck in his skull. He went crazy and howled in sorrowful dismay that he was an abandoned disciple. At that time Sure Hao thought about how great of a sect that was. It was so powerful that even someone like Ghost Grandpa was expelled. This was too shocking. You have to understand that Ghost Grandpa was someone who dared to even cut apart supreme experts without hesitation. Back then, an ancient expert who even had his divine flame ignited was refused by the heaven-mending sect. Yet today you guys actually have the nerve to seek out his disciple. It really is interesting. The witch ridiculed. We cannot change what has happened, but our sect has always tacitly agreed that the heaven-mending pavilion was a branch of our heaven-mending sect, said Fairy Yuchan. What a pity. The heaven-mending pavilion has been exterminated by others. Sure Hao spoke coldly. What was the point of saying these things now? When the heaven-mending pavilion was facing great troubles, why didn't anyone come to help? We know that it is already too late, but in the end, all accounts will be settled. Soon, the wastelands will be thrown into chaos, and even saints will become grass and straw. Fairy Yuchan spoke, her voice extremely serious. At this moment, Sure Hao's mind was extremely uncalm. Someone as powerful as Ghost Grandpa came from the heaven-mending sect and was expelled. Just how terrifying was this great sect? He had always felt that the large sects from outside this region were extremely powerful and could dominate endless territories, but he never thought that someone who had even ignited his divine flame would be discarded. It was by far even more terrifying than what he had thought. The heaven-mending sect is truly great, and their inheritance has been passed down for endless years. It dates back to the archaic years, and it is not limited to a single region. Fairy Yuchan explained the situation to Sure Hao. The space this great sect occupied was actually not limited to a single region? This was like something straight out of a fairy tale, leaving Sure Hao somewhat stupefied. In other words, it could be said there are more than one great regions where my sect has staked its foundation. For example, in the Wasteland region, the heaven-mending pavilion can be considered as one of our branches. Fairy Yuchan explained in detail. Aren't you just trying to rope him into your heaven-mending sect because you see his potential? The witch interrupted and spoke in a domineering tone. What can you guys give him? If Sure Hao enters my sky-severing sect, then we will fish the heaven-mending sect from the skies. Even making Fairy Yuchan your wife wouldn't be a problem. The sky-severing sect goes against the heaven and earth. In the end, it will all amount to nothing. You do not need to fall for her enticement, said Fairy Yuchan, heaven-mending sect, heh. The witch shook her head and then became even more aggressive. She said to Sure Hao, if you go with her, you won't be able to obtain anything, while if you come with me, even she can be yours. It's clear which option is better. There's no reason for you to hesitate. Fairy Yuchan's face became colder. Sure Hao didn't say anything but began to think.
It seemed like he had been seen as someone important by both sects, but it was also extremely dangerous. This was just the situation on the surface, but if he should go with either side, he would most likely face the ruthless slaughter by the other side. Sky-severing sect, heaven-mending sect. It was clear just from the outlook that the two opposed each other. They were both supreme sects, and their doctrine and teaching were the most terrifying.
Can I be a demonic king and a divine ruler? Xianxia was extremely thick-skinned as he asked. No problem. The only problem is if you can bear it. Fairy on the left, witch on the left, demonic sovereign at the center. The question is, can you do it? The witch challenged. Fairy Yuchan remained expressionless. She was extremely pure and holy without the slightest flaw. When she heard those vulgar words, she would act like she always did and ignore them. Why wouldn't I be able to? Xianxia asked. If you can, then first suppress this fairy. That is the true nature of a demonic king. Otherwise, stop thinking random things. The witch laughed. In the end, Xianxia left and walked out from the moon-gazing house. He left behind the fairy and the witch's confrontation to silently think. He didn't see any problems right now, and the two of them wouldn't do anything. The future, however, wouldn't be so certain. It might end up in a bitter war. Those two were ridiculously powerful, and both were outstanding individuals that belonged to great sects that could not be bound by a single region. This is it for today. I'm gonna go cultivate. Don't bother me, or else I'll bring both of you to the village. The devilish brat fiercely waved his fists at the restaurant. He was still a devilish child that came from the wastelands. After feeling threatened, he immediately swore to bring them away forcefully. Haha. Not completely eat them? In the distance, a young girl giggled secretly. Even though she didn't possess Fairy Yuchan's and the witch's suffocating beauty, her appearance was still rather moving. Her body was tall and slender. It was clear that she understood Xianxia and knew his catchphrase, "Eat you all." The devilish brat immediately felt a wave of shame. How could this be seen by someone? He had been so deep in thought that he didn't notice anything. You're Lord Hunshan's sister. He finally recognized who it was. He had seen this young lady from far away before in the Greenwood Garden. At that time, she had been surrounded by a group of young men. My brother invites you to have a chat. The young lady had a slight smile as she spoke. Lord Hunshan is looking for me? Xianxia was astonished. This was a period of time where ordinary people definitely wouldn't bother with him to avoid bringing themselves some kind of disaster. My brother's temperament is extremely straightforward, and he feels that you are quite a good person. In my opinion, the two of you are birds of a feather. He wants to have a drink and chat with you and couldn't care less about what others think. The young girl murmured. Okay, I'll pay him a visit. Xianxia nodded. Lord Hunshan was Stone Country's youngest lord and was only 25 years old. He had been granted his title of nobility several years ago. His natural talents were incredibly shocking, and it was clear how powerful he was. This was a secluded garden that was also a restaurant. However, it only accepted specific guests. Those that were not frequent visitors couldn't even get in. It was obvious that Lord Hunshan's power and influence were extremely great. As a new up-and-coming lord, he had the authority to be a guest here. He knew about this hidden location. There were many courtyards within this garden, and there was one that was open wide. The surroundings were beautiful and tranquil, and all types of rarely seen plants could be seen. They were extremely fragrant. Carry all of you away? Ha ha ha, you truly are bold. It seems like I've been imitated. Lord Hunshan laughed loudly and invited Xianxia inside. There was a jade table displayed within the courtyard, and there were many rare dishes on top of it. He didn't know what kind of spiritual wood the chairs were made from. It didn't seem particularly luxurious, but spiritual essence swirled about vaguely. This was a place extremely suited for enjoying wine and small gatherings. Lord Hunshan's figure was tall and large. His hair scattered down like a waterfall, and his pupils were penetrating. While speaking to Xianxia, there were several girls at his side. They were all important young ladies from the capital. No matter how bold I look, I'm just hot air. Unlike you where it's actually put it into action, getting 4 in one go. Xianxia said in a familiar tone right from the start while looking at those 4 young ladies. They weren't forced to come by me. We are all of similar interests. Let's drink again. They are also quite curious and wanted to meet you. Lord Huntian said. Lord Huntian was someone whose temperament greatly changed depending on where he was. On the battlefield, he cuts down his enemies decisively with astonishing power. During his downtime, he acted extremely casually. Right now, he was talking and laughing with a girl by his side, seeming extremely carefree. Now that you are drinking with me, aren't you scared of some others outside becoming hostile towards you?
I have quite a few enemies, you know, Xianxia said. Who would I be scared of? Lord Huntian smirked. He didn't seem to care in the slightest, and then he hinted for the beauties beside him to pour some wine. Are you not scared even if those great powers and noble king-level powers come after you?
What if that enormous spider sets its eyes on you?
Won't it be troublesome then? Xianxia reminded. He did not wish for those he was that he had friendly relations with to be harmed. How many days longer can it even jump around?
The wastelands is going to become chaotic anyway. Don't look at how powerful some of these creatures are now. Sooner or later, they will be on the receiving end of a blade. Lord Huntian spoke without the slightest bit of fear. Xianxia was startled. Was this some kind of tribulation?
Would it even affect experts at that level?
It really was a bit scary. He had a feeling that Lord Huntian knew something, as if he understood quite a bit. Was he calmly waiting for the great chaos? It almost seems as if you couldn't care less about the wasteland's impending great chaos, as if you were just a bystander, Xianxia said. What will being scared do for me? If we can obtain some small thread of opportunity, we might even benefit. After the great chaos breaks out, what ancient country, what large spider?
None of them would be able to remain. Lord Huntian's words were absolutely fearless. It seemed like he wasn't even scared of the girls beside him leaking this information. He looked at Xianxia and said, who knows, we might have the chance to work together in the future.
With this great disorder coming into this region, those outside might not be able to send large numbers in, so it will still depend on people inside like us. We might both be able to rise. Xianxia silently thought for a bit, and then nodded his head.
In that brief moment, he thought of many things, and in the end, he asked, where did you obtain this information from? My teacher, said Lord Huntian. It was clear that this was someone with quite a bit of influence. Xianxia couldn't dig any deeper because everyone had their own secrets.
I decided to meet with you today because I felt that your disposition matches mine quite well. Tearing apart the Rain King Manor, and then a great battle in the Martial Imperial Manor proved your boldness, and that's something I admire. Come, let us chat a bit about romance. Training in army and going to war are my specialty, but talking about worldly affairs is still my hobby. Lord Huntian was completely unrestrained as he embraced a girl beside him and allowed her to feed him. Are you trying to show me how at ease and extraordinary you are by making me watch helplessly from the side? Xianxia was a bit discontent as he poured himself a drink as well. Hee. On the side, a young girl walked over and poured some wine for him as well. I look forward to the day when you carry both Fairy Yuchan and that witch back. I feel like there will be a day when you will actually do it. Lord Huntian laughed loudly. There was no way that he invited Xianxia over only to talk about romance. The main point was to exchange some opinions on the impending turbulent times. He did not look down on Xianxia's age at all. The so-called deities in our region aren't actually true deities, but our region is extremely suitable for bringing up true deities. That's why even those two great sects couldn't hold themselves back. When Xianxia heard what was said, he asked, I've always been quite curious. Just how powerful is the heaven-mending sect and the sky-severing sect? Can they really control an entire region? They are truly quite powerful and terrifying. They are so powerful that both you and I could only look up to them.
It's almost impossible to find any true deities within the wasteland region, but as for those two great sects, Lord Huntian didn't speak into detail. It really is dull. So much conflict and fighting, what is the point? Xianxia said as he drank some wine.
In reality, I don't want to participate in the great disorder, because we aren't really qualified. However, if me and you don't take action, then it's impossible for us to survive. It is all for the sake of self-preservation, said Lord Huntian.
I might as well just hole up inside a mountain forest or something. I'll bring back 2 fatties and then go into hiding to avoid this disaster. By then, my cultivation will be good enough. Who will dare provoke me then?
I'll just eat them all. Xianxia hiccuped from the alcohol and spoke in this way. Ha ha. Then I can't help you there. Lord Huntian laughed loudly. I'm quite curious. Exactly who is taking action and bringing about such chaos? Shurhao asked. Taboo. Lord Huntian's eyes narrowed and seemed to possess a bit of fear. Taboo. This was what his teacher personally told him. Even great sects from outside this region were going into action to take advantage of it. There were also rumors that this taboo was the arrival of all these great sections. Watch, when the great chaos arrives, there will be people who will try to assert their strength in this wasteland region. At that time, we will be involved as well. Instead of letting this happen, we might as well seize what we should possess instead. Lord Huntian spoke quite a bit, making sure Hao's expression changed. This was for the sake of not being controlled in the future, and it was going to be extremely terrifying. Lord Huntian spoke again. Some people have set their eyes on the boundless skies and vast stellar seas. There are also those who are focused on our wasteland region, those who are interested in mortal affairs, and even the people who are satisfied with growing their own necessities. I only want one thing, a free world, Shurhao said softly. Then you will have to rise to power in the wastelands, control the entire wasteland region, and become the great emperor. Only then could you obtain what you want, otherwise. Ha! The two of them had been drinking for a long time already, and both of them were already completely intoxicated. They didn't even know what they were talking about anymore, and in the end, Lord Huntian patted his shoulder and said, I offer my wishes that you can bring those two girls back to your village. I feel like this will make things extremely interesting, giving the great powers outside our region an unforgettable impression. Ha ha, wait for my good news. Shurhao was also drunk. He carried one of the girls and left, bringing about a huge shriek. Put down my sister, Lord Huntian shouted. Pa! Shurhao slapped the luxurious bottom and said, I was just wondering why something was quite different. I'm leaving. He hiccuped and left while swaying back and forth. A great disorder is going to begin, Shurhao said to himself. Time passed by quickly, and several days passed in a flash. The human emperor's birthday had arrived, and the majestic palace was completely opened. Important guests all entered. Shurhao became famous instantly, and as a result, he naturally received an invitation. This was because the human emperor personally paid attention to him and saved him from the clutches of that great spider. As a result, he had a golden invitation card in his hand and was considered a respected guest. Of course, this was not something that the Stone Emperor himself instructed, but rather something that the people below him decided based on the circumstances. It was impossible for everyone to personally pay their respects to the human emperor, so they took action based on what they felt was appropriate. The lofty palace was grand and vast. This was an ancient structure that flowed with golden splendor under the multicolored light of a sunrise. It seemed just like an ancient temple. Upon entering, one would find their bodies to be incredibly tiny in comparison, as if it was constructed for giants. The building was so large that it was shocking, and an incredibly majestic atmosphere filled this place. At the doorway to the inner palace, there were two enormous baionets crouching. They were powerful and terrifying ancient beasts that possessed formidable power and grandeur. Their bloodlines were incredibly astonishing. It was rumored that within the depths of the imperial palace, there was an old Bayan that had lived for a long time. It had become an existence similar to a guardian spirit, and it was the beast that protected the imperial family. The imperial family really is incredible, Shurhao sighed. He made many speculations just from seeing a small portion of this place. Guests entered unceasingly, and the number of people here grew larger and larger. They were all experts, and the auras they released made others' hearts palpitate. Without a doubt, this place was going to be bustling with noise and excitement today. In addition, there were bound to be some unusual events that were going to happen. Under the illuminating sunlight, the entire palace was covered in a layer of golden light. Countless people were hurrying over, as if they were making a pilgrimage. The grand and imposing buildings towered into the heavens. After all the powerful individual arrived and formally entered Stone Country's restricted areas, they felt an ancient and evolving feeling. They were witnesses of this generation's magnificence. A generation's outstanding expert sparked his divine flame, established an ancient country, and ruled over millions of rivers and mountains. These majestic and boundless buildings recorded the stories from countless years ago. After cultivating to a certain level, sometimes a single idea could make an incredible difference. The imperial palace has cultivated to such greatness already. Was the supreme expert from back then scared of not having enough space? Sure, how guessed randomly. This was because there wasn't just a single building, and all of them were all enormous. Every single one of them was like a mountain. When standing before them, one would feel extremely insignificant. The sound of flowing water could be heard everywhere. Not only were there fountains, there were streams linking up the entire palace beside the main path. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Within the streams, there were fish and shrimp. From time to time, even flood dragons would appear. There was definitely more than a single flood dragon. Their thick bodies extended from tens to hundreds of meters in length, and light flickered through their scales and dragon feelers. Their horns were sparkling and translucent, giving them a mystical appearance. At this moment, everyone was shocked from the scenery. Other people would grow fish that were pleasant to look at, yet Stone Country's imperial palace actually raised flood dragons. This was just too shocking, like the difference between heaven and earth. There is a white tortoise as well. According to legends, the tortoise's swirling white pattern was an auspicious sign, an omen of long life. It's an incredibly rare precious medicine. Everyone sighed in admiration. The creatures in these waters were all rarely seen. Outside of the flood dragon and white tortoise, they also saw a scarlet lotus. Its entire body was bright red like burning flames. They were growing in large numbers, and their fragrance wafted through the air. This is just too extravagant. Everyone was shocked again and again. That scarlet lotus was a well-known spiritual medicine, yet they were growing in such abundance here for landscaping purposes. This made many people swallow their saliva. This isn't actually a waste. When the imperial palace needs to refine medicines, they will come here to pick them from the waters, said a noble king. It was clear that he visited the imperial palace regularly and knew about its circumstances. Clear and pleasing chirps sounded from above them. A few colorful wands flew past, and they were all incredibly beautiful with long plume feathers and brightly colored wings. They circled around the imperial palace, giving it an auspicious feel. Everyone was in deep admiration. Every scene within the imperial palace possessed exceptional magnificence. Those were descendants, yet they willingly resided here. It was clear that Stone Clan's backing was deep and powerful. The palace city naturally had many ancient trees, and there were many old trees that were several thousand years old, with some that were even more ancient. Numerous branches extended from them, and leaves covered them luxuriously. They were upright and strong like dragons as they extended towards the sky. There were many people who came, and there were no lack of sect masters, noble kings, and other aristocrats. There were also many powerful, unaffiliated cultivators and pure-blooded creatures. They all possessed powerful backgrounds. After passing through an enormous arched gate, everyone arrived at the central heavenly palace. When they arrived here, they found that the ground was covered in a layer of clouds that continuously moved about but only reached the knees. This was their final destination, as the human emperor's birthday celebration was going to be held here. There were clearly creatures of all different types that had entered this heavenly palace. They were all emitting shocking auras that made others tremble. These creatures included a golden sparrow that was several meters in length and a giant that was over 20 meters in height. Are those creatures from the archaic divine mountains? Everyone was astonished. Only those types of guests could sit with Stone Emperor in this heavenly palace. Everyone else could only remain outside in the public area. There were already many jade chairs and tables arranged, and with white mist swirling about, it made this place seem like a heavenly realm. The birthday feast obviously wouldn't start now. It was still too early. Many people began to group up and exchange greetings. This was a good chance for them to get to know and befriend some large figures. They were originally assigned to seats in the lounge, but they didn't go there. Soon after, they all got together and many experts began to laugh heartily. They were in twos and threes as they talked about topics of mutual interest. Sure how wandered around, not recognizing most of the people there. However, when others looked at him, many of them revealed peculiar looks. They all began to discuss secretly and point him out. Without a doubt, he was someone that was well known.
Many people recognized him because after the great battle within the capital, he drew attention from all directions. There were still a few people that Xianxia knew about here, like the martial imperial manners people and a few other nobles. There were also a few outstanding individuals he encountered within the Greenwood Garden. He enthusiastically greeted them without missing a single one. As long as he recognized them, he would definitely go up and say a few things. For example, when he saw the Rain Clan's people, he would walk up and pat their shoulders intimately, wrapping his arms around their shoulders. Yu Feng's face fell ashen, but he didn't dare move a muscle. He had cultivated within the heaven-mending pavilion in the past, and conflict had already sparked with Xianxia there. In the Void God realm, he was even killed by the other party. He had to spend a long time in recovery to return to his former condition. Everyone's expressions were strange. Even people like them could get along? To Yu Feng, this was truly a type of torment. His entire body felt uncomfortable as Xiao's arms wrapped around his shoulders. However, he wasn't strong enough. He really wanted to kill Xiao with a slap. Finally, the devilish child saw Ziding and he immediately abandoned Yu Feng and walked up. He immediately asked how the injuries of this uncle of his were and if they were serious. Ziding's face was expressionless. He turned around and left. "Hey, aren't you all from Taoba family? You guys came too? You guys look good. I wanted to see you guys again." When Xiao saw the family's people, he rushed over and chatted in a friendly manner. These people's faces were all overcast. They suffered bitterly in the Void God realm, and their entire Pure Land was pulled up by the roots and flattened. Many of their important figures were killed by soul-shattering needles, so they hated the devilish child greatly. Wherever Xiao went, a group of people's faces would immediately change and become extremely ugly. Was he trying to brew hatred? He only searched out those whom he had conflicts with. You're that famous Prince Qiyun from the Void God realm. I think we met before. Back then, I might have accidentally killed a large number of people. Nothing happened to you, right? Xiao was truly making their lives absolutely miserable. He was completely unrestrained as he attacked at these people's weak points. Prince Qiyun was one of the young experts of the four great families, and so there was naturally some conflict between them. The people that Xiao provoked were naturally all those that bore grudges against him that were difficult to get rid of. At the same time, Xiao didn't want to coexist with them either, and there was going to be a life and death confrontation between them sooner or later. Since he came to the capital, he wanted to utilize one of the little pagoda's great uses. He did not mind if everyone became furious from his provoking, because he would just kill them all. The group of people were truly angered badly, but they didn't dare act out. This was the Stone Country Imperial Palace, so who dared to act imprudently? Only that thick-skinned brat would act in such a carefree manner and harass everyone. Finally, he left because he saw some people he was truly acquainted with. At the arched door, many people were crowding around a young lady like stars around a moon. She was a bit taller than normal girls, and her fiery dress flowed up and down from her curvy figure. Her face was gorgeous, and a snow-white neck led down to her full chest. Below her small waist were a pair of beautiful and slender legs. These traits together formed a figure that was absolutely perfect. People from Stone Country's Imperial Palace welcomed her, so it was clear that this was a guest among esteemed guests. Fire Nation Princess has come to offer congratulations in the Fire Emperor's place. He wishes the Stone Emperor eternal youth and heavenly grace, someone announced. Everyone was astonished. Another human emperor has dispatched people to offer his congratulations. Fatty! Xiao waved from far away and enthusiastically shouted. Hualinga was originally extremely happy and excited. She was surrounded by outstanding individuals like a heavenly goddess. When the word fatty sounded, she immediately felt a sense of familiarity, and then her countenance changed completely. It was because she saw Xiao walk over and wave in her direction. She was fuming with rage between gritted teeth. She hadn't seen this devilish brat in 2 years, yet he was still the same, hollering fatty at her. She was gonna die from anger. This was intolerable. With a hula sound, those outstanding talents around her immediately moved to the side. These people all knew how formidable this savage youth was, and none of them were willing to provoke him. When he saw Hualinga flip out, Xiao immediately restrained himself and didn't call her a fatty anymore. Junior sister, you have become prettier since the last time I saw you 2 years ago. The parts that should be fat are becoming fatter. The first half made Hualinga happy, but the second half, what kind of words were those?
You were at the Northern Sea these past 2 years? Veins jumped on Hualinger's sparkling white forehead, and she was holding herself back with great difficulty. I thank Junior Sister for her concern.
I was tricked by a group of heartless people into going into the Northern Sea and ate salted fish for 2 years. It's simply infuriating. While speaking, he stared at a group of people in the distance, and they were immediately stumped for words. Those people actually came as well.
They were descendants from the archaic divine mountains. Are you okay now? Hualinger asked in a concerned manner. She had heard from a few rumors that the great battle at the Northern Sea was incredibly miserable. Even supreme experts fell, yet the devilish brat dared to venture there. It really was beyond reckless. It was because she heard in some vague rumors that the devilish child was incredibly ferocious, killing the spiritual bodies of several supreme experts. In the end, he was killed within the Kuan Peng's nest. Even though she heard news of his survival and return, she was still worried for a period of time. I'm fine, really. Even though I ate quite a lot of salted fish, I could still eat a piece of pure-blooded precious meat from the archaic divine mountains. The taste was truly quite good, Xianxia said. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stupefied. This fellow killed pure-blooded creatures before? This was just too horrifying. We'll talk more later. Let me offer birthday congratulations to Stone Emperor in my father's place first. After Hualinger spoke, she was led forward by the palace staff. At this time, a small creature in her bosom woke up and cried out with an AO sound. Quickly jumped onto Xiao's body. You? Hualinger was furious. Several years had passed already, yet the young deity still never forgot this fellow. She didn't stop it and temporarily abandoned the small wolf before walking towards the central heavenly palace. Not bad. I thought that you became a thankless wretch and forgot about me. Xiao laughed and took a look at it. He noticed that the small wolf's size didn't change, but a wave of extremely tyrannical divine force was surging from within. However, no matter how he searched, he didn't discover any symbols. He couldn't understand why at all. Could this young deity have some kind of problem?
Not far away, a group of creatures walked over, bringing about much shock and astonishment. Those people could still be considered young, and there were males and females among them. They were all extraordinary and promising youth. There were 10 or so people. Some of them wore clothes with brilliant feathers, some had dazzling armor, and some had on beautiful dresses. The boys were heroic and the girls were extremely beautiful. They attracted the crowd's attention. They are creatures from the archaic divine mountains.
All of these youngsters are terrifying, and if nothing unexpected happens, then the wastelands will be dominated by these individuals in the future. Even a noble king sucked in a cold breath of air. You are sure how? Also known as the savage youngster? One of them had already walked up. He asked while filled with ill intent. That's me. Did you need something from me? Xiao asked as if he didn't mind at all. His gaze passed through their bodies and landed on the exceptionally beautiful body of the purple-clothed Yun Shi. Xiao truly acted how he wanted. Even in front of creatures from the archaic divine mountains, he was still extremely carefree, making these youngsters' faces extremely ugly. Of course, there were a few youngsters whose expressions remained neutral and indifferent. Their outstanding appearances did not show any change. These people were all extremely powerful. Their family backgrounds were illustrious, and their bloodlines were noble. During the archaic years, their ancestors were known as gods and devils that roamed freely through the earth and 9 heavens. Meanwhile, the human race was comparatively weaker. When facing creatures from the archaic divine mountains, they would hold them in the same regard as gods. Ever since the ancient times until the present day, whenever youth like these walked around, they would all be surrounded by others, welcomed by countless humans. Humans would all feel intimidated, and as a result act humble and respectful. Where would they see someone as infuriating as Xiao? There were a few youngsters that were extremely discontent. Their expressions were cold and their gazes were chilly. One of them said, "We are talking to you, yet your mind seems to be wandering around and you aren't paying attention. What is the meaning of this?" Xiao glanced at him and said, "Why do I care who you are?
You act high and mighty as soon as you show up, and the first thing that comes out of your mouth sounds like you're trying to lecture someone, yet you still want me to treat you with respect?
From my perspective, it seems like you want me to eat you. The crowd was completely stunned. This was just too direct. Was he really revealing his savage nature as soon as he walked up? Even though they had heard rumors before, this was still a bit difficult for them to endure. You, go somewhere and cool off. Don't be an eyesore. Xianxia shot them a look of disdain. The group of disciples from the Divine Mountains were completely speechless. Meanwhile, those youngsters that were yelled at immediately felt their faces go pale. Wasn't this fellow too arrogant?
Normally it was them who berated others, yet today it was the exact opposite. Are you challenging the dignity of my divine mountain? A youngster asked with an overcast expression. Are you challenging my dignity? Xianxia coldly replied. Their words were extremely similar, but the meanings were completely different. One was a divine mountain and another was himself. This made many people's expression change. It was such a huge contrast, yet they were opposing each other with equal harshness.
We've heard that you were arrogant a long time ago, but I never expected you to be even worse than what the rumors say. Don't think that you are really unrivaled under the heavens. A youngster threatened in a cold voice. Are you testing my patience? Don't overestimate yourself. Xianxia was extremely blunt, not giving them any face. With these words spoken, the atmosphere immediately became cold and those individuals could no longer leave. Killing intent seeped out, and they were ready to spring into combat. They couldn't endure these attacks. Did you all come here to deal with me? Xianxia asked. Brother has misunderstood. We've only come to become acquainted with you. We've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time but never had the chance. Today there is finally an opportunity to. A youngster smiled and spoke. Soon the group separated. 8 or 9 stood on the side and did not join the others. They were the ones that were comparatively gentle and did not possess overbearing attitudes. The other individuals' faces were ice cold, and their expressions were even uglier. During these past few years, news of the savage child from the Void God realm had traveled far and wide. Even those that came from the archaic Divine Mountains retracted their conceit and arrogance when facing a human who opened 10 heavenly passages. As a result, there were some within these youth that showed restraint. They didn't show any arrogance and watched calmly from the side. It was because they had heard too many things regarding this savage child and were not willing to provoke him. Only those individuals who took pride in their archaic Divine Mountains were discontent from the start. They possessed a natural sense of superiority, yet the other party didn't seem to pay them any attention, so they became extremely angry. Xianxia, last time, you fooled me into going to the Northern Sea with only salted fish to eat for 2 years. In the end, I didn't obtain anything and almost lost my life. Did you bring these people here to get rid of me? Xianxia asked. The purple-clothed Xianxia, who was always in the back, frowned and said, nothing to do with me. To Xianxia, what kind of feeling did her words bring? Within the 100 shattered mountains, the two were like fire and water. She felt that this brat was too hateful, daring to even bite her ear. You have to know that within the great archaic Divine Mountains, she was extremely outstanding and was regarded as a goddess. Later on, after experiencing a string of events, she found that this devilish brat was extremely terrifying. His natural talents were too great, and if he was allowed to grow up, not even the Divine Mountains would be able to deal with him. You ate one of our companions in the Northern Sea, so why would you still treat us with such hostility? Next to her, a silver-haired girl murmured. This was precisely Xianxia. I only know that I was tricked by you guys. There is someone among you that wanted to get rid of me. But that had nothing to do with us. Xianxia shouted. You were the ones that invited me out to sea. But in the end, one of you wanted to kill me. It really is bitterly disappointing. Xianxia shook his head as he spoke. Hello? You've already eaten Xingyun, who wanted to kill you. Could it be that you want us to apologize or even eat us? Xianxia was a bit upset. The purple-clothed Xianxia stood silently on the side like a gorgeous piece of art carved from ivory. Her beauty had no flaws. Of course. You guys need to apologize and compensate me for my losses. Xianxia's skin was extremely thick as he spoke. What do you want? Xianxia naturally wouldn't give anything, but she still asked curiously. You two should guard my village in my place. Sure Hao spoke in a business tone.
You should just die. The purple-clothed Xianxia who hadn't opened her mouth finally couldn't hold it in anymore. It was because ever since she encountered the devilish brat in the 100 Shattered Mountains, he would always shout noisily about capturing her like an archaic vicious beast to guard some stupid village for him. Whenever she thought about that experience, she would always feel like going crazy. Hey, you all that aren't involved, what are you doing here?
Stop poking around and go do what you are supposed to do. Sure Hao spoke towards the individuals with gloomy expressions. The confrontation and exchange of words had long attracted the attention of the nearby guests. Many people were paying close attention, and they all felt an apprehensive fear. Everyone knew about the devilish child's savageness since a long time ago, but they never thought that he would reach such a level. While facing a group of pure-blooded creatures, or the future most powerful individuals in the wastelands, he didn't seem to care in the slightest. On the contrary, he told them off when given the earliest opportunity. In particular, after seeing this scene, many human youths felt incredible admiration. They felt as if their emotions were being battered by a torrential downpour. This was just too shocking. Meanwhile, there were a few aristocratic young ladies whose eyes were flickering with radiance. This was a youngster that dared to lecture creatures from the archaic divine mountains. This kind of attitude gave them a hint of novelty and excitement. At this moment, many youngsters were feeling a sense of joy. Normally, whenever a pure-blooded creature appeared, they would all feel extremely stifled and nervous. A group of them appeared this time, yet a single youngster directly pointed at and threatened them. This made them completely speechless. At the same time, they were stirred up. There were some who cried out in anguish when they compared themselves to Sure Hao. Their ages were similar, but why was there such a huge disparity between them? From the group of archaic divine mountain youngsters that had gloomy expressions, one walked up and said, "Qing Yun was a friend of ours, yet you killed and even ate him. How do you want to pay back this debt?" Sure Hao's expression was unperturbed as he said, "Didn't I already say that it was to get revenge on that green Luan? There's no need for it to be so complicated. Just step up and I'll give you an explanation." There were 8 or 9 youngsters on the side that included Yunxi and Inshui. They did not participate and expressed their uninvolvement in this matter. These people had been rather calm since they arrived. There were only 4 individuals remaining, and their ages ranged from 14 to 18. All of their expressions were extremely cold. "What, are you guys the ones that want to be taught a lesson? Why don't you all just come up together?" Sure Hao shot them a look of contempt, as if he wasn't the least bit concerned. Within the surrounding crowd, all the human youngsters looked like they had been injected with chicken blood. They clenched their fists and held their breaths after seeing the savage child speak with such a tone. His words resonated with them, making them extremely moved. He isn't scared of archaic divine mountains' retaliation? A young aristocratic lady spoke in a soft voice. She was extremely stirred up, and her small face was flushed red. Has he not done enough ridiculous things? He has been known as someone who angers deities and mortals alike. Yet he is still leaping and frisking about. That fellow definitely has some kind of backing. Another young lady clenched her fists and said, "Those individuals that originated from the archaic divine mountains had malicious looks in their eyes. They've truly had enough today. After coming here, they weren't able to show off their awe-inspiring authority and were instead repeatedly told off by a human youngster. Truly made them feel like they were being choked. I am going to fight you." Among them, one youngster coldly said, "Sure, but shouldn't we make some kind of agreement first? For example, if I were to accidentally kill you, could I just bring your body away and barbecue it? This is intolerable. We will fight over there." Those youngsters couldn't take it anymore. This fellow's mouth was too sharp and hateful. Sure Hao was astonished and said, "It's the human emperor's birthday, yet there is a place for fighting." There were such arrangements made. They were done to liven things up for the emperor. One of the people on the side spoke up, and it was a palace bodyguard. His age was quite great and appeared to be extremely aged. He had long noticed the situation here. Right next to the heavenly palace, there was an arena for practicing martial arts constructed for the imperial family. However, when they arrived, he found that there were already people fighting here. The imperial palace staff had already made preparations. They predicted that there would be those that would want to fight, and so they permitted such confrontations here. Could be said that this was rather unusual. This was the restricted emperor palace, yet such a thing really was happening. As a country founded on martial principles, Stone Country's customs always leaned towards the valiant. Even the imperial family was like this. Several of the youngsters discussed among themselves for a bit, and soon after, one of them walked out. He had a head of gray hair, and even his eyes were gray in color. He possessed a chilly aura and was going to fight sure how. In the distance, there were some noble kings fighting intensely, but it didn't attract anywhere close to as much attention as the fight that was about to take place here. Countless young talents had hurried over, and their eyes were all flickering in anticipation for this battle. The martial arena was extremely large, and it could simultaneously host many battles. It seemed like it was prepared for extremely powerful individuals, and great formation patterns had been laid out in fear of this place being destroyed.
It has been said again and again how formidable you are, but I will only believe the result. If you are killed, then all of those rumors will go up into thin air. The gray-haired youngster said in a cold voice. A sphere of resplendent radiance blossomed with woo-woo sounds. It directly flew towards Sure How with incredible power. The terrifying fluctuations made even the formation patterns below the martial arena tremble gently. Many people became scared and ominous feelings crept up within them.
Their entire bodies trembled, as if they were going to faint on the spot. Ancient sacred weapon. Sure How was astonished. This was a sacred weapon, moreover a complete one. There was no damage to it at all, and once activated, its power would reign supreme.
Fluctuations suppressed downwards like vast waves. If nothing unexpected happens, then Sure How would be directly suppressed and blasted into ashes. There wouldn't be any suspense because an undamaged weapon like this was extremely rare.
It was just too easy for it to defeat someone at the spirit transformation level. Sure How thought of the broken sword, but in the end, he didn't move. It was a damaged artifact, so he didn't know if it could withstand this attack. The thought of using the small pagoda came to him, but he felt like it wasn't worth it. In the end, he remembered another object and raised his left arm. Strong winds surged mightily, and intense fluctuations were released.
Everyone cast their gaze over and they were greatly shaken by what they saw. An ancient sacred artifact was actually revealed in this confrontation.
This was a bit inconceivable. Sure How felt a chill. This was definitely something bestowed by a supreme expert from the archaic divine mountains. It was a supreme treasure, and something not even a supreme expert could make. It had to be something that was passed down. This was a planned slaughter. The other party definitely received the consent of his seniors to kill him here. It was supposed to be a swift and decisive strike that wouldn't leave any chances open. He faced the incoming sphere of light. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. Other than that enormous spider, there was now another supreme expert he wanted to get rid of from the divine mountains.
He's running into an ancient sacred artifact. Many people cried out in alarm. They noticed that Sure How had stamped on the ground and charged towards the shining magical weapon. The entire arena trembled under his feet. The weapon was extremely bright. It was so dazzling that tears would cloud one's eyes when they tried to look at it, and it hurt as if they were being stabbed by needles. It flew out quickly and smashed in midair with the youngster. Clear sky wheel. Some people cried out in shock after recognizing the sacred artifact.
It had a great reputation, and its power shone brilliantly during the ancient years. Its body was a dazzling green, and it was in a circular shape. All types of symbols were carved on top, and countless streaks of divine multicolored light were being emitted. It was like a green sun that was covered in countless symbols, both powerful and terrifying. This precious will originated from the green sky divine mountain, and it had killed many powerful individuals in the ancient era. It had bathed in the blood of many remarkable figures, and was known as an incredibly great killing artifact. After the passage of endless years, it was not damaged after all those great battles. It was still sparkling, translucent, and shockingly powerful. Sure How faced the sky. His left arm shone, and symbols began to flourish. That arm became completely different, as if it was the arm of a deity. All types of symbols covered it densely as it struck towards the green sky wheel. What? That's the aura of a deity. Everyone was stupefied. They all stared blankly, and their hearts were greatly shaken. An extremely unordinary aura surged, making everyone tremble. It wasn't weaker than the green sky wheel, and it even seemed more mysterious. The fluctuations that were released felt like a sea of stars. Symbols poured down and spread from that arm. Xianxia was wrapped up within, and it completely protected his body. It was almost as if every inch of his flesh was protected by the symbols of deities. What is this?
How could such a strange sight appear? The people couldn't understand, and they stared without even blinking in fear of missing something. An abnormal ringing sounded in the air, and soon after, the sacred weapon green sky wheel was blasted away and sent flying. It flew high into the sky, and the radiance on the wheel began to flicker chaotically. Its symbols began to slowly disappear. Meanwhile, on the other side, the savage child was also greatly shaken. The layer after layer of symbols covering his body that were releasing resplendent multicolored light were momentarily extinguished, but they lit up again soon after. It was an extremely shocking scene. His body flew out, and in the end he smashed into the ground. When Xianxia fell onto the ground, the earth itself trembled. However, it was not destroyed because the formation patterns below the ground activated to protect this enormous martial arena. In the distance, the green sky wheel's radiance radiated. It went out several times, but in the end, it shone again. As it was suspended there, it seemed like a heavenly green sun. What is going on? He actually didn't die and blocked a great ancient killing weapon? Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The devilish brat wasn't killed or turned into ashes by this attack. Blood trickled out from Xianxia's lips. He was injured, but it wasn't a great hindrance. His body was completely covered in mysterious symbols that extended from his left arm. So powerful. This thing really is not bad. He was quite satisfied. He adjusted his breathing a bit and recovered. His fighting ability hadn't been affected. He looked in front of him. When everyone witnessed this result, there was immediately an uproar. This was just too ridiculous.
He faced an ancient sacred weapon head-on, yet he still seemed perfectly fine. In the distance, that gray-haired youngster's face became ashen, and he was breathing heavily. This was a sacred weapon, moreover one whose name once greatly shook the ancient times. Once it was truly activated and revived, it required an endless amount of divine force, so it left him completely empty. However, this was the result. He simply couldn't believe that he wasn't able to take that human youngster's life. "This is the freaking green sky wheel," he cried out loudly. There were a few great individuals in the ancient era who were killed, yet how could a mere youngster at the spiritual transformation realm survive? "You don't have the strength to utilize the green sky wheel," Xianxia spoke in a soft voice. He took large steps forward and approached the gray-haired youngster. "Something is still wrong. How could you still be alive? You also have an undamaged ancient sacred weapon in your arm." He began to take steps backwards. Xianxia charged forward and quickly shortened the distance between them to suppress him. After all, he had barely avoided a disaster just now, so there was a wave of anger within him. He now already knew that it was the Green Sky Divine Mountains people that wanted him dead. An undamaged ancient sacred weapon could easily erase him, so if it wasn't for the fact that he had a mysterious precious artifact within his body, he definitely would have been in trouble. "Green Sky will kill him," the gray-haired youngster shouted loudly and once again forcefully activated the precious wheel in the sky. The green sun quickly swooped down. Divine light erupted fiercely from his eyes. He was forced to halt his movements. That sacred artifact was too powerful, so he couldn't hold back. He once again lifted his left arm, and a brilliant radiance immediately erupted. "Arm guard. It's a brilliant arm guard." Everyone finally recognized that what had merged with his arm was a strange magical artifact. The arm guard was extremely vague and indistinct, as if it had fused together with his flesh. It was buried within his flesh, and densely packed symbols were interweaving brilliantly. "Why do I feel like it is similar to Heavenly Divine Mountain's magical artifact?" Someone said in a soft voice. "Right, I also feel like it is." A youngster that came from the archaic Divine Mountains also spoke softly. Quite a few people looked towards the purple-clothed Yunxi and revealed looks of confusion. This was an artifact passed down through her ancestors, and it possessed extremely great power. How did it fall in the hands of another? Hong. Shao's arm shone, and he once again sent the green sky while flying. Outside of the bit of blood that trickled out from the corner of his lips, he didn't suffer much damage. Is this really a magical artifact from the archaic Divine Mountains? It's quite similar, only it seems a bit special. The creatures that came from the archaic Divine Mountains were absolutely bewildered. Shao was using an arm guard that belonged to the heavenly Divine Mountain, but it lacked a tangible form and was the artifact's soul that had been extorted out within the Void God realm. Back then, the grandfather of the purple-clothed Yun, she wanted to invite Shao to the Northern Sea, but he wasn't willing to risk being killed by them once he was no longer useful. As a result, he took this precious artifact as collateral. This was only the soul of an arm guard, and would be useless even when brought out from the Void God realm. However, Shao had fused it with his arm and used his flesh as a medium. This was why he was able to release such terrifying power. Heavenly Divine Mountain was a well-known place within the restricted land. One could see from its name alone that many true deities had originated from it during the archaic era. Its magical artifacts were naturally powerful. If not for the fact that the Heavenly Divine Mountain's magical artifact was in a strange state, the green sky might have been broken. Someone said in a soft voice. The purple-clothed girl Yun, she was helpless. The fact that this magical artifact ended up in the devilish brat's hands was truly an old headache that returned. If she wanted to bring it back, then the only way was to bring him back alive. At this time, the gray-haired youngster's body began to shake unsteadily. He couldn't hold on any longer, because he had used up everything he had to activate the magical artifact. At this moment, his body couldn't bear it anymore because he had exhausted too much energy. He still wanted to release another strike, but Shao didn't give him the chance. A streak of light rushed over as Shao forcefully suppressed his opponent. Shao had also exhausted quite a bit of energy, because this was still, after all, a divine magical artifact. Even though it was just a weapon's soul, it still required a shocking amount of energy. However, he had 10 heavenly passages, so the amount of divine force he possessed far surpassed that of others. Kill! The gray-haired youngster resisted, but how could he block the opponent's arm? With a Wonglong sound, he was suppressed. Divine energy filled this place, and he was swept out. Large mouthfuls of blood flew out from his mouth. While he was still flying through the air, Shao pursued closely. His leg descended from midair, striking down onto the gray-haired youngster's body and smashing it all the way into the martial arena. Ka-cha sounds rang out. Forget about the gray-haired youngster, even those listening could feel the great pain. Bones were broken all over his body. Let me go! The gray-haired youngster cried out loudly. You still want to get up? Shao raised his hand to strike him down. His opponent clearly wanted to get rid of him, so how could he show any mercy? Cough! From the distance, an elder coughed, and an imperial bodyguard appeared. Stone Emperor has ordered that confrontations can be held, but no lives should be taken. Shao thought about it and nodded. This was Stone Emperor's birthday after all, so it wasn't too good to kill several people. As a result, Shao did not kill him. The gray-haired youngster was about to get up, but Shao kicked him and sent him flying. Not killing you does not mean that I'm letting you go. Soon after, everyone became completely stupefied. Shao violently trampled on the gray-haired youngster's butt, causing the bones all over his body to violently crack. He was about to be permanently crippled. The gray-haired youngster cried out miserably. This was an absolute humiliation, making him lose his mind. A creature from the glorious archaic Divine Mountain was having their buttocks trampled on. Moreover, in front of so many people's faces. What kind of face would he have left in the future? There are still you three. Shao pointed. As a result, those 3 youngsters were so scared that they frantically took to their heels, never again showing the coldness they possessed not long ago. They were completely terrified. But in the end, not a single one could escape. Shao's speed was too fast, and he used the divine magical artifact to suppress them. Then he released his 10 heavenly passages to freeze them in place. 1 kick per person, shattering their backs. The 3 people cried out miserably. It felt like their hearts were being torn and their lungs were splitting apart. The most important part, however, was that it was just too embarrassing. Xianxia ignored their blood-curdling screeching and trampled on their bottoms like they were rolling gourds.
Pi-pa sounds rang from their bodies and every single one of them became deformed as their bones fractured. Everyone sighed. These fellows were finished. A shadow would most likely be cast over their hearts for the rest of their lives.
They could have provoked anyone, but they decided to seek out the savage child, bringing misery upon themselves. The young human boys and girls were all shocked, and they covered their mouths one after another. Xianxia was just too tyrannical. He wasn't all talk, and he trampled on these pure-blooded creatures until they rolled all over the ground. This made all of them speechless. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing, yet in front of a mere teenager, such powerful races were completely toyed around with.
This fellow is truly formidable. Right, does he have a fiancé? Xia, keep dreaming, you starry-eyed girl. That fellow can even beat up creatures from the archaic divine mountains.
Do you really think that he wants to marry people from clans like yours? You are the starry-eyed one. The battle ended, and several people were brought away in states that were simply too tragic. They even had their bottoms trampled on like this, becoming the laughingstock of this celebration. It can only be blamed on their bad luck. They never expected the other side to have a magical artifact from the heavenly divine mountain. In reality, if Xianxia did not have this kind of precious artifact, with his current cultivation, even if his talents were world-shaking, he would still have fallen under the ancient sacred weapon.
The gray-haired youngster's party would have truly had the chance to kill him. How could he have a magical artifact from heavenly divine mountain? Many people couldn't figure out the answer to this question. A girl gifted it to me. Xianxia replied.
Everyone revealed strange expression, and they all looked at Xianxia. They felt that there was something they were hiding, or else how could such a thing be randomly gifted out? What are you randomly spouting? Xianxia was angered badly. A vein appeared on her pure white forehead. So many people were watching, yet this fellow still dared to speak such nonsense. I didn't speak nonsense, though.
The one who gifted it to me warned me again and again to never lose it, so I've protected it until this day, Xianxia said. Following that, he didn't pay them any attention and looked towards the green sky wheel suspended within the air. It drew his attention.
Xianxia was so angry that her beautiful face was completely flushed red, and even the roots of her teeth were aching. So many people were looking at her, demanding an explanation. She wouldn't be able to clear herself of this filth even if she dove into the sea. This devilish brat was too hateful. Little demon, you dare to touch my magical artifact? A cold voice rang over, shaking the martial arena. Everyone's ears rang with wang sounds, and many of them almost collapsed on the spot. What old fart is shouting? Xianxia was extremely rude as he opposed this stranger with equal harshness. A measly grain of rice even dares to oppose the sun and moon. Truly reckless. The cold voice fluctuated. Stop flaunting your age and come fight. I'll trample on your butt. Xianxia shouted as if he wasn't the least bit concerned. With these words spoken, this entire place became silent. The crowd was petrified. What was this fellow saying? Did they hear wrong?
Everyone was struck dumb. This fellow is going to trample on the butt of a supreme expert?
You don't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. The voice was like lightning as it erupted within the martial arena, shaking many people until they coughed out blood. Just come already. Also, big-headed spider, you should come at the same time.
I'm going to trample on all your butts. Xianxia shouted. Things became chaotic in the martial arena after the supreme expert from Green Sky Divine Mountain bellowed and many of the young people there were shaken. The crowd was absolutely terrified. However, the teenager in the middle showed no sign of restraining himself and continued challenging his opponent. He pointed at the sky and threatened to trample on the supreme expert's butts. This was just too ridiculously arrogant.
The crowd dared not comment, for they were afraid of bringing trouble onto themselves. They kept their mouths shut and pondered in silence. What was he trying to achieve?
Hadn't he provoked enough hatred already?
The sky rumbled, and a giant gray hand with streaks running through it reached down. The hand was endlessly vast, covering the heaven and earth. It was as if the sky itself was falling down. shocking everyone. The Green Sky Supreme expert had made his move, trying to crush Xianxia in his palm. The dignity of archaic divine mountain's mighty experts could not be desecrated. They had never considered taking Xianxia alive. However, the arena illuminated on its own at that instant. The light surged on, forming a sea of stars. As the giant stars turned and rumbled into movement one after another, a new world of stars seemed to be created. Heavens, what is that? The crowd cried out in shock, and even their souls were shaken. The great stars sounded like thunder, and an innumerable number of them lined the heavens. They formed a boundless river of stars to block that enormous hand. It couldn't descend at all. Stone Clan, what is the meaning of this? Green Sky Divine Mountains expert shouted. Supreme expert, this is one of the palace's internal ancient formations. As soon as it senses danger, it would activate. Your power is too great. At that time, an imperial bodyguard who was extremely aged spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Stone Emperor, I demand an explanation. Am I not allowed to kill even a single human? Green Sky Divine Mountain's supreme expert was absolutely furious. He didn't pay any attention to the imperial bodyguard, as if talking to him would bring disgrace to his identity. He directly vented his rage at the Stone Country's human emperor. You want me to give you an explanation? A dignified voice rumbled like thunder, shaking the entire imperial capital. It was even louder than that of the Green Sky Supreme Expert. Supreme Expert, this is my Stone Clan Imperial Palace. Once power exceeding that of the noble king level appears, it will activate to preserve the safety of this place. There are clear-cut rules in place. It was the imperial bodyguard that spoke. Gray clothes covered his body as he calmly replied. This was the central location of a country, and all of the clan's imperial family lived here. If supreme experts were allowed to casually take action, then a single attack might destroy many of the clan's upper-level figures. Moreover, the scripture pavilion, precious artifact treasury, ancient medicine hall, and others were all located here. If this place was destroyed, then those parts would suffer as well. Confrontations were allowed here, so a martial arena was set up. However, a strict power restriction was in effect that prevented power that could threaten the imperial city to appear. Stone Emperor, I want to kill him. Could it be that you are stopping me? Green Sky Divine Mountain's supreme expert shouted. Are you trying to destroy the foundation set by my clan's ancestors? Stone Emperor coldly asked. His voice came from the central heavenly temple, and countless rays of golden light erupted. What does a puny human count for? He dares to insult me, so he must be killed. The Green Sky Supreme Expert coldly spoke. When these words were spoken, many human cultivators frowned and felt discontent. Even though the human race had declined, speaking like this in front of Stone Emperor's face was a bit too unbridled. Stone Emperor, why do you continue to shield that insignificant ant? He continued to provoke others again and again, disgracing the dignity of supreme experts. He should be executed. Right at that time, another voice sounded. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Many people could tell that this was the large spider from the demonic spirit lake. It was a terrifying, mature, pure-blooded creature with an astonishing background. I have already said that this was a rule set by an ancestor after his divine flame was ignited. Are you all trying to disgrace my Stone Clan's ancestor? Stone Emperor's voice was even louder, and the entire heavenly temple erupted in endless golden light. It was as if a golden sun had lit up this entire place. At the same time, the old imperial bodyguard spoke. Supreme experts, please do not make things difficult for the emperor. So what if I still insist on killing that measly human? Green Sky Divine Mountain's supreme expert shouted coldly. Then you are challenging the prestige of the Stone Clan, and you will be eliminated by the great deity refining formation. The imperial bodyguard calmly said. Everyone became alarmed. This response was naturally accepted tacitly by the Stone Emperor. It seemed as if a shockingly great battle was going to take place. At this time, Xianxia opened his mouth. Human Emperor, today is your birthday, and I wish you a long life and heavenly blessing. The things that happened are all because of me, so it naturally should be solved by me. Let them come. Do you think my supreme palace is that easy to bully? He bestowed an ancient sacred weapon to his descendant to kill me. so his intentions are clear, yet he still dares to hypocritically say that I provoked him. Today, not only am I going to trample on his butt, but I am going to step on his old and wrinkled face. When everyone heard this, they all became stupefied. His words were becoming more and more fierce, and his arrogance was truly through the heavens. He was completely fearless against these supreme experts. There is still that big-headed spider. You've taken advantage of my stone clan and provoked my grandfather, forcing him to leave. Today, not only am I going to trample on your ass, I am also going to chop off your 8 legs. I want to see how threatening and arrogant you will appear then. Everyone felt dizzy. This fellow was mad, and there was no saving him. The Stone Emperor already tried his best to quell the situation. So why did he reveal his anger instead? Everyone was speechless. You are just a human at spirit transformation realm and less than a moth or dust in front of my eyes. Killing you isn't any different from trampling a maggot to death. A demonic spider appeared. It was even bigger than a mountain as it towered into the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying, and the aura it released was shocking. You might as well be farting out of your mouth. Big spider, why don't you get your ass over here and let me trample on it? Sure, how challenged without any fear. This scene stupefied everyone. They could see that he was truly challenging the supreme experts. He wasn't displaying false strength, but it was still a bit too inconceivable. What kind of odds were they talking about here?
My supreme palace cannot be disgraced. Come. Sure, how issued his challenge? Everyone stared blankly. This was not the first time he brought up this name, and many people were amazed. Didn't he come from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion?
So what kind of relationship did he have with this Supreme Palace? Supreme Palace is from outside this region. Every generation, there would only be one disciple, but they would always become a world-changing supreme expert. Someone said softly. Their voice wasn't loud, but it made many outstanding talents tremble inwardly.
Honglong, the archaic demonic spider, took action. An enormous spider leg descended and waves of demonic might erupted. Black mist overflowed into the heavens.
However, the Imperial Palace's great formation was extremely terrifying. Demonic spider, are you going to overstep your boundaries? Stone Emperor's voice sounded, and it was even more dignified now.
The radiance from the central heavenly temple was even more terrifying now, as if a great golden flame had been ignited, engulfing high into the sky. At this moment, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Meanwhile, the creatures from the archaic divine mountains were all moved.
Why did the golden flames make their hearts beat so heavily? Supreme Expert, if you violate my clan's ancestral regulations, then don't blame us for being rude. The great deity refining formation will be used to defeat you. The Imperial bodyguard spoke. Martial friend, it's better to back off. Why are you arguing with a younger generation so angrily? Just go back and devour some giant cities or bloody prey to quell your anger. When these words were spoken, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This was a supreme expert that was trying to get the demonic spider to exit the stage.
At the same time, it was spoken rather fiercely. If something happened here, then they definitely wouldn't be able to avoid a great disaster. Who knew when such a calamity would end?
Fine, I'll go back now and discuss this later. The archaic demonic spider backed off and returned to a palace. It did not pay a visit to the Stone Emperor. The Green Sky Divine Mountain's supreme expert also left with the sacred weapon. He did not continue to confront Sure How. The devilish brat was incredibly regretful. Why was he stopped again?
He was unsatisfied and said, "We will settle the matters here outside the palace. You two, wash yourselves clean and wait for me to behead you." This really was a little devil. Many people were speechless. Why was he not scared of heaven or earth and dared to provoke anyone?
Fine, then this matter will wait. This old one wants to see what a speck of dust like you can stir up and whether you really can knock down a star from the sky. The archaic demonic spider replied with an angry laugh. It has been many years since someone spoke like this to me. This old one also wants to see whether or not this so-called Supreme Palace's disciple is the real deal. I want to see if you can really display a world-changing cultivation. Green Sky Divine Mountain's supreme expert also shouted coldly. The two supreme experts' killing intent was extremely dense, and they firmly decided to eliminate him. Commotion broke out among everyone. A tremendous storm was brewing, and everyone was looking forward to it. They wanted the birthday to quickly end so they could glimpse at the impending volatile situation. Everyone had a vague feeling that Hao might actually have some kind of help, or else how would he dare challenge those two supreme experts? Could it be that there really was a supreme palace behind him, and his teacher was coming? Otherwise, he was definitely insane. Hao's expression was relaxed as he left the martial arena. It didn't seem like he just left a great battle at all, still acting casually. He strolled around as if he was walking a dog. Or in better words, he was leading along a small wolf. He wandered around all over the place in an absolutely carefree manner, as if he didn't care much about the upcoming great battle against those supreme experts. You really are too crazy. What are you going to do later? Huolinger came back from offering her congratulations and began to nag about. Her graceful physique was a head taller than others. She had a small waist, and together with a beautiful pure white face, her appearance was incredibly moving. Only at the moment there was a bit of worry in her expression. This fellow never seemed to calm down. No matter where he went, he would always stir up some trouble. Huolinger cursed silently at this trouble-stirring brat. However, after thinking it over carefully, she realized that this fellow never suffered any real losses. He would always only flip out in anger when he knew he had the strength to suppress others. But this time it was completely different. These were two supreme experts. If you don't have a plan, then you need to quickly escape. Huolinger spoke quietly. She looked left and right before transmitting sound mentally. I still have the void beast skin my father left with me. You can use it to hide in the void and escape the capital. You might be able to escape this tragedy. Who am I? A heaven-warping divine talent who is just and honorable. Why do I need to leave? In a bit, I'll beat them until they piss their pants in terror and beg for their lives. Hao didn't mind it at all and continued to accompany the small wolf as if he was walking a dog. You? Huolinger didn't want to bother with him anymore. This fellow was so relaxed. Did he not know how terrifying a supreme expert was? A single finger could kill him 100 times over. A few youngsters from the archaic Divine Mountains watched from the distance while conversing quietly. They were also extremely bewildered. What kind of backing did he have that gave him the confidence to challenge supreme experts? At this time, the pure-clothed Yun she also gracefully walked over. Her magnificent style was unmatched in this generation, and her beauty could cause a city's downfall. A wisp of purple smoke seemed to envelop her body, making her astonishing beauty seem hazy. Yin Shui accompanied her at the side, appearing lively. She was also extremely beautiful. Don't tell me you are here for my divine guard. I still need it to protect my life. If you want to get it back by threatening me, then I definitely won't give it up, Hao said.